We'll see. We'll see how these debates go. The one thing I'm looking forward to with this one specifically is how Al Gore talks about like climate change and stuff. Because I know that was kind of a thing at the time that people kind of memed him on about climate change and whatnot. And I just want to see how much he talked about it. Because really no one's talking about it in any other debates we've watched. There's been some environmental conversations happening when it came with the Clinton debates, because he talked a little bit about doing that under his administration, reducing like toxic waste and stuff like that. But before that was maybe Carter, I think, talked about doing like solar and wind energy. He also talked about switching to coal as well. So he wasn't like 100% based, I guess, on that front. But yeah, I'm really interested to see what Al Gore does with climate change, and yeah, it's probably going to be the things. I have a feeling that Bush is just going to deny it's a thing, and it's just going to be so sad to watch, considering I don't know, just like this past 6 months, at least here in Colorado, the effects of climate change have just really been showing its colors here. We've gotten like a lot of hail, got a lot of snow. It's rained almost like every week. It normally never rains here. Just more of a desert here than anything. But I read that like Colorado has already hits the amount of rain that it gets on a yearly average. Just for showing how much rain we've had. So yeah, it's definitely shown here. So we'll get into this momentarily here. I just want to switch the scene over. Hoping not to take. We'll probably take a break maybe after the first one or the second one. We'll see how we're feeling. At some point, there will be a break, though. Where is my scene I'm looking for? There it is. And as we always do, we'll kind of look at like the kind of like how did Bush get here? How did Gore get here? Maybe at the end. Well, maybe should we look at it now? I feel like it makes more sense to look at it now. I feel like we always we if anything we read more about like how the elections went, but maybe we should just look at how George Bush won the primary, for example. So at this point, George W. Bush, in 1978, he was part of Texas's congressional district. Okay. 1998, he was the running in Texas. Wanted to see. Okay, right here. Republican primary, presidential primaries. Since Clinton did 2 terms, both parties are running primaries. So yeah, George W. Bush just crushed it, 62%. Our boy John McCain came up with about 6 million votes, 31% overall. He'll get his chance after Bush. As we've seen in these primaries that and whatnot, is that a lot of vice presidents, and like we know that Biden was running for president all the way back in the 80s. We saw I think it was Dole ran a couple times. We've seen obviously George H.W. Bush being the vice president. He also ran for president a couple times, if I remember correctly. Interestingly enough, people wrote in Al Gore for the Republican Party. Maybe they got confused. Yeah, George W. Bush won by a lot everywhere, clearly. But he seems to always have won everywhere he's gone. Doesn't look like he's ever lost. Yeah, won here. I guess he did win, or he lost to the 1978 congressional election. Russia #1, but I don't know what you're writing. But we're anti every country here, okay? All right, folks, let's get into it. No, I want to look at Al Gore too. Hold up. I'm wanting to get right into it. I gotta be patient. Let's see what Al Gore was doing. Al Gore only faced one major candidate in the primaries. Was Bill Bradley of New Jersey. Okay. He won every single primary contest over his opponent. Okay, so people were like, yeah, I liked, even with the whole Clinton issues and whatnot, people really liked Al Gore. From Tennessee. Gore 2000. I like that. That is peak 2000 right here. Peak 2000. Running mate was Joe Limberman. He's familiar. So damn, Bill Bradley didn't even win his own state either. New Jersey. Oh yeah, crushed it. Okay, so folks is liked Al Gore going in, and obviously we know the Al Gore and George Bush election. Once we'll get into that later, of the whole how close that race was and how it came down to Florida and the recounts and all that stuff. That people still to this day say is very controversial, and who knows, you know. All right, now we can jump in. Let's do it, huh? Let's see what Al Gore and Bush have to say. I'll say I don't remember anything about Al Gore. I was 4 years old when this was all going on. The first election that I loosely remember was Bush versus Kerry, but we'll get to that when we get to it. I think I was in 3rd grade when Bush versus Kerry was happening. Maybe 2nd, I don't remember. But that's really all. I never like watching the debates or anything like that. But I'm expecting a lot from. Not me. I shouldn't say expecting a lot. I'm expecting the rhetoric I've heard from Bush growing up. So we'll see. All right, let's get going. First one. Yeah, so this one's 2 hours, an hour and 55 minutes. I'm hoping it might just be the last. We saw this with one video where it said 2 hours, and the last 30 minutes was just post coverage, or where we also had the TV delay. I think that's really what was most of it. So maybe they had something like that. There's a black screen here, so maybe they messed up the upload. So maybe it might not be an hour and 55, because if it is, the other ones are an hour and a half, so that'd be 5 hours, and so probably the stream would be 5.5 hours. But I'm hoping that this is just it cuts off. So we'll see. Once again, let me know if audio's good, bad. And as always,
good evening from the Clark.
Our guy's still back. Definitely looking older now. As always, there might be some language used that is not politically correct nowadays, or shouldn't have been said even then. You know what I mean, though.
Athletic Center at the University of Massachusetts in Boston.
I'm
Jim Lara of the NewsHour on PBS.
Jim, that's right.
And I welcome you to the first of 3 90-minute debates between the Democratic
they say 90
for
minutes.
President, Vice President Al Gore, and the Republican candidate, Governor George W. Bush of Texas. The debates are sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates, and they will be conducted within formats and rules agreed to by the Commission and the 2 campaigns. Tonight's will have the candidates at podiums. No answer to a question can exceed 2 minutes. Rebuttals are limited to 1 minute. But as moderator, I have the option to follow up and to extend any particular give and take another 3.5 minutes. But even then, no single answer can exceed 2 minutes. The candidates, under their rules, may
2
not
minutes is
question
long,
each
too.
other directly. There will be no opening
feel like in the
statements,
past
but
it's only
each
a minute.
candidate may have up to 2 minutes for a closing statement. The questions and the subjects were chosen by me alone. I have told no one from the two campaigns or the commission or anyone else involved what they are.
Why does he get all this power?
There's a small audience in the hall tonight. They are not here to participate, only to listen. I have asked and they have agreed to remain silent for the next 90 minutes.
No cheers today.
Except for right now, when they will applaud as we welcome the two candidates, Governor Bush and Vice President Gore.
Both wearing red ties, interesting. Ooh, almost the same exact height here. I think Gore has him by like a centimeter.
And now the first question, as determined by a flip of a coin, it goes to Vice President Gore. Vice President Gore, you have questioned whether Governor Bush has the experience to be President of the United States. What exactly do you mean?
Well, Jim, first of all, I would like to thank the sponsors of this debate and the people of Boston for hosting the debate. I'd like to thank Governor Bush for participating, and I'd like to say I'm happy to be here with Tipper and our family. I have actually not questioned Governor Bush's experience. I have questioned his proposals, and here's why. I think this is a very important moment for our country. We have achieved extraordinary prosperity, and in this election, America has to make an important choice. Will we use our prosperity to enrich not just the few, but all of our families? I believe we have to make the right and responsible choices. If I'm entrusted with the presidency, here are the choices that I will make. I'll balance the budget every year. I will pay down the national debt. I will put Medicare and Social Security in a lockbox and protect them. And I will cut taxes for middle-class families. I believe it's important to resist the temptation to squander our surplus. If we make the right choices, we can have a prosperity that endures and enriches all of our people. If I'm entrusted with the presidency, I will help parents and strengthen families. Because, you know, if we have prosperity that grows and grows, we still won't be successful unless we strengthen families by, for example, ensuring that children can always go to schools that are safe, by giving parents the tools to protect their children against cultural pollution. I will make sure that we invest in our country and our families. And I mean investing in education, health care, the environment, and middle-class tax cuts and retirement security. That's my agenda, and that's why I think that it's not just a question of experience.
Governor Bush, 1 minute rebuttal.
Very economic focus.
Well, we do come from different places. I come from West Texas. I've been a governor. A governor is the chief executive officer and learns how to set agendas. And I think you're going to find the difference reflected in our budgets. I want to take 1/2 of the surplus and dedicate it to Social Security, 1/4 of the surplus for important projects, and I want to send 1/4 of the surplus back to the people who pay the bills. I want everybody who pays taxes to have their tax rates cut. Now that stands in contrast to my worthy opponent's plan, which will increase the size of government dramatically. His plan is 3 times larger than President Clinton's proposed plan 8 years ago. It's a plan that will have 200 new programs as well, or expanded programs. It'll create 20,000 new bureaucrats. In other words, it empowers Washington. And tonight you're going to hear that my passion and my vision is to empower Americans to be able to make decisions for themselves in their own lives.
So I take it by your answer then, Mr. Vice President, that in your an interview recently with the New York Times, when you said that you questioned whether or not Governor Bush was experienced enough to be president, you were talking about strictly policy differences.
Yes, Jim. I said that his tax cut plan, for example, raises the question of whether it's the right choice for the country. And let me give you an example of what I mean. Under Governor Bush's tax cut proposal, he would spend more money on tax cuts for the wealthiest 1% than all of the new spending that he proposes for education.
It's so interesting to see
healthcare,
Clinton and now
prescription
Gore
drugs,
talk about
and
the
national
1%.
defense all combined.
When I
Now,
don't remember,
I think those are the wrong priorities.
I mean, like Biden has
Now,
said like
under my
making
proposal,
the rich
for
pay their
every
fair
dollar
share,
that
but
I
like
propose
explicitly
in
calling out the
spending for
1%.
things like
Biden never
education
did.
and healthcare,
Never did.
I will put
And I don't
another
remember
dollar
Obama
into
ever doing
middle-class
that.
tax cuts.
Clinton definitely
And for every
didn't.
dollar that
Hillary
I spend
Clinton.
in those two categories,
If I remember
I'll put
correctly.
$2 toward paying
Just
down
find it interesting.
the
I feel like
national debt.
at least
I think it's very important.
at least
to
this
keep the debt down
rhetoric
and
has
completely
changed a little bit.
eliminate it. And I also think it's very important to go to the next stage of welfare reform. Our country has cut the welfare rolls in half. I've fought hard from my days in the Senate and as vice president to cut the welfare rolls, and we've moved millions of people in America into good jobs. But it's now time for the next stage of welfare reform and include fathers and not only mothers.
We're going to get to a lot of those. Yes, go ahead, Governor.
Well, let me just say that obviously tonight we're going to hear some phony numbers about what I think and what we ought to do. People need to know that over the next 10 years there's going to be $25 trillion of revenue that comes into our Treasury. We anticipate spending $21 trillion. And my plan says, why don't we pass $1.3 trillion of that back to the people who pay the bill? Surely
This is the first time we're in
we can
trillion.
afford 5%.
All the debates, it's always been billions and millions, but I think it's the first trillion.
There's a difference of opinion. My opponent thinks the government, the surplus is the government's money. That's not what I think. I think it's the hardworking people in America's money, and I want to share some of that money with you. So you've got more money to build and save and dream for your families. It's a difference of opinion. It's the difference between government making decisions for you and you getting more of your money to make decisions for yourself.
Jim?
So let me just follow up one quick question. When you hear Vice President Gore question your experience, do you read it the same way, that he's talking about policy differences only?
Yes. I take him for his word. I mean, I fully recognize I'm not of Washington. I'm from Texas.
Yeah,
And
but
he's
like,
got a lot of
come
experience,
on.
But so do I.
I would be like,
I'm
call
the chief
bullshit.
executive
Like,
officer, the second biggest state
your
in the
dad
union.
was the president.
I've had a proud record of working with both Republicans and Democrats, which is what our nation needs. We need somebody who can come up to Washington and say, look, let's forget all the politics and all the finger pointing and get
So
some
funny,
positive
dude.
things done on Medicare and prescription drugs and Social Security. And so I take him for his word.
Jim, if I could just
quick, and then we need to move on. Yes, sir.
I know that the governor used the phrase phony numbers, but if you look at the plan and add the numbers up,
Hell yeah,
these
Gore.
numbers
Say
are
fuck the
correct.
rules.
He spends more money for tax cuts for the wealthiest 1% than all of his new spending proposals for health care, prescription drugs, education, and national defense all combined. I agree that the surplus is the American people's money. It's your money. That's why I don't think we should give nearly half of it to the wealthiest 1%, because the other 99% have had an awful lot to do with building this surplus and our prosperity.
Our 3.5 minutes is up. New question.
That's about wealthy people.
Governor Bush, you have a question. This is a companion question to the question I asked Vice President Gore. You have questioned whether Vice President Gore has demonstrated the leadership qualities necessary to be President of the United States. What do you mean by that?
Well, here's what I've said, Jim. I've said that 8 years ago they campaigned on prescription drugs for seniors. And 4 years ago they campaigned on getting prescription drugs for seniors. And now they're campaigning on getting prescription drugs for seniors. It seems like they can't get it done. Now, they may blame other folks, but it's time to get somebody in Washington who's going to work with both Republicans and Democrats to get some positive things done when it comes to our seniors.
Needs to get
And so what I've
prescription
said is
drugs
there's
for
been some missed
Bush Senior.
opportunities.
You know what I'm saying?
They've had a chance. They've had a chance to form consensus. I've got a plan on Medicare.
No one
for
cares
example,
about the
this
seniors.
two-stage
Come on
plan
now.
that says we're going to have immediate help for seniors and what I call immediate helping hand, a $48 billion program. But I also want to say to seniors, if you're happy with Medicare the way it is, fine, you can stay in the program. But we're going to give you additional choices, just like they give federal employees in the Federal Employee Health Plan. Federal employees have got a variety of choices from which to choose, so should seniors. And my point has been, as opposed to politicizing an issue like Medicare, in other words, holding it up as an issue, hoping somebody bites and then try to clobber them over the head with it for political purposes, this year, in the year 2000, it's time to say, let's get it done once and for all. And that's what I have been critical about the administration for. Same in Social Security. I think there was a good opportunity to bring Republicans and Democrats together to reform the Social Security system so the seniors will never go without. Those on Social Security today will have their promise made. But also to give younger workers the option at their choice of being able to manage some of their own money in the private sectors to make sure there's a Social Security system around tomorrow. There's a lot of young workers at our rallies we go to that when they hear that I'm going to trust them at their option to be able to manage under certain guidelines some of their own money to get a better rate of return so that they'll have a retirement plan in the future, they begin to nod their heads, and they want a different attitude in Washington.
1 minute rebuttal. Vice President Gore.
Well, Jim, under my plan, all seniors will get prescription drugs under Medicare. The governor has described Medicare as a government HMO. It's not, and let me explain the difference. Under the Medicare prescription drug proposal I'm making, here's how it works. You go to your own doctor, and your doctor chooses your prescription, and no HMO or insurance company can take those choices away from you. Then you go to your own pharmacy, you fill the prescription, and Medicare pays half the cost. If you're in a very poor family or if you have very high costs, Medicare will pay all the costs, a $25 premium, and much better benefits that you can possibly find in the private sector. Now here's the contrast. 95% of all seniors would get no help whatsoever under my opponent's plan for the first 4 or 5 years. Now, one thing I don't understand, Jim, is why is it that the wealthiest 1% get their tax cuts the first year, but 95% of seniors have to wait 4 to 5 years before they get a single penny?
Keller?
I guess my answer to that is the man's running on Metascare.
Oh my God.
Trying to frighten people in the voting booth. That's
Metascare? That is actually great.
It's not my plan. I want all seniors to have prescription drugs in Medicare. We need to reform Medicare. There have been an opportunity to do so, but this administration has failed to do it. And so seniors are going to have not only a Medicare plan where the poor seniors will have their prescription drugs paid for, but there will be a variety of options. The current
We've had a
cultural
pollution
really
from Al Gore, and then we have Metascare from Bush.
And as I mentioned, if you're happy with the system, you can stay
Loving
in it. But there's a lot of procedures that have not kept up in Medicare with the current times. There's no prescription drug benefits, there's no drug therapies, there's no preventing medicines, there's no vision care. I mean, we need to have a modern system to help seniors. And the idea of supporting a federally controlled 132,000-page document bureaucracy as being a compassionate way for seniors and the only compassionate source of care for seniors is just not my vision. I believe we ought to give seniors more options. I believe we ought to make the system work better. But I know this. I know it's going to require a different kind of leader to go to Washington to say to both Republicans and Democrats, let's come together. You've had your chance, Vice President. You've been there for 8 years, and nothing has been done. And my point is that my plan not only trusts seniors with options, my plan sets aside $3.4 trillion for Medicare over the next 10 years. My plan also says it's going to require a new approach in Washington, D.C. It's going to require somebody who can work across the partisan divide.
If I could respond to that, Jim, under my plan, I will put Medicare in an ironclad lockbox and prevent the money from being used for anything other than Medicare. The governor has declined to endorse that idea, even though the Republican as well as Democratic leaders of Congress have endorsed it. I'd be interested if he would this evening say that he would put Medicare in a lockbox. I don't think he will, because under his plan, if you work out the numbers, $100 billion comes out of Medicare just for the wealthiest 1% in the tax cut. Now here is the difference. Some people who say the word reform actually mean cuts. Under the governor's plan, if you kept the same fee-for-service that you have now under Medicare, your premiums would go up by between 18 and 47%, and that's the study of the congressional plan that he's modeled his proposal on by the Medicare actuaries. Let me just give you one quick example. There's a man here tonight named George McKinney from Milwaukee.
George.
He's 70 years old. He has high blood pressure. His wife has heart trouble. They have income of $25,000 a year. They cannot pay for their prescription drugs. And so they're some of the ones that go to Canada regularly in order to get their prescription drugs. Under my plan, half of
this
their
is
costs would be
a
paid
Bernie talking
right
point.
away. Under Governor Bush's plan, they would get not one
Especially when it
penny
comes to,
for
like,
4 to 5
insulin?
years, and then they would be forced to go into an HMO or to an insurance company and ask them for coverage, but there'd be no limit on the premiums or the deductibles or any of the terms and conditions.
I cannot let this go by, the old-style Washington politics. We're going to scare you in the voting booth.
Better
Under
scare.
my plan, the man gets immediate help with prescription drugs. It's called immediate helping hand. Instead of squabbling and finger pointing, he gets immediate help. Let me say something. Now, I understand.
Excuse me,
Jim,
Our
Jim,
3.5 minutes is up, but we'll finish this.
Can I make one other point?
Wait a minute.
They get $25,000 a year income. That makes them ineligible.
Look, this is a man, he's got great numbers. He talks about numbers. I'm beginning to think not only did he invent the internet, but he invented the calculator.
Oh my
It's
God.
fuzzy math. It's a scaring, trying to scare people in the voting booth. Under my tax plan that he continues to criticize, I set a third. No, the federal government
getting
should pay
spicy
more
already,
than-
dude.
no more than a third of anybody's check. But I also dropped the bottom rate from 15% to 10%. Because by far the vast majority of the help goes to people at the bottom end of the economic ladder. If you're a family of 4 in Massachusetts making $50,000, you get a 50% cut in the federal income taxes you pay. It's from $4,000 to about $2,000. Now the difference in our plans is I want that $2,000 to go to you.
All right, let me.
And the Vice
hold on.
President would like
Is
to be
that
spending
Gore,
the $2,000 on your
sighing?
behalf.
One quick thing, gentlemen. These are your rules. I'm doing my best. We're way over the 3.5. I have no problems with it, but do you want to have a quick response and we'll move on? We're already to almost 5 minutes on this.
Yeah,
all right?
I mean, it's just clear. You can go to the website and look. If you make more than $25,000 a year, you don't get a penny of help under the Bush prescription drug proposal for at least 4 to 5 years, and then you're pushed into a Medicare, into an HMO or an insurance company plan, and there's no limit on the premiums or the deductibles or any of the conditions, and the insurance companies say it won't work and they won't offer these plans.
Let me ask you both this and we'll move on this subject. As a practical matter, both of you want to bring prescription drugs to seniors, correct?
Correct, but
All
the
right.
difference is I want to bring it to 100%,
All right.
and he brings
All right.
it only to 5%.
All
That's
right.
just that's
What
just
difference does it
totally
make
false.
how it-
Wait a minute, it's just
All
totally
right.
false
right.
for him to stand up here and say that. Let me make sure the seniors hear me loud and clear.
Yo, I love
They've had
this.
their chance to get something done. I'm going to work with both Republicans and Democrats to reform the system. All seniors will be covered.
I like
All
Gore
poor
breaking
seniors
the
will have their
rules
prescription
and
drugs
talking
paid
over
for.
Bush.
In the meantime, we're going
It's
to
a
have
power
a plan
move.
to help poor seniors. And in the meantime, could be 1 year or 2 years.
Okay.
I don't know.
Let me call your attention to the key word there. He said all poor seniors.
No, wait a
This-
minute.
they're
All
going back
seniors
and
are
forth.
covered under
They're going back
prescription
and
drugs
forth.
in my plan.
In the first year?
If we can get it done in the first year,
He's
you
letting
bet.
them
Yours is
battle.
phased in
No,
8
no,
years.
no. It's a two-phase plan, Jim. And for the first 4 years, it takes
letting
a year
them
to pass
go.
it, and then for the first 4 years, only the poor are covered. Middle-class seniors like George McKinney and his wife are not covered for 4 to 5 years.
I've got an idea.
Okay.
If you have any more to say about this, you can say it in your closing statements.
Okay.
We'll move on, okay? New question. Vice
Gore is
President
goofy,
Gore,
though.
How would you contrast your
Bush is goofy, though,
approach
too.
to preventing
But Gore is surprisingly more
future-
goofy than I thought he
future
was going to be.
oil price and supply problems like we have now to the approach of Governor
Oh, we're
Bush?
talking about oil?
Excellent question, and here's the simple difference. My plan has not only a short-term component, but also a long-term component. And it focuses not only on increasing the supply, which I think we have to do, but also on working on the consumption side. Now, in the short term, we have to free ourselves from the domination of the big oil companies that have the ability to manipulate the price, from OPEC when they want to raise the price. And in the long term, we have to give new incentives for the development of domestic resources like deep gas in the western Gulf,
No,
like
Gore.
the stripper wells for oil,
No.
but also renewable sources of
Okay,
energy.
yes, yes.
And domestic sources that are cleaner and better. And I'm proposing a plan that will give tax credits and tax incentives for the rapid development of new kinds of cars and trucks and buses and factories and boilers and furnaces that don't have as much pollution, that don't burn as much energy, and that help us get out on the cutting edge of the new technologies that will create millions of new jobs, because when we sell these new products here, we'll then be able to sell them overseas, and there's a ravenous demand for them overseas. Now, another big difference is Governor Bush is proposing to open up some of our most precious environmental treasures, like the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, to the big oil companies to go in and start producing oil there. I think that is the wrong choice. It would only give us a few months' worth of oil, and the oil wouldn't start flowing for many years into the future. And I don't think it's a fair price to pay to destroy precious parts of America's environment. We have to bet on the future and move beyond the current technologies to have a whole new generation of more efficient, cleaner energy technologies.
Governor Bush, 1 minute.
Interesting.
Well, it's an issue I know a lot about. I was a small oil person for a while in West Texas.
Of course.
This is an administration that's had no plan. And all of a sudden, the results of having no plan have caught up with America. First and foremost, we got to make sure we fully fund LIHEAP, which is a way to help low-income folks, particularly here in the East, pay for their high fuel bills. Secondly, we need an active exploration program in America. The only way to become less dependent on foreign sources of crude oil is to explore at home. And you bet I want to open up a small part of Alaska, because when that field is online, it will produce 1 million barrels a day. Today, we import 1 million barrels from Saddam Hussein. I would rather that 1 million come from our own hemisphere, our own
I will kill
country,
the animals
as opposed from Saddam
as long
Hussein.
as we
I
don't
want to build
get
more pipelines
oil
to move natural
from
gas
Saddam
throughout this
Hussein.
hemisphere. I want to develop the coal resources in America and have clean coal technologies.
No.
We've got abundant supplies of energy here in America, and
clean
we better
coal.
get after it and better start.
Didn't remember when we heard clean coal all the way back? Who was it? I think it was Ford, right? Didn't he say something about clean coal? It was Ford. I always thought Trump was the first person to say something about clean coal, but Bush has said it, and we now know Ford said it all the way back then, talking about clean coal.
Start exploring it. Otherwise, we're going to be in deep trouble in the future because of our dependency
Clean
on
coal.
foreign sources of crude.
So, if somebody is watching tonight, listening to what the two of you just said, is it fair to say, okay, the differences between Vice President Gore and George W. Bush, Governor Bush, are the following? You are for doing something on the consumption end, you're for doing something on the production and drilling.
Let me clarify. I'm for doing something both on the supply side and production side and on the consumption side. And let me say that I found one thing in Governor Bush's answer that we certainly agree on, and that's the low-income heating assistance program, and I commend you for supporting that. I worked to get $400 million just a couple of weeks ago, and to establish a permanent home heating oil reserve here in the Northeast. Now, as for the proposals that I've worked for renewables and conservation and efficiency and the new technologies, the fact is, for the last few years in the Congress, we've faced a lot of opposition to them. They've only approved about 10% of the agenda that I've helped to send up there. And I think that we need to get serious about this energy crisis, both in the Congress and in the White House. And if you entrust me with the presidency, I will tackle this problem and focus on new technologies that will make us less dependent on big oil or foreign oil.
How would you draw the difference?
Well, I would first say that you should have been tackling it for the last 7 years. Yep. And secondly, the difference is that we need to explore
I know,
at home.
I know statistically, like, presidents who already won have a better chance of winning. But when it comes to, like, 2 terms, and then if you're, like, the vice president running, I feel like it's easy to go on the offensive against them, because you could just say shit like that to at least get your own base to get excited. You know what I mean? I don't know if it'll switch the independents up, but
and the vice president doesn't believe in exploration.
at least get strong core.
There's a lot of shut-in gas that we need to be
Republicans to be like, yeah, he's right.
There's an interesting issue up in the Northwest as well, and that is whether or not we remove dams that produce hydroelectric energy. I'm against removing dams in the Northwest. I don't know where the Vice President stands, but that's a renewable source of energy we need to keep in line. I was in coal country
But
yesterday
Bush
in
doesn't
West
want
Virginia.
to
There's
add
an
any more
abundant supply of
renewables.
coal in
He's been pretty
America.
explicit about
I know
that.
we can do a better job of
Doesn't want to
clean
remove
coal
them.
technologies. I'm
He doesn't
going
want
to
to add
ask
any.
Congress for $2 billion to
Wants
make
more
sure
oil.
that we have the cleanest coal technologies in the world.
Help his
My
buddies
answer
out.
to you is that in the short term, we need to get after it here in America. We need to explore our resources, and we need to develop our reservoirs of domestic production. We also need to have a hemispheric energy policy where Canada and Mexico and the United States come together. I brought this up recently with Vicente Fox, who's the newly elected president. He's a man I know from Mexico, and I talked about how best to be able to expedite the exploration of natural gas in Mexico and transport it up to the United States so we become less dependent on foreign sources of crude oil. This is a major problem facing America. The administration did not deal with it. It's time for a new administration to deal with the energy problem.
If I just briefly, Jim, I know I found a couple of other things that we agree on, and we may not find that many this evening, so I wanted to emphasize them. I strongly support new investments in clean coal technology.
No,
I made a
Gore.
proposal 3 months ago on this, and also.
He hasn't said the words climate change. Obviously, that's much more of a later term, but global warming is what I'm looking for. You can't solve global warming with clean coal. Clean coal doesn't exist. It's just coal.
Domestic exploration, yes.
Obviously.
But not in the environmental
But he's trying to get, some of the independents, the moderates to come to him.
treasures of our country. We don't have to do that. That's the wrong choice. I know the oil companies have been itching to do that, but it is not the right thing for the future.
No, it's the right thing for the consumers. Less dependency upon foreign sources of crude is good for consumers, and we can do so in an environmentally friendly way.
Well, can I have the last word on this?
New question.
Of course.
Okay,
New
go ahead.
question, new subject.
All right.
Governor Bush, if elected president, would you try to overturn the FDA's approval last week of the abortion pill RU-486?
I don't think a president can do that. I was disappointed in the ruling because I think abortions ought to be more rare in America. And I'm worried that that pill will create more abortion, will cause more people to have abortions. This is a very important
People are just going to be
topic.
popping
It's
the
a very
pills,
sensitive
George.
topic because a lot of good people disagree on the issue. I think what the next president ought to do is to promote a culture of life in America. Is the life of the elderly and life of those living all across the country, life of the unborn. As a matter of fact, I think a noble goal for this country is that every child, born and unborn, ought to be protected in law and welcomed into life. But I know we got to change a lot of minds before we get there in America. What I do believe is we can find good common ground on issues like parental notification or parental consent. And I know we need to ban partial birth abortions. This is a place where my opponent and I have strong disagreements. I believe banning partial birth abortion would be a positive step toward reducing the number of abortions in America. This is an issue that's going to require a new attitude. We've been battling over abortion for a long period of time. Surely this nation can come together to promote the value of life. Surely we can fight off these laws that will encourage doctors to allow doctors to take the lives of our seniors. Surely we can work together to create a culture.
The doctors
of life
can
so
take
some of these
control of the
youngsters who feel
lives
like
of
they
the
can
senior.
take
Is he
a
saying
neighbor's
like
life with a gun will understand?
Jesus
That's
Christ?
not the
Diana
way
Harshbarger.
America's meant
Thank
to
you.
be.
Diana,
And surely we can find
Congresswoman.
common ground
Mike
to
Collins.
reduce the number
Elise
of
Stefanik.
abortions in
I
America.
call her the rocket
As to the
ship.
drug itself,
Where
I
is
mentioned I was
Elise?
disappointed.
She's
I
a
hope,
rocket.
And I hope
What
that
is
the
this?
Elise.
took its time
Jason
to make sure
Smith,
that
a
American
friend of
women
mine,
would be safe
great
who
guy.
use
Thank
this
you,
drug.
Jason. Wesley Hunt, Corey Mills, Dr. Ronnie Jackson. He is a doctor. He's an admiral. Where's Ronnie Jackson? He said I'm the healthiest man ever to be president by far.
Is this a
Said,
Trump?
if I wouldn't eat junk food, I'd live 200
Or is this
years.
Bush?
Where is he? He is the greatest. We love you, Ronnie.
Is that Bush? That sounds more like a Bush. Like, I feel like Trump wouldn't say "we love you." Trump speaks at CPAC 20. Oh, this is a recent thing. Oh my God. We love you, Ronnie. Thanks, Ethan, for the 65 months. That's a lot of months. I can't do the math on it, but appreciate it. Appreciate it. Let's get back to, let me just go back a little bit. I mean, I know it wasn't anything
Allow
crazy.
doctors to take the lives of our seniors.
Yeah, right here. What does he mean by that?
Surely
Letting
we can
doctors
work
take the
together to
lives
create
of
a
our
culture of
seniors?
life
Like,
so
are
some
there
of
people
these
believing that
youngsters
there's
feel like
doctors
they
out
can
there
take
just
a
like
neighbor's life with a gun will understand that
just taking out
that's
seniors
not the way America is meant to be.
without them
And
knowing?
surely we can find common ground.
I keep
to
hearing
reduce the
sighing, and I
number
think
of
that's gore.
abortions in America.
If so, that's
As for the
freaking
drug
awesome.
itself, I mentioned I was disappointed. I hope, and I hope the FDA took its time to make sure that American women will be safe who use this drug.
Vice President Gore?
Well, Jim, the FDA took 12 years, and I do support that decision. They determined it was medically safe for the women who use that drug. Now, this is indeed a very important issue. First of all, on the issue of partial birth or so-called late-term abortion, I would sign a law banning that procedure, provided that doctors have the ability to save a woman's life or to act if her health is severely at risk. And that's not the main issue. The main issue is whether or not the Roe v. Wade decision is going to be overturned. I support a woman's
Yes, it will be. Gore, sorry.
right to choose. My opponent does not. It is important because the next president is going to appoint 3, maybe even 4 justices of the Supreme Court. And Governor Bush has declared to the anti-choice groups that he will appoint justices in the mold of Scalia and Clarence Thomas, who are
Clarence Thomas.
known for
Clarence frickin' Thomas.
being the most vigorous opponents of a woman's right
He's
to
made
choose.
headlines
Here's the
this
difference.
past week.
He trusts the government to order a woman to do what it thinks she ought to do. I trust women to make the decisions that affect their lives, their destinies, and their bodies. And I think a woman's right to choose ought to be protected and defended.
Governor, we'll go to the Supreme Court question in a moment, but make sure I understand your position on RU 486. If you're elected president, will you, not through appointments to the FDA, you won't support legislation to overturn this?
I don't think a president can unilaterally overturn it. I think the FDA's made its decision.
But it means you wouldn't through appointments to the
No.
FDA and ask them to reappraise it?
I think once the decision's made, it's been made. Now, unless it's proven to be unsafe to women.
Well, Jim, you know, the question you asked.
I love that Gore jumps in.
If I heard you correctly.
Yeah, Clarence
would you
frickin' Thomas.
support legislation to overturn it. And if I heard the statement,
Policy-wise so far, like, I don't agree with most of what Gore is saying, obviously, but I get it, man. I kind of get it. Gore was cooking in 2000, man.
day before yesterday, you said you would order. He said he would order his FDA appointee to review.
And I like how he's not
decision.
afraid to
And
jump
that
in
sounds to me
and
a
bully,
little bit
try to bully
different. And
Bush a little
I just
bit.
think that we ought to support the decision.
I said I would make
Shit,
sure.
man, that's how like Trump, I think got so popular too, is in the debates, dude. In the primary debates, and then of course against Hillary.
That,
All the memes and stuff,
that
man.
women would be safe who use the drug.
All right, on the Supreme Court question, should a voter assume...
Not saying Gore is exactly like Trump, but you know what I mean. Where like sometimes it's good to break the rules of the debate and interrupt.
You just
I
stated
am
your
pro-life.
position. Should a voter assume that all judicial appointments you make to the Supreme Court or any other court, federal court, will also be pro-life?
Voters should assume that I have no litmus test on that issue or any other issue. But the voters will know I'll put competent judges on the bench, people who will strictly interpret the Constitution and will not use the bench to write social policy. And that's going to be a big difference between my opponent and me. I believe that the judges ought not to take the place of the legislative branch of government, that they're appointed for life, and that they ought to look at the Constitution as sacred. They shouldn't misuse their bench. I don't believe in liberal activist judges. I believe in strict constructionists, and those.
Right, because remember in the Constitution how it says both that businesses or like colleges can't allow can't be quote unquote I don't even know how to fucking say this in a non-nice way. It's just so funny, the two court cases we got on the same day. One saying as a business you can decline somebody based off their let's say sexuality was what the thing was, right? But at the same time, you can't look at race or like it's just like so contradictory. And I'm like, where is that in the Constitution?
The kind of judges I will appoint. I've named 4 Supreme Court judges in the state of Texas, and I would ask the people
I'm talking about
to check
Clarence
out their
Thomas.
qualifications, their deliberations, their good,
The
solid
Supreme
men
Court
and
doesn't
women
half the
who
shit
have
they
made good,
rule
sound
about
judgments
like
on behalf
don't
of
even
the people
apply to
of
the
Texas.
Constitution.
What kind of appointment should they expect from you?
Both
Vice
of us
President
use similar language to reach an exactly opposite outcome. I don't favor litmus tests, but I know that there are ways to assess how a potential justice interprets the Constitution, and in my view, the Constitution ought to be interpreted as a document that grows with our country and our history. And I believe, for example, that there is a right of privacy in the Fourth Amendment, and when the phrase "a strict constructionist" is used, and when the names of Scalia and Thomas are used as benchmarks for who would be appointed, those are code words, and nobody should mistake this for saying that the governor would appoint people who would overturn Roe v. Wade. I mean, it's very clear to me, and I would appoint people who have a philosophy that I think would make it quite likely that they would uphold Roe v. Wade.
Is the Vice President right? Is that a code word for overturning Roe v. Wade?
Sounds like the Vice President's not very right many times tonight. I just told you the criterion in which I'll appoint judges. I've had a record of appointing judges in the state of Texas. That's what a governor gets to do.
Yes, the sign. The sign. I'm like 90% sure it's fucking Gore sighing at everything he's fucking saying. I fucking love it, dude.
Supreme Court judges, and I've got
Herder sounds like
he
he's
also
wrong
reads
about
all
me.
kinds of things into my tax plan,
Right.
into my Medicare plan, and I just want the viewers out there to listen to what I have to say about it.
That's a yes.
Reverse
it is
the
a
question.
code.
Reverse the question. What code phrases should we read by what you said about what kind of people you will appoint to the U.S.
It'll be
Supreme
very likely that they'd uphold Roe v. Wade, but I do believe it's wrong to use a litmus test. But if you look at the history of a lower court judge's rulings, you can get a pretty good idea of how they're going to interpret questions. Now, a lot of questions are of first impression, and these questions that have been seen many times come up in a new context, and so. But, you know, this is a very important issue because a lot of young women in this country take this right for granted, and it could be lost. It is on the ballot in this election. Make no mistake about it.
I'll tell you what kind of judges he'll put on there. He'll put liberal, activist judges who will use their bench to subvert the legislature. That's what he'll do.
That's not right.
New subject, new question.
This is
Vice
good,
President
dude.
Gore, President Milosevic of Yugoslavia refuses to accept the election results and leave office. What action, if any, should the United States
LOL. Accepting election results.
take to
LOL.
get him out of there?
Well, Milosevic has lost the election. His opponent, Kostunica, has won the election. It's overwhelming. Milosevic's government refuses to release the vote count. There's now a general strike going on. They're demonstrating. I think we should support the people of Serbia and the Yugoslavia, as they call Serbia plus Montenegro, and put pressure in every way possible to recognize the lawful outcome of the election. The people of Serbia have acted very bravely in kicking this guy out of office. Now he is trying to not release the votes and then go straight to a so-called runoff election without even announcing the results of the first vote. Now, we've made it clear, along with our allies, that when Milosevic leaves, then Serbia will be able to have a more normal relationship with the rest of the world. That is a very strong incentive that we have given them to do the right thing. Bear in mind also, Milosevic has been indicted as a war criminal, and he should be held accountable for his actions. Now, we have to take measured steps because the sentiment...
Missed opportunity for Gore to be like, and I think George Bush's father should also be tried as a war criminal.
within
Missed opportunity.
Serbia is, for understandable reasons, still against the United States because their nationalism has even if they don't like Milosevic, they still have some feelings lingering from the NATO action there. So we have to be intelligent in the way we go about it. But make no mistake about it, we should do everything we can to see that the will of the Serbian people expressed in this extraordinary election is done. And I hope that he'll be out of office very shortly.
Governor Bush, 1 minute.
Well, I'm pleased with the results of the election. As the Vice President is, it's time for the man to go. And it means that the United States must have a strong diplomatic hand with our friends in NATO. That's why it's important to make sure our alliances are as strong as they possibly can be to keep the pressure on Mr. Milosevic. But this will be an interesting moment for the Russians to step up and lead as well. It'll be a wonderful time for the President of Russia to step into the Balkans and convince Mr. Milosevic it's in his best interest and his country's best interest to leave office. The Russians have got a lot of
Was Putin in
sway
power
in that
yet?
part of the world, and we'd like to see them use that sway.
I don't think so, right?
To encourage democracy to take hold. And so it's an encouraging election. It's time for the man to leave.
Let's see.
But what if he doesn't leave, Mr. Bush? What if all the things, all the diplomatic...
Oh, he did, and he was
all the
inaugurated May
pressure from all
7th,
over the
2000.
world, and he still doesn't go? Is this the kind of thing, to be specific, that you as president would consider the use of U.S. military force to get him gone?
In this particular situation, no. Bear in mind that we have a lot of sanctions in force against Serbia right now. And the people of Serbia know that they can escape all those sanctions if this guy is turned out of power. Now, I understand what the governor has said about asking the Russians to be involved, and under some circumstances that might be a good idea. But being as they have not yet been willing to recognize Kostunica as the lawful winner of the election, I'm not sure that it's right for us to invite the president of Russia to mediate this dispute there, because we might not like the result that comes out of that. They currently favor going forward with a runoff election. I think that's the wrong thing. I think the governor's instinct is not necessarily bad, because we have worked with the Russians in a constructive way in Kosovo, for example, to end the conflict there. But I think we need to be very careful in the present situation before we invite the Russians to play the lead role in mediating.
Well, obviously, we wouldn't use the Russians if they didn't agree with our answer, Mr. Vice President.
Well, they don't.
But let me say this to you. I wouldn't use force. I wouldn't use force.
You wouldn't use force?
No.
Why
How
not?
did this guy lose?
Because
I
it's
don't.
not in our national interest to use force in this case. I would keep pressure. I would use diplomacy. There's a difference.
I don't know,
between
man.
what
I mean,
the
yeah, he's
president
killing
did
it
and
now.
supported.
Killing it right
And-
now. Gore, like, it's just been on the offensive. He's been interrupting, and I think in a good way. The way he's responding seems like overly confident. Brings a different energy than Clinton did too. Clinton was much more of like a cool, laid back kind of approach to debates, and he's been like I'm supposed to be here. You know what I mean? And Bush has been trying to like pick away at him, but it just hasn't been working.
In Kosovo, and this.
He just keeps
And it's
going
up
to
the
like,
people.
oh, he's wrong, but like doesn't really like elaborate really too much. And Gore, yeah, he's just like the way he's speaking, just he's giving examples, whether they're, truthful or whatever. That's one thing, but you know what I mean, that he's giving like clear examples, talking about how, Bush might be right, but the Russians don't agree with this, and then he's
in
trying
this
to
region figure
change
out
it
how to
and
take control of their country.
New question. How would you go about, as president, deciding when it was in the national interest to use U.S. force, generally?
Well, if it's in our vital national interests, and that means whether or not our territory, our territory is threatened, our people could be harmed, whether or not our alliances, our defense alliances are threatened, whether or not our friends in the Middle East
whether
are
or not
threatened,
someone
that
happened
would
to
be
fly a
time
plane
to
into a
seriously
building,
consider
perhaps.
the use of force. Secondly, whether or not the mission was clear, whether or not it was a clear understanding as to what the mission would be. Thirdly, whether or not we were prepared and trained to win, whether or not our forces were of high morale and high standing and well equipped. And finally, whether or not there was an exit strategy. I would take the use of force very seriously. I would be guarded in my approach. I don't think we can be all things to all people in the world. I think we got to be very careful when we commit our troops. The Vice President and I...
Really careful where we commit our troops. Just remember that. Just remember that. It will, you know, it's not coincidence or, you know, not coincidence, but might be brought up later, perhaps.
Have a disagreement about the use of troops. He believes in
and perhaps we'll just send him to...
I would be very careful about using our troops as nation builders.
Perhaps we'll just send them just to send them and, you know, real quick, and we won't do any big investigations.
And prevent war from happening in the first place. And so I take my responsibility seriously. And it starts with making sure we rebuild our military power. Morale in today's military, we're having trouble meeting recruiting.
How was that? Hold up. Is that in the video?
But in the previous disagreement about the use of troops. He believes in nation building. I would be very careful about using our troops as nation builders. I believe the role of the military is to fight and win war and therefore prevent war from happening in the first place. And so I take my responsibility seriously. And it starts with making sure we rebuild our military power. Morale in today's military, we're having trouble meeting recruits.
Censored again. Censored again. We've seen this before. There's been some retconning.
Recruiting goals. We met the goals this year, but
someone's going in and deleting stuff.
In the previous years, we have not met recruiting goals. Some of our troops are not well equipped.
What's up, usernames?
I believe we're overextended in too many places, and therefore I want to rebuild the military power. It starts with $1 billion pay raise for the men and women.
It starts with the terrorist attack to help us rebuild our military.
Who wear the uniform, $1 billion.
And have the Americans fully support it. Every American will.
More
be flying the flag high again.
The law is to make sure our troops are well housed and well equipped.
Flagging the fly.
To keep some of our high skilled folks in the services. And a commander-in-chief who clearly sets the mission. And the mission is to fight and win war, and therefore...
And the mission is weapons of mass destruction.
Vice President Gore, 1 minute.
That we will find for sure.
Let me tell you what I'll do. First of all, I want to make it clear. Our military is the strongest, best trained, best equipped, best led fighting force in the world and in the history of the world. Nobody should have any doubt about that. Least of all our adversaries or potential adversaries. If you entrust me with the presidency, I will do whatever is necessary in order to make sure our forces stay the strongest in the world. In fact, in my 10-year budget proposal, I have set aside more than twice as much for this purpose as Governor Bush has in his proposal. Now, I think we should be reluctant to get involved in some place in a foreign country. But if our national security is at stake, if we have allies, if we've tried every other course, if we're sure military action will succeed, and if the costs are proportionate to the benefits, we should get involved. Now, just because we don't want to get involved everywhere doesn't mean we should back off anywhere it comes up. And I disagree with the proposal that maybe only when oil supplies are at stake then our national security is at risk. I think that there are situations like in Bosnia or Kosovo where there's a genocide where our national security...
What was Al Gore's stance to the Iraq War when it happened? I am not sure.
Governor.
I agree.
There wasn't too many people who were anti-Iraq War. 9/11 just really fucked us up. There's the one time both sides were quickly in agreement of what to do.
Military is the strongest in the world.
Without any rhyme or reason, just we're like, we wanted blood. Let's look.
The warning signs are real. Everywhere I go around the campaign trail, I see people moms and dads whose son or daughter may wear the uniform, and they tell me about how discouraged their son or daughter may be. If recent poll was taken amongst 1,000 enlisted personnel, as well as officers, over half of whom are going to leave the service when their time of enlistment is up. The captains are leaving the service. There is a problem.
Trying to find like a quote from him or something.
Chief to rebuild the military power. The other day, I was honored to be flanked by Colin Powell and General Norman Schwarzkopf, who stood by my side and agreed with me. They said we can, even though we're the strongest
Gore was.
military.
Gore wanted to get rid of Saddam Hussein in Iraq. I mean, this was before 9/11, obviously, and all that. But
That if we don't,
I mean, okay, hypothetical. If Gore was president during 9/11, I honestly don't think anything would have changed too much.
do something quickly. We don't have a clearer vision of the military. If we don't stop extending our troops all around the world in nation-building missions, then we're going to have a serious problem coming down the road, and I'm going to prevent that. I'm going to rebuild our military power. It's one of the major priorities of my administration.
Vice President Gore, how should the voters go about deciding which one of you is better suited to make the kinds of decisions we've been told, whether it's Milosevic or whether it's whatever, in the military and foreign policy area?
Well, they should look at our proposals and look at us as people and make up their own minds. When I was a young man, I volunteered for the Army. I served my country in Vietnam. My father was a senator who strongly opposed the Vietnam War. I went to college in this great city, and most of my peers felt against the war as I did. But
I was reading too that
anyway,
Gore,
because I knew if I didn't, somebody else in the small town of Carthage,
that Gore also
Tennessee,
was always in
would have to
favor of
go in my
forces
place.
using force in
I served for 8
different
years in the House of
countries in the
Representatives, and I
90s
served on the
when he was
Intelligence
vice
Committee,
president. So
specialized in
I really don't think it
looking
would
at
have changed too
arms control.
much.
I served for 8 years
Maybe
in
the
United
communication
States
of
Senate
what's
and served
happening
on the
might have been
Armed
different,
Services
but
Committee. For the last 8 years, I've served on the National Security Council. And when the conflict came up in Bosnia, I saw a genocide in the heart of Europe with the most violent war on the continent of Europe since World War II. Look, that's where World War I started, in the Balkans. My uncle was a victim of poison gas there. Millions of Americans saw the results of that conflict. We have to be willing to make good, sound judgments. And incidentally, I know the value of making sure our troops have the latest technology. The governor's proposed skipping the next generation of weapons. I think that's a big mistake, because
Governor,
I think we have to stay at the cutting edge.
Governor, how would you advise the voters to make the decision on this issue?
I think you've got to look at how one has handled responsibility in office. Whether or not, it's the same in domestic policy as well, Jim, whether or not you've got the capacity to convince people to follow. Whether
yeah,
or
they
not
were talking
one
about
makes
Yugoslavia
decisions based
earlier,
upon
briefly.
sound principles, or whether or not you rely upon polls and focus groups.
They were talking about the
on how to
election
decide
there
what the
and
course of
everything.
action is.
That was
We've got
happening
too
at this
much
point in
polling and
2000.
focus groups going on in Washington today. We need decisions made on sound principles. I've been the governor of a big state. I think one of the hallmarks of my relationship in Austin, Texas is that I've had the capacity to work with both Republicans and Democrats. I think that's an important part of leadership. I think of what it means to build consensus.
Yeah.
I've shown I know how to do so. As a matter of fact, tonight in the audience, there's one elected state senator who's a Democrat, a former state rep who's a Democrat, one statewide officer who's a Democrat. I mean, there's a lot of Democrats who are here in the debate.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Because they want to show their support that shows I know how to lead. And so the fundamental answer to your question, who can lead and who has shown the ability to get things done?
If I could say
All
one
right,
other
we're way
thing about
over the
that.
3.5 minutes. Go ahead. On this
I think
particular
one of the key points in foreign policy and national security policy is the need to reestablish the old-fashioned principle that politics ought to stop at the water's edge. When I was in the United States Congress, I worked with former President Reagan to modernize our strategic weaponry and to pursue arms control in a responsible way. When I was in the United States Senate, I worked with former President Bush, your father, and was one of only a few Democrats in the Senate to support the
Don't
Persian
bring up
Gulf
my
War.
father.
I think bipartisanship is a national asset, and we have to find ways to reestablish it in foreign policy and national security policy.
In a word, do you have a problem with that?
Yeah, why haven't they done it in 7 years?
That's been his.
New subject, new question.
That's been Bush's response
Should the
to
voters
three
of this
things now.
election, Vice President Gore, see this?
Not saying he's
in the
incorrect,
domestic
maybe,
area,
but
in the domestic area,
You're not going to win many debates
as
by
a
just
major
saying.
choice between competing political.
Well, I don't know.
philosophies.
I go back and forth. I think if you say it once or twice, you can get away with it, but keep reiterating it, it's going to make you look like you don't have any other responses. But then I think about it too, like I said earlier, is like it might help you galvanize your current base that's already going to probably vote for you, but maybe just get some more excited.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
This
we need to
is
show
a
why we need to do
very
any better.
important moment.
I mean, obviously we know how close this election was, and I still think up to this point, I feel like debates did matter in the sense of convincing independents and people who maybe only pay attention every 4 years and don't necessarily have a political party that they affiliate themselves with. So I go back and forth, but I think those kind of responses will help your current base. But in the first debate, I think you're really trying to get the independent folks.
Moment in the history of our country. Look, we've got the biggest surpluses in all of American history.
It's one of the most blatant cases where you pick the wrong president.
Answered in this election,
yeah, I think so.
Will we use that?
I mean, just in the couple things he said, with like in terms of like oil consumption, I thought was because he's the climate change president or quote unquote global warming president. He hasn't said those words yet. I'm waiting for him to say that. But he seems to care a lot more about the environment than like any presidential candidate in the last 20 years. And I mean, like at this level, I'm not going to include like Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren or something like that, but like other progressives. I don't know if I would call him a progressive, but he's much more progressive so far than I think Joe Biden. I still say the most progressive presidential candidate we've had in all these debates, at least by what he's saying in the debates, I would say much more of it is, I think, Jimmy Carter.
That prosperity wisely in a way that benefits all of our people and doesn't go just to the few. Almost half of all the tax cut benefits, as I said, under Governor Bush's plan, go to the wealthiest.
That's why I keep saying Carter 2024,
I think we
baby.
have to make the right and responsible choices. I think we have to invest in education, protecting the environment, health care, a prescription drug benefit that goes to all seniors, not just to the poor.
I don't remember Biden ever talking about the environment in any of the debates.
On HMOs and insurance companies. I think that we have to help
any of the debates
parents
he did with Trump.
Strengthen families by dealing with the kind of inappropriate entertainment material that families are just heartsick that their children are exposed to. I think we have got to have welfare reform taken to the next stage. I think that we have got to balance the budget every single year, pay down the national debt, and
this will get him some middle ground people, because a lot of Republicans in the past would criticize the Democrat candidates for they can't balance a budget.
The national debt will be completely eliminated.
They don't care about the debt.
By the year 2012. I think we need to put Medicare and Social Security in a lockbox. The governor will not put Medicare in a lockbox. I don't think it should be used as a piggy bank for other programs. I think it needs to be moved out of the budget and protected. I'll veto anything that takes money out of Social Security or Medicare for anything other than Social Security or Medicare. Now, the priorities are just very different. I'll give you a couple of examples. For every new dollar that I propose for spending on health care, Governor Bush spends $3 for a tax cut for the wealthiest 1%. Now, for every
also
dollar
the only,
that I propose...
I don't remember Obama, and we'll go through all the debates, so I could be misremembering, but I also go back to this. Clinton mentioned 1%, I think, at one point, and Gore has mentioned talking about the 1%. And I don't remember anyone after Gore talking about the 1% paying their fair share or anything like that. Like I said, Biden did more of a, it's time for the rich to pay their fair share, the wealthy, but he wasn't explicit about saying like billionaires. You know what I mean?
Spend on education, he spends $5.
At least in the debates. I know Biden has said some stuff about
those are very clear differences.
About like some companies not paying taxes, but
math again. There's differences. Under Vice President Gore's plan,
the sigh. He's so I think he hates Bush.
He's going to grow the federal.
We need actual hate. You know what I mean?
Largest increase.
We know Trump hated Hillary with a burning passion, especially during the election. And I think they hate each other here.
Since Lyndon Baines Johnson in 1965. And we're talking about a massive government, folks. We're talking about adding to or
Gore doesn't give a shit.
200 new programs, 200 programs, 20,000 new bureaucrats. Imagine how many IRS agents it's going to take to be able to figure out his targeted tax cut for the middle class that excludes 50 million Americans. There is a huge difference in this campaign. He says he's going to give you tax cuts. 50 million of you won't receive it. He said in his speech he wants to make sure the right people get tax relief. That's not the role of a president to decide right and wrong. Everybody who pays taxes ought to get tax relief. After my plan is in place, the wealthiest Americans will pay a higher percentage of taxes than they do today. And the poorest of Americans, 6 million families, 7 million people, won't pay any tax at all. It is a huge difference. It's the difference between big, exploding federal government that wants to think on your behalf and a plan that meets priorities and liberates working people to be able to make decisions on your own.
You want to liberate working people,
Jim,
Bush?
You haven't heard the governor deny these
have you read,
numbers. He's called them phony. He's called
what kind of theory have you read?
But the fact remains, almost 30% of his
proposed
tax cut goes only to Americans that make more than $1 million
Karl Marx,
per year.
Perhaps,
more money goes to the. Can I have a rebuttal here?
Sure, but I just want to see if he buys that.
No, let me just tell you what the facts are. The facts are, after my plan, the wealthiest of Americans pay more taxes of the percentage of the whole than they do today. Secondly, if you're a family of four making $50,000.
But that could mean, like, let's say the rich are paying 30% in taxes, right? He could be saying 31% would be more.
Together strong.
You know what I mean? 31% would be more. And yeah, he'd be right, but that doesn't mean it's significant.
Dollars in Massachusetts, you get a 50%.
Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it.
Let me give you one example. The Strunk family in Allentown, Pennsylvania. I campaigned with them the other day. They make $51,000 combined income. They pay about $3,800 in taxes, or $3,500 in taxes. Under my plan, they get $1,800 of tax relief. Under Vice President Gore's plan, they give $145 of tax relief. Now, you tell me who stands on the side of the rich. You asked the Strunks. You asked the Strunks.
I think both of you stand for the rich. Both your parties, at least.
There's a difference of opinion. He would rather spend the Strunks $1,800, and I would rather the Strunks spend your own money.
You say it that way, Vice President?
No, I don't, and I'm not going to go to
what a family name.
Calling names on his facts. I'm just going to tell you what the real facts are. The analysis that he's talking about leaves out more than half of the tax cuts that I have proposed. And if you just add the numbers up, he still hasn't denied it. He spends more money on a tax cut for the wealthiest 1% than all of his new proposals for prescription drugs, health care, education, and national defense combined. Now, those are the wrong priorities. $665 billion over 10 years for the wealthiest 1%. Now, and as I said, almost 30% of it goes to Americans that make more than $1 million per year. Every middle-class family is eligible for a tax cut under my proposal. Let me give you some specific examples. I believe that college tuition up to $10,000 a year ought to be tax deductible so middle-class families can choose to send their children to college. I believe that all seniors should be able to choose their own doctors and get prescription drugs from their own pharmacists, with Medicare paying half the bill. I believe that parents ought to have more choices with charter schools and public school choice to send their kids always to a safe school. I think we need to make education the #1 priority in our country and treat teachers like the professionals that they are. And that's why I have made it the #1 priority in my budget, not a tax cut for the wealthy.
Yeah, let me talk about tax cuts one more time.
Honestly, if Gore ran now, dude, he might be able to do some numbers. Not saying he'd win, but like he just using like that rhetoric right there, I think he'd get votes easily. I don't think people would vote for him just because he quote unquote, not quote unquote. I shouldn't even say quote. No, quote unquote, because there's always the did he actually lose? You know what I mean?
This is a man whose plan excludes 50 million Americans.
Not so.
He doesn't believe.
That's why Hillary won't run, because
if you itemize your tax return, you get
it's harder
penalty relief.
to get more votes a second time.
He decides who the right people are. It's a fundamental difference of opinion. I want my fellow Americans to hear one more time. We're going to spend $25 trillion. We're going to collect $25 trillion of revenue over the next 10 years. And we're going to project it to spend $21 trillion. Now, surely we can send 5% of that back to you all who pay the bills. There is a problem. I want to say something, Jim. Wait a minute. Okay. This man's been disparaging my plan with all this Washington fuzzy math.
Al Gore's 75, so I mean, right around the age of Biden.
If you're a single mother making $22,000 a year and you've got 2 children, Under this tax code, for every additional dollar you make, you pay a higher marginal rate on that dollar than someone making $200,000 a year, and that is not right. And so my plan drops the rate from 15% to 10% and increases the child credit from $500 to $1,000 to make the code more fair for everybody, not just a few, not just a handful. Everybody who pays taxes ought to get some relief.
All right, having cleared that up, we're going to a new question. Education. Governor Bush, both of you have promised dramatically to change dramatically public education in this country. But of the public money spent on education, only 6% of it is federal money.
Right.
You want to change 100% of public education with 6% of the money. Is that possible?
Well, I tell you, we can make a huge difference by saying if you receive federal money, we expect you to show results. Let me give you a story about public ed, if I might, Jim. It's about KIPP Academy in Houston, Texas. It's a charter school run by some people who Teach for America. Young folks that said, well, I'm going to do something good for my country. I want to teach. A guy named Michael runs the school. It's a school full of so-called at-risk children. So it's how we unfortunately label certain children. It means basically they can't learn. It's a school of strong discipline and high standards. It's one of the best schools in Houston. And here are the key ingredients: high expectations, strong accountability. What Michael says is, don't put all these rules on us. Just let us teach and hold us accountable for every grade. And that's what we do. And as a result, these young, mainly Hispanic youngsters, are some of the best learners in Houston, Texas. That's my vision for public education all around America. Many of you viewers don't know, but Laura and I sent our girls to public school. We went to Austin High School, and many of the public schools are meeting the call. But unfortunately, a lot of schools are trapping children in schools.
When was the No Child Left
So
Behind? When was that?
One is to change Head Start into a reading program.
I looked that one up too.
Two is
I know that was a
to
Bush
say
thing.
that if you want to access reading money, you can do so, because the goal is for every single child to learn to read. There must be K through 2 diagnostic tools. There's teacher training money available. 3, we've got to consolidate federal programs to free districts, to
2002.
free the schools, to encourage innovators
It was
like
signed.
Michael, to let schools reach out beyond the confines of the current structure to recruit teach for the children type teachers.
Yeah, the law held,
we're going to say,
which basically is talking about here, the law held
measure
schools
third
accountable
grade,
for how
fourth
kids
grade,
learn and
fifth grade,
achieved.
6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, and show us whether or not children are learning to read.
It's
and write
controversial in
and
part because it
subtract,
penalized
and so
schools that
there'll be a
didn't show
bonus
improvement.
plan, but if not,
I remember that was like a way to bully people in school.
The money will go to the
Like
parents.
all the dumb people, quote unquote. You know what I mean? People always were like, "Oh, it's because of the No Child Left Behind Act. That's why he's still in 7th grade or whatever." Like it was like dumb, like 10-year-old shit.
The parent can choose a different public school. The federal money attributed to the child will go to the parent for public school or charter school or tutorial or Catholic school. What I care about is children, and so does Michael Feinberg. And you know what? It can happen in America with the right kind of leadership.
Vice President Gore?
Look, we agree on a couple of things on education. I strongly support new accountability, so does Governor Bush. I strongly support local control, so does Governor Bush. I'm in favor of testing as a way of measuring performance. Every school district, have every state test the children. I've also proposed a voluntary national test in the 4th grade and 8th grade, and a form of testing that the governor has not endorsed. I think that all new teachers ought to be tested, including in the subjects that they teach. We've got to recruit 100,000 new teachers, and I have budgeted for that. We've got to reduce the class size so that the student who walks in has more one-on-one time with the teacher. We ought to have universal preschool, and we ought to make college tuition tax deductible up to $10,000 a year. I'd like to tell you a quick story. I got a letter today as I left Sarasota, Florida. I'm here with a group
is college
of 13
tax
people
deductible
from around
now?
the country who helped me prepare, and we had a great time. But 2 days ago, we ate lunch at a restaurant, and the guy who served us lunch.
I know for like if you're paying off your loans, you put it on your.
His name is Randy Ellis. He has
put it
a
on your
15-year-old
taxes,
daughter
but I don't know
named
if
Kaylee, who's in
that's the
Sarasota
same
High
thing as
School.
what he's saying.
Her science class was supposed to be for 24 students. She is the 36th student in that classroom. Sent me a picture of her in the classroom. They can't squeeze another desk in for her, so she has to stand during class. I want the federal government consistent with local control and new accountability to make improvement of our schools the #1 priority, so Kaylee will have a desk and can sit down in a classroom where she can learn.
All right. So, having heard the two of you, voters have just heard the two of you, what's the difference? What's the choice between the two of you on education?
Well, the difference is there is no new accountability measures in Vice President Gore's plan. He says he's for voluntary testing. You can't have voluntary testing. You must have mandatory testing. You must say that if you receive money, you must show us whether or not children are learning to read and write and add and subtract.
Damn, usernames.
That's the difference. You may claim you've got mandatory testing, but you don't, Mr. Vice President.
You don't pay tax and interest, not the principal.
Testing is
What's
the
up, David?
cornerstone of reform. You know how I know? Because it's the cornerstone of reform in the state of Texas. Republicans and Democrats came together.
Yeah, the way Gore made it seem, it was like
if
if you're going to college, you can put that on your taxes, and I think
and we've done a long way working together to do so. And the cornerstone,
yeah, I don't think it's a thing now, but the way he said it made me think.
And in return for flexibility, we're going to ask you to show us whether or not, and we asked to post the results on the internet. We encourage parents to take
Moderator is doing a good job.
The comparative results of schools.
Yeah, he used to be pretty stingent about like following the time, but he's letting them go at it today.
I believe if we find poor children trapped in schools that won't teach, we need to free the parents. I think we need to expand education savings accounts. It's something Vice presidential running mate supports. No, there's big differences of opinion. He won't support freeing local districts from the strings of federal money.
All right. How do you see the differences?
Well, first of all, I do have mandatory testing. I think the governor may not have heard what I said clearly. The voluntary national test is in addition to the mandatory testing that we require of states, all schools, all school districts, students themselves, and required teacher testing, which goes a step farther than Governor Bush has been willing to go. Here are a couple of differences, though, Jim. Governor Bush is in favor of vouchers, which take taxpayer money away from public schools and give them to private schools that are not accountable for how the money is used and don't have to take all applicants. Now, private schools play a great role in our society. All of our children have gone to both public schools and private schools. But I don't think private schools should have a right to take taxpayer money away from public schools at a time when Kaylee Ellis is standing in that classroom. Let me give you another example. I went to a school in Dade County, Florida, where the facilities are so overcrowded, the children have to eat lunch in shifts, with the first shift for lunch starting at 9:30 in the morning.
I thought when he said shift, I thought he said shit for a second. These kids have to eat their lunch in shit, all right? It's fucking crazy. What's happening in Florida?
Morning. Look, this is a funding crisis all around the country.
These kids have to go to Waffle House every day to eat.
As a percentage of the voting population, and there's the largest generation of students ever. We're in an information age when learning is more important than ever. 90% of our kids go to public schools. We have to make it the #1 priority. Modernize our schools, reduce the
2,000, baby.
Recruit new teachers, give every child a chance to learn with one-on-one time in a quality, high-quality, safe school. If it's a failing school, shut it down and reopen it under a new principal with a turnaround team of specialists, the way Governor Jim Hunt does in North Carolina. Here's another difference.
How do you do that, though? Shut this school down. Then where do all those kids go? How long does that take? Who's choosing the principal? There's so many questions I ask about that.
If it's a failing school, would leave the children in that failing school for 3 years.
That's some John Taffer energy, though.
Give a little bit of money to the parents, a down payment,
some bar rescue energy
for private school tuition, and pretend that would be enough for them to go out and go to a private school. It's an illusion.
Well, wait a minute. 30 seconds, Governor. Right?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. First of all, most good governance is at the state level. See, here's the mentality. I'm going to make the state do this. I'm going to make the state do that. All I'm saying is if you spend money, show us results, and test every year, which you do not do, Mr. Vice President. You do not test every year. You can say you do in the cameras, but you don't, unless you've changed your plan here on the stage. Secondly, and you need to test every year, because that's where you determine whether or not children are progressing to excellence. Secondly, one of the things that we've got to be careful about in politics is throwing money at a system that has not yet been reformed. More money is needed, and I spend more money. But step one is to make sure we reform the system to have the system in place that leaves no child behind, to stop this business about asking, gosh, how old are you?
There it is.
If
No
you're
child
10,
left
we're going to
behind.
put you here. If we're 12, we'll put you here. And start asking the question, what do you know? And if you don't know what you're supposed to know, we'll make sure you do early before it is too late.
New question. We've been talking
He
about a
said
lot of
it.
specific issues. It's often said that in the final analysis, about 90% of being the President of the United States is dealing with the unexpected, not with issues that came up in the campaign. Vice President Gore, can you point to a decision, an action you have taken that illustrates your ability to handle the unexpected, the crisis under fire, etc.?
Well, hypothetically, let's say if two planes hit the Twin Towers in New York City, here's what I would do.
When the action in Kosovo was dragging on,
What I would
and
do
we
is
were
just
searching
tell them
for
to fly
a
no
solution
planes
to
on
the
September
problem,
11th.
Our country had defeated the adversary on the battlefield without a single American life being lost in combat, but the dictator Milosevic was hanging on. I invited the former Prime Minister of Russia to my house and took a risk in asking him to get personally involved, along with the head of Finland, to go to Belgrade and to take a set of proposals from the United States.
See that? The Democrats
that
love
would
Russians that they're letting them into their own
basically a
homes.
surrender by Serbia, but it was a calculated risk that paid off. Now, I could probably give you some other examples of decisions over the last 24 years. I have been in public service for 24 years, Jim, and throughout all that time, the people I have fought for.
Now back in Texas, I got this witch doctor. I asked to tell me the future, and Jim, his name, and he's told me nothing bad will happen next year. Amen. Thank you.
Have been the middle class families, and I have been willing to stand up to powerful interests like the big insurance companies, the drug companies, the
Yeah, I mean, there's been
HMOs,
some
the oil
China
companies.
conversations in the Clinton debates,
They
but it
have
wasn't
good people,
as
and they
it wasn't
play
too much really.
Constructive roles sometimes, but sometimes they get too much power.
And then we looked it up.
With the people.
Putin was
Even
elected
when it means
like
that you have to
6
stand
months
up
before
to some
this
powerful
debate.
interests who are trying to turn the
I think actually like 4 or 5 months.
policies
But
and the laws to their advantage. That's you can see it in this campaign. The big drug companies support Governor Bush's prescription.
Gore actually
drug
got a
policy.
really good
They
like
oppose mine
dunk on
because
Bush
they
earlier
don't wanna
with
get Medicare
using
involved
Russia.
because they're afraid that
Because they were talking about
lower prices for seniors who currently pay the
Slovakia
highest
and like
prices
the
of all.
election there,
Governor Bush?
or
Well, I've been
Yugoslavia,
standing up to big Hollywood, big trial lawyers.
and Bush
what
was
was the question?
saying
It was
that,
about
oh, I would talk to
emergencies, wasn't
Russia
Well,
about supporting the
it was
election or
about-
whatever, and
well, yeah, okay.
Gore was like,
I,
well, they don't, because
You know, as governor,
they've said that they don't
one of the things
support
you
it.
have to deal with is catastrophe. I can remember the fires that swept Parker County, Texas. I remember the floods that swept our state. I remember going down to Del Rio, Texas. And I've got to
And I remember Hurricane Katrina.
I've got to pay the
I was there.
administration a compliment. James Lee Witt of FEMA has done a really good job of working with governors during times of crisis. But that's the time when you're tested not
Fires
only
from the towers and floods from 04.
Uh-huh.
Oh my God.
It's time you test your mettle. It's
So
the time to test your heart when you see people whose lives have been turned upside down. It broke my heart to go to the flood scene in Del Rio where a fellow and his family just got completely uprooted. The only thing I knew to do was to get aid as quickly as possible, which we did with state and federal help, and to put my arms around the man and his family and cry with him. But that's what governors
hugged it
do.
out.
Governors are
We hugged it out.
oftentimes found on the front line of catastrophic situations.
New question.
Unless your name is Ted Cruz.
There can be all kinds of crises.
Usually take vacations during those kind of times.
Question for you. There could be a crisis, for instance, in the financial area.
Yeah.
The stock market could take a tumble. There could be a
It will take a tumble. It will take some tumbles. Not too soon, but in time. Don't you worry.
failure of a major
Don't you worry.
financial institution. What is your general attitude toward government intervention in such events?
We bail them out. Duh.
Well, it depends. obviously, but what I would do first and foremost is I would get in touch with the Federal Reserve Chairman, Alan Greenspan, to find out all the facts and all the circumstances. I would have my Secretary of Treasury be in touch with the financial centers, not only here but at home. I would make sure that key members of Congress were called in to discuss the gravity of the situation, and I would come up with a game plan to deal with it. That's what governors end up doing. We end up being problem solvers. We come up with practical, common sense solutions for problems that we're confronted with. And in this case, in case of a financial crisis, I would gather all the facts before I made the decision as to what the government ought or ought not to do.
Oh, really? That's interesting that you said that you would gather all the facts before making a decision on something. Huh. Interesting.
President Gore?
Yeah, first I want to compliment the governor on his response to those fires and floods in Texas. I accompanied James Lee Witt down to Texas when those fires broke out. And
I was putting out
FEMA
the fires, actually.
Been a major
I was in the fire truck and
project
everything.
of our reinventing government efforts, and I agree, it works extremely well now. On the international,
that's how I would try to one-up him. I would just lie and just be like, well, yeah, it's cool that you were like helping the families, but like I was there, like trying to put out the fires. Like I saved 3 kids from a burning building. Okay, it was crazy. You should have been there.
Crises that come up. My friend Bob Rubin, former Secretary of Treasury, is here. He's a very close advisor to me and a great friend in all respects. I have had a chance to work with him and Alan.
Well, I mean, obviously, bad intel. Come on now. We all know they just want blood and a reason to be in the Middle East, because presidents during war also get votes. Let me tell you that.
Alan Greenspan and others on the crisis following the collapse of
also, everyone should go watch the Dick Cheney movie with Christian Bale.
Of worldwide recession that could
fantastic.
Affect our economy. And now, of course, the Euro's,
there's like a whole 30 minutes on 9/11
has been dropping
in that film.
Seems to be under control. But it started for me in the last 8 years when I had the honor of casting.
Because if you take Bush out of it, I don't think that's fair to do, but if you want to, Dick Cheney is like one of the evilest motherfuckers ever. And the dude should have been dead. And he got a freaking heart transplant.
The tie-breaking vote to end the old economic plan here at home and put into place a new economic plan that has helped us to make some progress. 22 million.
Dick Cheney shot a guy. Remember that?
New jobs and the greatest prosperity ever, but it's not good enough. And my attitude is, you ain't seen nothing yet. We need to do more and better.
So, Governor, would you agree there is no basic difference here on intervening, the federal government intervening in what might be seen by others to be a private financial crisis, if it's that severe?
No, there's no difference on that. There is a difference, though, as to what the economy has meant. I think the economy has meant more for the Gore and Clinton folks than the Gore and Clinton folks have meant for the economy. I think most of the economic growth that has taken place is a result of ingenuity and hard work and entrepreneurship. And that's the role of government, is to encourage that. But in terms of the response to the question, no.
Yeah, the economy was doing pretty good under Clinton, especially if you're looking at like inflation and unemployment.
Okay.
Can I comment on that?
You may.
See, I think that the American people.
I don't think it was like amazing, but it was a lot better than the last couple of years under Reagan.
For the great economy that we have, and it's their ingenuity. I agree with that. But they were working pretty hard 8 years ago, and they had ingenuity 8 years ago. The difference is we've got a new policy, and instead of concentrating on tax cuts mostly for the wealthy, I want tax cuts for the middle-class families, and I want to continue the prosperity and make sure that it enriches not just the few, but all of our families. Look, we have gone from the biggest deficits to the biggest surpluses. We've gone from a triple-dip recession during the previous 12 years to a tripling of the stock market. Instead of high unemployment, we've got the lowest African-American and lowest Latino unemployment rates ever in history. And 22 million new jobs. But it's not good enough too many people have been left behind. We have got to do much more, and the key is job training, education, investments in health care and education, the environment, retirement security, and incidentally, we have got to preserve Social Security, and I am totally opposed to diverting $1 out of every $6 away from the Social Security Trust Fund, as the governor has proposed, into the stock market. I want new incentives for savings and investment for the young couples who are working hard so they can save and invest on their own.
The young, hot and wild couples, baby.
Not at the expense of Social Security, as the governor
Give them the
proposes.
money.
2 points. One, a lot of folks are still waiting for that 1992 middle-class tax cut. I remember Vice President saying, just give us a chance to get up there. We're going to make sure you get tax cuts. It didn't happen. And now he's having to say it again. They've had their chance to deliver a tax cut to you. Secondly, the surest way to bust this economy is to increase the role and the size of the federal government. The Senate Budget Committee did a study of the Vice...
Wait a minute, you want to increase the size of the federal government? That's weird. I feel like a couple of Republicans ago, that was blasphemy.
Vice President's expenditures.
What is this?
They've projected that it could conceivably bust the budget by $900 billion. That means he's either going to have to raise your taxes by $900 billion or go into the Social Security surplus for $900 billion. This is a plan that is going to increase the bureaucracy by 20,000 people. His targeted tax cut is so detailed, so much fine print, that it's going to require numerous IRS agents. Now, we need somebody to simplify the code, to be fair, to continue prosperity by sharing some of the surplus with the people who pay the bills, particularly those at the bottom end of the economic ladder.
But if I could respond, Jim, what he's quoting is not the Senate Budget Committee. It is a partisan press release by the Republicans on the Senate Budget Committee that's not worth the government, the taxpayer-paid paper that it's printed on. Now, as for 20,000 new bureaucrats, as you call them, you know, the size of the federal government will go down in a Gore administration. In the Reinventing Government program, you just look at the numbers, it is 300,000 people smaller today than it was 8 years ago. Now, the fact is, you're going to have a hard time convincing folks that we were a whole lot better off 8 years ago than we are today. But that's not the question. The question is, will we be better off 4 years from now than we are today? And as for the surest way to threaten our prosperity, having a $1.9 trillion tax cut, almost half of which goes to the wealthy, and a $1 trillion Social Security privatization proposal is the surest way to put our budget into deficit, raise interest rates, and put our prosperity at risk.
I can't let the man continue with fuzzy math. It's $1.3 trillion, Mr. Vice President. It's going to go to everybody who pays taxes. I'm not going to be one of these kinds of presidents that said, you get tax relief and you don't. I'm not going to be a pick and chooser. What is fair is everybody who pays taxes ought to get relief.
I thought we cleared this up a while ago. New question on Social Security. Both of you have Social Security reform plans, and we could spend the rest of the evening and 2 or 3 other evenings talking about them in detail. We're not going to do that. But many experts,
all right, about 50 more minutes,
including Federal
with the
Reserve
first
Chairman
one here.
Greenspan, Vice President Gore, say that it will be impossible for either of you, essentially, to keep the system viable on its own during the coming baby boomers without either reducing benefits or increasing taxes. Do you disagree?
I do disagree, because if we can keep our prosperity going, if we can continue balancing the budget and paying down the debt, then the strong
They've been talking about the
economy
boomers for the last 3 freaking
And here's what I would do. Here's my
debates,
plan.
dude.
I will keep Social Security in a lockbox, and that pays down the national
tax on
debt
taxes.
and the interest savings.
Well, in America, we don't really have
Right
taxes
back
anymore,
into
so
Social Security.
wouldn't
That
be getting much
extends the
taxes
life
from
of
that.
Social Security for 55 years. Now, I think that it's very important to understand that cutting benefits under Social Security means that people like Winifred Skinner from Des Moines, Iowa, who's here, would really have a much harder time. because there are millions of seniors who are living almost hand to mouth. And you talk about cutting benefits, I don't go along with it. I am opposed to it. I'm also opposed to a plan that diverts $1 out of every $6 away from the
Hope the next debate is
Social Security,
another town hall. The town hall ones are the best ones, where the people get to ask them.
With the money that's paid into Social Security this year. The governor wants to divert $1 out of every $6 off into the stock market, which means that he would drain $1 trillion out of the Social Security Trust Fund in this generation, over the next 10 years, and Social Security under that approach would go bankrupt within this generation. His leading advisor on this plan actually said that would be okay because then the Social Security Trust Fund could start borrowing. It would borrow up to $3 trillion. Now, Social Security has never done that, and I don't think it should do that. I think it should stay in a lockbox, and I'll tell you this, I will veto anything that takes money out of Social Security for privatization or anything else other than Social Security.
Governor?
Well, I thought it was interesting that on the 2 minutes he spent about $1.5 million on my plan, which means he doesn't want you to know that what he's doing is loading up IOUs for future generations. He puts no real assets in the Social Security system. The revenues exceed the expenses in Social Security to the year 2015, which means all retirees are going to get the promises made. So for those of you who he wants to scare into the voting booth to vote for him, hear me loud and clear. A promise made will be a promise kept. And you bet we want to allow younger workers to take some of their own money. See, that's a difference of opinion. The Vice President thinks it's the government's money. The payroll taxes are your money. You ought to put it in prudent, safe investments so that $1 trillion over the next 10 years grows to be $3 trillion. The money stays within the Social Security system. It's a part of the Social Security system. He keeps claiming it's going to be out of Social Security. It's your money. It's a part of your retirement benefits. It's a fundamental difference between what we believe. I want you to have your own asset that you can call your own. I want you to have your own ass you can pass on from one generation to the next.
That ass is yours.
I want to get a better rate of return for your own money than the paltry 2% that the current Social Security Trust gets today. So Mr. Greenspan missed an opportunity to say there's a third way, and that is to get a better rate of return on the Social Security monies coming into the trust. There's $2.3 trillion of surplus that we can use to make sure younger workers have a Social Security plan in the future, if we're smart, if we trust workers, and if we understand the power of the compounding rate of interest.
Here's the difference. I give a new incentive for younger workers to save their own money and invest their own money, but not at the expense of Social Security, on top of Social Security. My plan is Social Security Plus. The governor's plan is Social Security
Plus. Oh, it's like Disney Plus.
Minus
$15 a month. You get more.
Benefits would be cut
get more content
by the amount that's diverted into the stock market, and if you make bad investments, that's too bad. But even before then, the problem hits because the money contributed to Social Security this year is an entitlement. That's how it works. And the money is used to pay the benefits for seniors this year. If you cut the amount going in, $1 out of every $6, then you have to cut the value of each check by $1 out of every $6 unless you come up with the money from somewhere else. I would like to know from the governor. I know we're not supposed to ask each other questions, but I'd be interested in knowing, does that $1 trillion come from the trust fund, or does it come from the rest of the budget?
No. There's enough money to pay seniors today in the current affairs of Social Security. The trillion comes from the surplus. Surplus is more money than needed. Let me tell you what your plan is. It's not Social Security Plus. It's Social Security plus huge debt is what it is. You leave future generations with tremendous IOUs. It's time to have a leader that doesn't put off, tomorrow what we should do today. It's time to have somebody to step up and say, look, let's let younger workers take some of their own money and under certain guidelines invest it in the private markets.
Bush trying to get that young vote?
The safest of federal investments yields 4%.
Dude, Gore is sighing so much
now. Rate of return than the current Social Security Trust does. There's a fundamental difference of opinion here, folks. Younger worker after younger worker. Here's my call that says I trust you. And you know what? The issue is changing because seniors now understand that the promise made will be a promise kept. But younger workers now understand we better have a government that trusts them And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Could I respond to that, Jim? This is a big issue. Could we do another round on it?
We're almost out of time.
Well, just briefly, when FDR established
Go get
Social
'em, Gore.
Security, they didn't call them IOUs. They call it the full faith and credit of the United States. If you don't have trust in that, I do. And if you take it out of the surplus in the trust fund, that means the trust fund goes bankrupt in this generation within 20 years.
Go ahead.
Well, this is a government that thinks a 2% rate of return on your money is satisfactory. It's not. This is a government that says younger workers can't possibly have their own asset. We need to think differently about the issue. We need to make sure our seniors get the promise made. But I'm going to tell you, if we don't trust younger workers to manage some of their own money with the Social Security surplus, to grow from $1 trillion to $3 trillion, it's going to be impossible to bridge the gap without what Mr. Gore's plan will do, causing huge payroll taxes or major benefit reductions.
New question.
Yes, sir.
Governor Bush, are there issues of character that distinguish you from Vice President Gore?
Well, man loves his wife, and I appreciate that a lot, and I love mine.
My God,
And
shut
the man
up.
loves his family a lot.
That is that's like the most Bud Light thing to say.
And I appreciate that because I love
Most
my
redneck
family.
thing to say.
I think the thing that discouraged me about the vice president was uttering those famous
my
words,
God.
no controlling legal authority. I felt like that
He
there
loves
needed
his wife and he loves to fish. I mean, shit, who doesn't?
to be a better
know?
sense of responsibility of what was going on in the White House. I believe that they've moved that sign, the buck stops here, from the Oval Office desk to the buck stops here on
The buck stops here. Biden. Yo, Biden's been criticized of stealing speeches back in the 80s. That's why he had to drop out of the primaries. Did Biden copy Bush and no one knew? The buck stops here. The buck stops with me.
the Lincoln
He just added Jack to it. That's all he did.
bedroom, and that's not good for the country.
Biden stole
It's not
Bush's
right. We need to have
ending
a
phrase here.
new look about how we conduct ourselves in office. There's
Sheesh.
huge trust. I see it all the time when people come up to me and say, I don't want you to let me down again. And we can do better than the past administration has done. It's time for a fresh start. It's time for a new look. It's time for a fresh start after a season of cynicism. And so
It's time for a new start, even though we went from one Bush to Clinton, and then we would go to another Bush again.
I don't know the man well, but I've been disappointed about how he and his administration has conducted the fundraising affairs. You know, going to a Buddhist temple and then claiming it wasn't a fundraiser is just not my view of responsibility.
What?
Vice President Gore?
So specific.
Well, I think we ought to attack our country's problems, not attack each other. I want to spend my time making this country even better than it is, not trying to make you out to be a bad person. You may want to focus on scandals. I want to focus on results. As I said a couple of months ago, I stand here as my own man, and I want you to see me for who I really am. Tipper and I have been married for 30 years. We became grandparents a year and a half ago. We've got 4 children. I have devoted 24 years of my life to public service, and I've said this before and I'll say it again. If you entrust me with the presidency, I may not be the most exciting politician, but I will work hard for you every day. I will fight for middle-class families and working men and women, and I will never let you down.
So, Governor, what are you saying when you mention the fundraising scandals or the fundraising charges that involved Vice President Gore? What are you saying that the voters should take from that that's relevant to this
I just
election?
think they ought to factor it in when they make their decision in the voting booth. Who can
And
do a
what-
better job? Pardon me?
In what way?
Well, I think that people need to be held responsible for the actions they take in life.
Yeah.
I think that,
Go ahead, excuse me.
well, I think that's part of the need for a cultural change. We need to say that each of us need to be responsible for what we do, and people in the highest office of the land must be responsible for decisions they make in life. And that's the way I've conducted myself as governor of Texas, and that's the way I'll conduct myself as president of the United States.
And that's how
Should
I'll
I be
remember you
fortunate
too,
enough to earn
Bush.
your vote.
Are you
All right.
saying all of this is irrelevant, Vice President Gore, to this
No,
election?
I think the American
The
people,
propaganda that you're just a cool painter or whatever now, and your best buds with Michelle Obama. You know, I don't worry, I'll remember that. I'll remember your actions.
Take
Don't
into
you worry.
account who we are as individuals, what our experience is, what our positions on the issues are, what our proposals are. I am asking you again to see me for who I really am. I'm offering you my own vision, my own experience, my own
usernames.
proposals.
What is the how do you say that?
This.
The Hagu?
This current
The
campaign
Hague?
financing system
The
has
Hagu?
not reflected credit
What is
on
that?
anybody in either party. And that's one of the reasons I've
What?
said before, and I'll pledge
I'm
here tonight.
totally missing that.
If I'm president, the very first bill that
The
Joe
gallows.
Lieberman
Okay,
and I
okay.
will send to the United States Congress is the McCain-Feingold campaign finance
I've never heard that
reform
before.
bill. And the reason it's that important is that all of the other issues, whether prescription drugs for all seniors that are opposed by the drug companies, or the Patient's Bill of Rights to take the decisions away from the
Yeah, that'll be the
HMOs
day
and
when
give them
the
to doctors and
any
nurses
US president
opposed
faces
by the
war
HMOs
crimes,
and insurance companies.
a
All of
war
these other
crime trial.
proposals
That'd be the
are
day.
going to be a lot easier to get passed for the American people if we limit the influence of special interest money and give democracy back to the American people. And I wish Governor Bush would join me this evening in endorsing the McCain-Feingold campaign finance reform bill.
Governor Bush?
John McCain.
You know, this man has no credibility on the issue. As a matter of fact, I read in the New York Times where he said he co-sponsored the McCain-Feingold campaign fundraising bill. But he wasn't in the Senate with Senator Feingold. And so, look, what you need to know about me is I'm going to uphold the law. I'm going to have an attorney general that enforces the law. That it's the time for campaign funding reform is after the election. This man has outspent me. The special interests are outspending me, and I am not going to lay down my arms in the middle of a campaign for somebody who has got no credibility on the issue.
Senator McCain said excuse me one sec, Vice President
Please.
Gore. Senator McCain said in August, it doesn't matter which one of you is President of the United States in January, there's going to be blood on the floor of the United States Senate, and he's going to tie up the United States Senate until campaign finance reform is passed that includes a ban on soft money. First of all, would you support that effort by him, or would you sign a bill that is finally passed that included?
Well, I would support an effort to ban corporate soft money and labor union soft money so long as there was dues checkoff. I've campaigned on this ever since the primaries. I believe there needs to be instant disclosure on the internet as to who's given to whom. I think we need to fully enforce the law. I mean, I think we need to have an attorney general that says if laws are broken, we'll enforce the law.
I think Citizens United was a couple years after this.
Look,
which allowed for
Governor
more
Bush,
corporate
you have,
lobbying
attacked my character
and super PACs and all that shit.
And I am not going to respond in kind. I think we ought to focus on the problems and not attack each other.
What's up, Trollamore? Yeah,
one
we're
of the
doing it.
Serious problems. Hear me well.
Just wrapping up the first one here.
Our system of government is being undermined.
Gore's crushing it.
By too much influence.
I think Gore won this
coming from
debate
special
pretty easily.
interest money. We have to get a handle on it. And like John McCain, I
think Bush has had a stronger second half of this debate, but it's not like Gore's just been killing it since
years ago.
Minute one.
I supported full
Can't
public
wait to find out who
financing
becomes
of all
president.
federal elections. And anybody who thinks I'm just saying it'll be the first
There
bill I send to
actually
the
has been
Congress,
too much
I want you to
environmental
know,
conversation.
I care passionately about
There was one
this,
question about
and I will
oil
fight
consumption,
until
but
it becomes law.
he has
I want
not
people
said
to know what he
global
just said.
warming
He is
yet.
for full public financing of congressional elections. I'm absolutely adamantly opposed to that. I don't want the government financing congressional elections.
I know.
And sorry.
I would just say on that wonderful note of disagreement, we have to stop here, and we want to go now to your closing statements. Governor Bush is first. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Jim. Thank the University of Massachusetts. Mr. Vice President, thank you. It's been a good, lively exchange. Obviously, we have huge differences of opinion. Mine is that I want to empower people in their own lives. I also want to go to Washington to get some positive things done. It's going to require a new spirit, a spirit of cooperation. It's going to require the ability of a Republican president to reach out across the partisan
they've
divide
been
and to
Al
say to
Gore has been
Democrats, let's come
interrupting
together
and breaking
do
some of the
what's right
rules,
for
but in a
America.
kind of cool
It's been
way.
my record as governor of Texas. It'll be how I conduct myself.
Did he say
if
positive?
fortunate
I
enough
don't
to
know.
earn your vote as
Maybe.
president of the United States. I want to finally get something done on
They clearly
Medicare.
don't like each other.
I want to make sure prescription drugs are available for all seniors. And I want seniors to have additional choices when it comes to choosing their health care plans. I want to
Gore
finally
has
get
been
something done on
sighing. You
Social
can hear him
Security.
sighing at some
I wanna
points.
make
He's done it
sure
at
the
least 12
seniors
times.
have the promise made, will be a promise kept, but I want younger workers to be able to manage some of their own money, some of their own payroll taxes in the private sector under certain guidelines to get a better rate of return on your own money. I want to rebuild our military to keep the peace. I want to have a strong hand when it comes to the United States and world affairs. I don't want to try to put our troops in all places
Bush.
at all times. I don't want to be the world's policeman. I want to be the world's peacemaker by having a military of high morale and a military that's well equipped. I want to have anti-ballistic missile systems to protect ourselves and our allies from a rogue nation that may try to hold us hostage or blackmail a friend. I also want to make sure our education system fulfills its hope and promise. I've had a strong record of working with Democrats and Republicans in Texas to make sure no child is left behind.
There it is.
I understand the limited role of the federal government, but it can be a constructive role when it comes to reform by insisting that there be strong accountability systems. Now, my intentions are to earn your vote and earn your confidence. I'm asking for your vote. I want you to be on my team, and for those of you working, thanks from the bottom of my heart. And for those of you making up your mind, I'd be honored to have your support.
Imagine knocking on doors from George W.
I want to thank
Bush.
everybody who watched and listened tonight, because this is indeed a crucial time in American history. We're at a fork in the road. We have this incredible prosperity, but a lot of people have been left behind. And we have a very important decision to make. Will we use the prosperity to enrich all of our families and not just the few? One important way of looking at this is to ask, who are you going to fight for? Throughout my career in public service, I have fought for the working men and women of this country, middle-class families.
Oh, yeah, I mean, every election
Because
is the
you
most
are
important
ones
election,
who
of
have
course.
the hardest time paying taxes, the hardest time making ends meet. You are the ones who are making car payments and mortgage payments and doing right by your kids, and a lot of times their powerful forces arrayed against you. And make no mistake about it, they do have undue influence in Washington, D.C.
I will say this
And it
election
makes a
definitely has some
difference
what
if
ifs
you have
to
a
it.
president who will fight
At least
for
from
you.
an environmental
I know one
perspective.
thing about the position of president. It's the only position in our Constitution that's filled by an individual who is given the responsibility to fight not just for one state or one district or the well-connected or wealthy, but to fight for all of the people, including especially
they talked about Supreme
those who
Court
most
justice
need
earlier.
somebody who will stand
And that
up
was
and
true
take on
to a
whatever
degree.
powerful forces might stand in the way.
Bush
There's a
put in
woman named
Clarence
Winifred
Thomas.
Skinner here tonight from Iowa. I mentioned her earlier. She's 79 years old. She has Social Security. I'm not going to cut her benefits or support any proposal that would. She gets a small pension, but in order to pay for her prescription drug benefits, she has to go out 7 days a week, several hours a day, picking up cans. She came all the way from Iowa in a Winnebago with her poodle in order to attend here tonight. And I want to tell her, I am going to fight for
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance they
prescription
would have
drug
not done
benefit
anything
for
different,
all
but
seniors, and I'm going to fight for the people of this country for a prosperity that benefits all.
I just wonder
And we will
if
continue
climate
this dialogue
change
next
and
week on October the 11th at Wake Forest University in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. The format
Wake
then will
Forest.
be more informal, more conversational
good.
with the two candidates
So we're saving like
seated at
20
the
minutes
table
here.
with me. The third will be October 17th at Washington University.
I just wonder that if he won and kept talking about environmental issues, I wonder if we'd be further along with environment stuff here in the United States. Because Bush clearly didn't give two shits.
In St. Louis.
He literally said,
That will
"Yeah, we
follow a
should
town hall
we
type
should
format. Also ahead, the day after tomorrow,
drill in
on October
Alaska."
5th, there's the 90-minute debate between the Democratic candidate for Vice President, Senator Joe Lieberman, and the Republican candidate, former Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney. It will be held at Center College in Danville, Kentucky. The moderator will be Bernard Shaw of CNN. Thank you, Governor Bush, Vice President Gore. See you next week. And for now, from Boston, I'm Jim Lara. Thank you and good night.
Yeah, I think they accidentally left like 20 minutes of just. Yeah, because they're supposed to be like, they usually have their like, watch other videos here or whatever, and they messed up. Why is there a spike here? Oh, people just skipping. Okay. All right, so that's the first one. That was October 3rd. And then 5 days later, I think that's crazy. 5 days later, have another hour-and-a-half debate. Crazy. I'm gonna see if I can get a soda or something that is... Oh shit. Did I click the wrong one? Hold up. You're right, spoilers. Sorry. Hold up, I clicked the wrong one. Where's Bush versus Gore? Second debate. Sorry, folks. Hold up. I clicked the wrong link. I have my list. Wait, Bush, I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. I didn't want to spoil it like that. Did I really click the wrong one, or did I link the wrong one? No, I just clicked the wrong one, I guess. Okay. October 11th. Okay, that makes more sense. It's not 5 days apart. It's like an extra week. It was a town hall. Hell yeah. This one's a town hall. Okay, good. This one's gonna be good. This one's gonna be good, folks. Town halls are the best debates, in my opinion. Because we get actual Americans asking questions, and it's in a much more casual setting. I don't know, I just dig the vibes more. It's not so proper. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna go get a drink because it's really hot in here. I'm also wearing sweatpants because I got a tattoo on my leg and I'm trying to cover it up, keep it concealed from the environments. But my everything's sweating. So I'll be right back. Alright. I am back, and we got some Coke mixed with some honey whiskey. Some Colorado honey whiskey. So we'll see how it goes. And I just eyeballed it, so we'll see if it's good. And I think it's cherry Coke too, so it might be actually gross. We'll see. I thought it was regular Coke. Oh well. Let's get into it. October 11th. Heck, can't hear anything? Hello? Oh, he's just muted. He's just muted. Okay.
Carolina. I'm Jim Lara of the NewsHour on PBS. Welcome to this second election 2000
this is
debate
not a town hall?
between the Republican candidate for president, Governor George W. Bush of Texas, and the Democratic candidate, Vice President Al Gore. These debates are...
It says the third debate was a 90-minute town hall. So we got to wait for the good one.
Sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. The format and the rules are...
What's up, Mom? Everyone say hello to my mom, U-Ball, right there.
Only the subjects tonight and the questions are mine.
Everyone say hello.
The format tonight is that of a conversation. The only prevailing rule is that no single response can ever
no, everyone say hello to my mom. Mom, you don't have to say hello.
For the audience here in the hall
can't say hello,
is, as always, absolute quiet, please. Good evening, Governor Bush, Vice President Gore. The end of our 90 minutes.
All right, Mom. This is a good question right here, and you have to be honest. You voted for Gore? Okay, you answered my question. I was going to ask, did you do the right thing?
Last week in Boston, the total time each of you took was virtually the same. Let's see if we can do the same tonight or come close. Governor Bush, the first question goes to you. One of you is about to be elected the leader of the single most powerful nation in the world, economically.
What do you mean, obviously not the right choice?
Militarily,
Gore is clearly so much better than Bush. Come on now. Yeah, the right thing would have been preventing 9/11, right? Oh wait, so this is a different setup though. They're sitting like at a round table together.
Guiding principles for exercising
this is interesting.
Power?
I have. I have. First question is, what's in the best interest of the United States?
Oh, you only vote for winners. Right.
What's in the best interests of our people? When it comes to foreign policy, that'll be my guiding question. Is it in our nation's interests? Peace in the Middle East is in our nation's interests. Having a hemisphere that is free for trade and peaceful is in our nation's interests. Strong relations in Europe is in our nation's interests.
I kind of like Bush's tie, though. I kind of like the stars.
I also understand that an administration is not one person, but an administration is
they're close enough to kiss, but will they?
Dedicated citizens who are called by the president to serve the
Peace
country,
in the Middle East is our nation's interest. Yeah, right.
Himself. And so I've thought about an administration
LOL.
of people who represent all America, but people who understand my compassionate and conservative philosophy.
It's actually pretty good.
I started naming names except for one person, and that's Mr. Richard Cheney, who I thought did a great job the other night. He's a vice presidential nominee who represents, who I think people got. It's
like he's on a date. Yeah,
he's a man of solid judgment, and he's going to be a person.
I like how they haven't shown, like they didn't show him at first. So it was just him. It was just Jim, and then they pan over to this. So is Gore sitting to the right?
On my side, one of
They're
the
not
things
even
I've
showing
done
him.
in Texas is I've been able to.
It's like
put
a
together
reveal.
A good team of people. I've been able to set clear goals. The goals ought to be an education system that leaves no child behind, Medicare for our seniors, a Social Security system that's safe and secure, foreign policy that's in our nation's interest, and a strong military, and then bring people together to achieve those goals. That's what a chief executive officer does. So I've thought long and hard about the honor of being the President of the United States.
Vice President Gore?
Yes, Jim, I've thought a lot about that particular question.
The speed date.
I see our greatest national strength.
All right, I'm not feeling the tie though. I mean, I appreciate he went for Democrat blue this time, but I do not like the little stripes in there. I don't like that.
I see it as a question of values. It is a great tribute to our founders that
we need a U.S. president to. Our U.S. presidential candidate to come out in a debate wearing a Japanese video game developer outfit, like just the dress jacket, but then just having like a graphic tee underneath. I think that would go really hard.
124 years later, this nation is now
that would get some votes, I think, just on that alone.
By the peoples on every other continent and the peoples from every part of this earth as a kind of model for what their future could be. And I don't think that's just the kind of exaggeration that we take pride in as Americans. It's really true. Even the ones that sometimes shake their fists at us, as soon as they have a change that allows the people to speak freely, they're wanting to develop some kind of blueprint that will help them be like us more. Freedom, free markets, political freedom. So I think first and foremost, our power ought to be wielded in ways that form a more perfect union. The power of example.
Sega versus Nintendo 2000
America's
colorized.
greatest power in the world. And
is
that
the
means,
Green
for
Party
example, standing up
Xbox.
for human rights. It means addressing the problems of injustice and inequity along lines of race and ethnicity here at home. Because
usernames, I mean, like we didn't give it to them. I think they just picked red.
In all these other places around the world where they're having these terrible problems, when they feel hope, it is often because they see.
Carter had a cool, his campaign had a cool like green, like he used a lot of green colors actually for his campaign.
Of their potential. So we've got to enforce.
This year the PS2 came out and murdered Sega. That's true.
Things like racial profiling.
Carter had an Atari.
And we have to keep our military strong. We have the strongest military. And I'll do whatever is necessary, if I'm president, to make sure that it stays that way. But our real power comes, I think, from our values.
Should the people of the world look at the United States?
All right, his tie is in 1970. That is not rolling right now.
Should they fear us?
Looks like a carpet.
Welcome our involvement.
Like an ugly carpet at grandma's house. Come on.
In the world?
Awful.
How would you project us around the world as president?
Looks like a couch.
Well, I think they'll look at us as a
grandma's couch,
as a country that understands freedom, where it doesn't matter who you are or how you're raised or where you're from, that you can succeed. I don't think they'll look at us with envy.
How old is Al Gore
Really
here?
depends upon how
He's
our
75
nation
now,
conducts itself in
so
foreign policy. If we're an arrogant nation, they'll resent
what
us.
is that,
If we're a
50
humble
something?
nation, but strong, they'll welcome us. And our nation stands
52?
stands
Is that how
alone
the
right
math
now in the
works
world
out?
in terms of power?
50
And
some?
that's why we've got to be humble, and yet project strength in a.
I mean, Bush
in a
here
way
isn't
that
too old
promotes
either. I
freedom.
think
So
he's in
I
his
don't think they'll look at us in any way other
early
than what we are.
60s.
We're a freedom-loving nation, and if we're an arrogant nation, they'll view us that way. But if we're a humble nation, they'll respect us.
A humble nation?
Yeah, George W.
that.
Bush is
I agree
76,
with
so they're
that.
both in their 50s.
I think that one of the problems that we have faced in the world is that we are so much more powerful than any single nation has been in relationship to the rest
Now
of
we
the world.
have the most
Than at any
oldest
time in history
dudes running for president
that
now.
I know about anyway. That there is some resentment of U.S.
The
power.
Michael
so
Scott
I think
cut.
that the idea of humility is an important one. But I think that we also have to have a sense of mission in the world. And we have to protect our capacity to push forward what America is all about. That means not only military
JFK
strength
was the
and
youngest
our
president.
values, it also means
He was,
keeping our
I
economy
think
strong.
What?
You know, in the last 2 decades ago,
Yeah, he was like 40
it
something,
was
I think.
routine for leaders of foreign countries to come over here and say, you guys have got to do something
Obama was
about
pretty
these
young, though.
horrendous deficits because it's causing tremendous problems for the rest
But
of
like,
the world.
remember we
And
were
lectured
reading
to all the time.
back in the
fact
80s,
that we
Joe
have
Biden
the
ran for
strongest
president
economy
when
in
he was really
history
young.
Today. It's not good enough. We need to do more. But the fact that it is so strong enables
Bush has
us
been-
to
or Bush,
project the
Biden's been in the
power for
game for
good
a
that
long
America
time.
can represent.
Does that give us, does our wealth, our good economy, our power bring with it special obligations to the rest of the world?
No.
Yes, it does. Take, for example, third world debt. I think we ought to be
Clinton was younger? I guess that makes sense. Clinton was pretty young.
I think, for example, if we're convinced that
It was just
a
Clinton's
third
gray
world country
hair
that's got a lot
that
of
like
debt
made him
would-
look older.
would reform itself, that the money wouldn't go into the hands of a few, but would go to
Yeah.
help people. Then I think
The
it
thing
makes
with
sense for
Biden
us
too
to
is
use our
like
wealth in that way.
he thinks I really
Or
do believe he
trade
thinks
debt
he's
for-
doing the right things with
for
some things
valuable
because
rainforest lands.
he believes in these certain
Makes that much
rules that are
sense.
from
Yes,
1970
we
and
do have an
1980. That's
obligation
how he
in the world,
that's
but
how
we
he
can't
does
be all
politics.
things to all people. We can help build coalitions, but we can't put our troops all around the world. We can lend money, but we've got to do it wisely. We shouldn't be lending money to corrupt
Based,
officials.
Ethan, base.
So we got to be guarded in our generosity.
The ruling class would rather live in a
let's go
dying,
through some of the
rather
specifics.
rule a
New
dying world than a
question,
world in which they do not rule.
Vice President
Yep.
Gore, the governor mentioned the Middle East. Here we're talking
'Cause here's the thing.
of the game about diplomatic
I mean,
power.
climate change is already here, like I was talking about earlier. You can see the effects of it already. But when it's going to get worse and worse, we're going to have mass immigration. If anything, there's probably be even more xenophobia than there is already. And, in the United States, we'll have access. Maybe not all of us will be able to afford it. All of us will have access to probably still live a quote-unquote decent life under these circumstances. But the wealthy, it won't affect them because they can always afford it. And they'll have access to all the air conditioning, all the water, fresh water. They'll have access to everything, so they'll always be fine.
What do you think the United States should do now?
I mean, shit, and like Blade Runner, for example, like all of them go off Earth because Earth gets so fucked up, but they leave everyone on Earth to just
now to resolve that conflict
work for it.
over there?
The first priority has to be on ending the violence, dampening down the tensions that have risen there. We need to call upon Syria to release the 3 Israeli soldiers
Cowboy Bebop,
who
yeah.
were captured. We need to insist that
We need to watch
Arafat
more of that. We with Bryn being gone,
send
we
out
haven't got a chance to watch
halt some
any
of
more
the,
episodes.
provocative acts of violence that have been going on. I think that we also have to keep a weather eye toward Saddam Hussein because he's.
I should have worn my Saddam Hussein and Bush T-shirt that I have, where it says it's like a Looks like a boxing match,
once
like
again, make threats.
poster.
He needs to understand that he's not only dealing.
It's like
with
Mother of
Israel,
Bombs or whatever.
He is
I think it says on it.
dealing with us if he.
Maybe I'll wear
if
it
he
for
is
4th
making
of
the
July.
kind of threats that he's talking about there. The use of diplomacy in this situation has already. Well, it goes hour by hour and day by day now. It's a very tense situation there. But in the last 24 hours, there has been some subsiding.
All right, usernames.
Of the
Thanks for
violence.
popping in.
It's too much to hope.
Have a good night.
This is
Across the sea.
going to continue, but I do hope that it will continue. Our country has been very active with regular conversations with the leaders there.
Yeah, that was how the movie ended.
We just
Remember
have to take it
the
day
Postal
to day
movie?
right now. But one thing I would say where diplomacy is concerned, Israel should feel absolutely secure about one thing. Our bonds with Israel are larger than agreements or disagreements on some.
That was honestly probably their only
details
like
of
decent joke in
diplomatic
that whole movie.
Initiatives. They are historic, they are strong, and they are enduring. And our ability to serve as
And it's not even really wasn't really even well put together.
Is something that we need to shepherd.
Governor?
Well, I think during the campaign, particularly now during this difficult period, we ought to be speaking with one voice, and I appreciate the way the administration has worked hard to calm the tensions. Like the Vice President, I call on Chairman Arafat to have his people pull back to make the peace. I think credibility is going to be very important in the future in the Middle East. I want everybody to know, should I be the president, Israel is going to be our friend. I'm going to stand by Israel. Secondly, that I think it's important to reach out to moderate Arab nations like Jordan and Egypt, Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. It's important to be friends with people when you don't eat each other so that when you do, there's a strong bond of friendship. And that's going to be particularly important in dealing not only with situations such as
Butch
now
just wants to make
Israel,
friends
but
with everybody, guys.
Saddam Hussein, the coalition against Saddam has fallen apart, or it's unraveling, let's put it that way. The sanctions are being violated. We don't know whether he's developing weapons of mass destruction. He better not be, or there's going to be a consequence should I be the president. But it's important to have credibility, and credibility is formed by being strong with your friends and resolute in your determination.
We're still waiting to find them to this
One of the
day.
reasons why I think it's important for this nation
Any day
to
now,
develop
guys.
an anti-ballistic missile system that we can share with our allies in the Middle East if need be to keep the peace, to be able to say to the Saddam Husseins of the world or the Iranians, don't dare threaten our friends. It's also important to keep a strong ties in the Middle East with credible ties because of the energy crisis we're now in. After all, a lot of the energy is produced from the Middle East. And so I appreciate what the administration is doing. I hope to get a sense of, should I be fortunate enough to be the president, how my administration will react to the Middle East.
So you don't believe, Vice President Gore, that we should take sides in this, resolve this right now? A lot of people pushing, hey, the United States should declare itself and not be so neutral in this particular situation.
Well, we stand with Israel, but we have maintained the ability to serve as an honest broker. And one of the reasons that's important is that Israel cannot have direct dialogue with some of the people on the other side of conflicts, especially during times of tension, unless that dialogue comes through us. And if we throw away that ability to serve as an honest broker, then we will have thrown away a strategic asset that's important not only to us but also to Israel.
You agree with that, Governor?
I do. I do think this, though. I think that when it comes to timetables, it can't be a United States timetable as to how discussions take place. It's got to be a timetable that all parties can agree to, other than like the Palestinians.
I hate that with Nightbot. I set it up to where they shouldn't overlap, and they still
do. It's going to have
do.
to be a peace that's good for both sides, and therefore the term "honest broker" makes sense. Whether this current administration has worked hard to keep the parties at the table, I will try to do the same thing. But it won't be on my timetable. It'll be on a timetable that people are comfortable with in the Middle East.
People watching here tonight very interested in Middle East policy, and they're so interested that they want to base their vote on differences between the two of you as president, how you would handle Middle East policy. Is there any difference?
Is that really like a...
I haven't heard a big difference in the last few exchanges.
Well, I think it's hard to tell. I think that
it's such a weird thing to vote on. Like, I'm going to vote on just Middle East relationships.
Situation better. I mean,
we don't. Saddam Hussein, you mean?
Yes, and
you could get him out of there.
And I guess you feel like from the Middle East, maybe.
I presume this administration would as well.
Yeah, I mean, you'd probably care for it, but is it like that being your single issue? It would be interesting.
Isn't as strong as it used to be. He is a danger. We don't want him.
I mean, it wasn't. I wouldn't say it was not cordial, the last debate.
It's going to be hard to. Important to rebuild that coalition.
Because Al Gore was interrupting a lot and breaking the rules, which was actually really cool.
I do.
He seemed very confident in doing it.
Well,
if that makes sense.
When I got to be a part of the current administration,
and I don't think they like each other, actually.
It was right after I was one of
Bush even made a point to saying, I don't even know him that much.
Party to support former President Bush.
It's not like nasty, though, necessarily, but
war resolution.
None of them really have been.
At the end of that war,
too much. I mean, there was
for whatever reasons. It was not finished in a way that removed Saddam Hussein.
I'm trying to remember. I feel like the Reagan one was a little.
And explanations.
Reagan.
But the fact is,
I don't know, Reagan's is Reagan. You know what I mean?
That's the situation that was left when I got there.
He used his boomer humor to kind of mock his.
Now I want to go further.
Adversaries.
I want to give robust support to the groups that are trying to overthrow Saddam Hussein. And I know there are allegations that they're too weak to do it, but that's what they said about the forces that were opposing Milosevic in Serbia. And you know, the policy of enforcing sanctions against Serbia has just resulted in a spectacular victory for democracy just in the past week. And it seems to me that having taken so long to see the sanctions work there, building upon the policy of containment that was successful over a much longer period of time against the former Soviet Union and the communist bloc, seems a little early to declare that we should give up on the sanctions. I know the governor's not necessarily saying that, but you know, all of these flights that have come in, all of them have been in accordance with the sanctions regime, I'm told, except for 3 where they notified. And they're trying to break out of the box. There's no question about it. I don't think they should be allowed to.
Did he correct you? Did he state your position correctly? You're not calling for eliminating the sanctions, are you?
No, of course not. Absolutely not. I want him to be tougher.
Right. No, of course not.
Let's go on to Milosevic and Yugoslavia, and it falls into the area of our military power. Governor, new question. Should the fall of Milosevic be seen as a triumph for U.S. military intervention?
I think it's a triumph. I thought that the President made the right decision in joining NATO and bombing Serbia. I supported him when they did so. I called upon the Congress not to hamstring the administration.
Wait, they bombed Serbia? Damn.
And in terms of forcing troop withdrawals on a timetable that wasn't in necessarily our best interest or fit our nation's strategy. And so I think it's good public policy. I think it worked, and I'm pleased I made the decision I made. I'm pleased the President made the decision he made, because freedom took hold in that part of the world, and there's a lot of work left to be done, however.
But you think it would not have happened? Do you think that Milosevic would not have fallen if the United States and NATO had not intervened militarily? Is this a legitimate use of our military power?
Yes, I think it is, absolutely. I don't think he would have fallen had we not used force. And I know there's some in my party that disagreed with that sentiment, but I supported the President. I thought he made the right decision to do so. I didn't think he necessarily
Bush loves
his
bombs, dude.
Off the table right before we committed ourselves offensively, but nevertheless, it worked. The administration deserves credit for having made it work. It is important for NATO to have it work. It's important for NATO to be strong and confident to help keep the peace in Europe. And one of the reasons I felt so strongly that the United States needed to participate was because of our relations with NATO. Mm-hmm. And NATO is going to be an important part of keeping the peace in the future. Now, there's more work to do. It remains to be seen whether or not there's going to be a political settlement to Kosovo. And I certainly hope there is one. I've also on record as saying at some point in time, I hope our European friends become the peacekeepers in Bosnia and in the Balkans. I hope that they put the troops on the ground so that we can withdraw our troops and focus our military on fighting and winning war.
Vice President.
Well, I've been kind of a hardliner on this issue for more than 8 years. When I was in the Senate before I became Vice President, I was pushing for stronger action against Milosevic.
Wow, still watching
Because
them.
the
David,
deaths of so many people,
I'm not messing around
he
here.
was the last
We're watching
Communist Party
every
boss
single
there,
one.
And then he became a dictator.
How much
that,
longer? Dude, we're not even
by some other
halfway.
label, he was still essentially.
This is the start of the second one. There's 3 in total. And I thought this one was the town hall one. This is a new format, by the way. 2 of them sitting at like a round desk with the moderator. But the third one, because the first Clinton, Bush, and Perot debates, they had this town hall segment. And those are my favorites so far, and that should be the third one. So after the second one, there's the town hall style, which is where
Serbian politics.
it's even more casual than this. They all stand in like a circular room, and then they have like 200 Americans in there who can ask questions. And it's cool to like see actual like average people ask the questions. You know,
going to try to be actively involved. He is an
30 minutes more. We got
he should be held accountable.
Almost 2 hours more.
I did want to pick up on one of the statements earlier, and maybe I've heard the previous statements wrong, Governor. In some of the discussions we've had about when it's appropriate for the U.S. to use force around the world, at times the standards that you've laid down have given me the impression that if it's something like a genocide taking place, or what they called ethnic cleansing in Bosnia, that alone would not be, that wouldn't be the kind of situation that would cause you to think that the U.S. ought to get involved with troops. Now, there have to be other factors involved for me to want to be involved, but by itself, that to me can bring into play a fundamental American strategic interest, because I think it's based on our values. Now, have I got that wrong?
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. I'm trying to figure out who the questioner was.
Right.
If I think it's in our nation's strategic interest, I'll commit troops.
They should have them both sitting on a couch or something. Make them get more close.
Keep Milosevic in check because of our relations in NATO. And that's why I took the position.
But yeah, this desk is like a freaking
like for NATO to be strong and confident. I felt like
an office meeting
harm NATO.
Meeting room.
And so it depends on the situation, Mr. Vice President.
Well, let's stay on the subject for a moment. New question related to this.
It's a dinner date for sure.
In the last 20 years,
someone should bring out breadsticks or something.
Involved in the introduction of U.S. ground.
Oh, a presidential debate at like an Olive Garden would be kind of cool.
Lebanon, Grenada, Panama, the Persian Gulf, Somalia, Bosnia, Haiti, Kosovo. If you had been president,
or doing like a hot ones
interventions, would any
a
of
hot
those
ones debate
not have happened?
So they have to eat the wings, and can all the president's
Lebanon?
candidates get through the wings?
I thought that was a mistake.
Grenada?
I supported that.
Panama?
I supported that one.
Persian Gulf?
Yes, I voted for it, supported it.
Somalia?
Well, of course, and that again, no, I think that was ill-considered. I did support it at the time. It was in the previous administration, in the Bush-Quayle administration. And I think in retrospect, the lessons there are ones that we should take very, very seriously.
Bosnia?
Oh, yes.
Haiti?
Yes.
And then Kosovo.
He's talking about war, but I just like the idea of like the actual questions, like, what do you think of him? You like him? Yeah. No. Yeah.
Think about that.
Would you go there on vacation?
Want me to do it with you?
Yeah, yeah.
Go through each one? No. You want to go? I mean, Lebanon?
No, I'm fine. I'll make a couple of comments.
Absolutely, sure.
Somalia started off as a humanitarian mission and then changed into a nation-building mission, and that's where the mission went wrong. The mission was changed, and as a result, our nation paid a price. And so I don't think our troops ought to be used for what's called nation-building. I think our troops ought to be used to fight and win war. I think our troops ought to be used to
find weapons of mass destruction.
A dictator. That's when it's in our best interests. But in this case, it was a nation-building exercise. And same with Haiti. I wouldn't have supported either.
What about Lebanon?
Yes.
Grenada?
Yes.
Panama?
Yes.
Obviously, the
some of them I got a conflict of interest on,
right.
if you know what I mean.
I do.
Wait, what does he mean by that?
You're the Persian Gulf, obviously. And,
Yeah.
Oh, he's about the Gulf War?
and Bosnia, and you've already talked about Kosovo. But the reverse side of the question, Governor, that Vice President Gore mentioned, for instance, 600,000 people died in Rwanda in 1994. There was no U.S. intervention. There was no intervention from the outside world. Was that a mistake not to intervene?
I think the administration did the right thing in that case. I do. It was a horrible situation. No one liked to see it on our, on our TV screens, but it's a case where we need to make sure we've got a, kind of a early warning system in place in places where there could be ethnic cleansing and genocide the way we saw it there in Rwanda. And that's a case where we need to use our influence to have countries in Africa come together and help deal with the situation. The administration, it seems like we're having a great love fest tonight. But
I like how he's saying, yeah, we'll use troops or military intervention to win wars in a vague statement like that. But then he brings up Rwanda and he's like, yeah, we did the right thing, not like stopping that as we saw it happening.
Administration made the right
Everyone saw happening. Like they're like, yeah.
decision on training Nigerian.
Not saying like, what I mean? I'm not saying like we should, if I was in charge, I would have sent troops or anything. I'm just saying it's just interesting that like he puts more emphasis on like war and conflict as like a thing we need to win and not, stopping genocide.
For situations just such as this in Rwanda. And so I thought they
Like
made the right decision.
pro-
to send US
You're
troops
pro
into
bloodshed
Rwanda.
in the sense of war,
Do you
and
have any
then
second thoughts
you're
on
still
that,
pro
based
blood.
on
I guess
what
actually it's
you know
consistent.
about
He's pro bloodshed no matter what. I
I'd
guess.
like to come back to the question of nation building, but let me address this
we'll do
question
that in a
directly
minute.
first. Fine. We did actually send troops into Rwanda to help with the humanitarian relief measures. My wife Tipper, who's here, actually went on a military plane with General Shalikashvili on one of those flights.
My
But
wife.
I think in retrospect, we were too late getting in there. We could have saved more lives if we had acted earlier. But I do not think that it was an example of a conflict where we should have put our troops in to try to separate the parties. For this reason, Jim, one of the criteria that I think is important in deciding when and if we should ever get involved around the world is whether or not, if our national security interest is involved, if we can really make the difference with military force, if we tried everything else, if we have allies. In the Balkans, we had allies, NATO, ready, willing, and able to go and carry a big part of the burden. In Africa, we did not. Now, our countries tried to create an Africa crisis response team there, and we've met some resistance. We have had some luck with Nigeria, but in Sierra Leone, and that now that Nigeria has become a democracy, and we hope it stays that way, then maybe we can build on that. But because we had no allies, and because it was very unclear that we could actually accomplish what we would want to accomplish by putting military forces there, I think it was the right thing not to jump in as hard.
Basically saying there's no anything to gain from the U.S. getting involved because there's no. He's like, yeah, we have no allies there, I mean, obviously, just we have. If it was Israel doing potentially bad things to somebody, we would obviously stop that. Oh wait,
Heartbreaking as it was, but I think we should have come in much quicker with the humanitarian mission.
So what would you say?
if there's no money involved, no economic benefit, we won't give a shit. Go ahead, do the genocide.
Governor,
Go
that
for it.
somebody would say, hey, wait a minute, why not Africa? I mean, why?
And if you are an ally, go ahead, go do whatever you want. Just try to keep it on the down low.
The Middle East, why the Balkans, but not Africa, when 600,000 people's lives are at risk?
Well, I understand, and Africa's important, and we've got to do a lot of work in
But not as important as the Europeans.
Africa to promote democracy and trade. And there's some, as the Vice President mentioned Nigeria. It's a fledgling democracy. We've got to work with Nigeria. It's an important continent, but there's got to be priorities. And Middle East is a priority for a lot of reasons.
Oh yeah, a lot of reasons.
This is Europe and the Far East and our own hemisphere, and those are my 4 top priorities should I be the president. It's not to say we won't be engaged, nor should we work hard to get other nations to come together to prevent atrocity. I thought the best example of a way to handle a situation was East Timor, when we provided logistical support to the Australians, support that only we can provide. I thought that was a good model. But we can't be all things to all people in the world, Jim. And I think that's where maybe the Vice President and I begin to have some differences. I am worried about overcommitting our military around the world. I want to be judicious in its use. You mentioned Haiti. I wouldn't have sent troops to Haiti. I didn't think it was a mission worthwhile. It was a nation-building mission. And it was not very successful. It cost us billions, a couple of billions of dollars, and I'm not so sure democracy's any better off in Haiti than it was before.
Vice President Gore, do you agree with the governor's views on nation building and the use of military, our military, for nation building as he described it and defined it?
I don't think we agree on that. I would certainly also be judicious in evaluating any potential use of American troops overseas. I think.
What is that even like? I just imagine they have like a piece of paper that says pros and cons, and they write down the pros and cons. Like, should we send troops to this country, to this specific thing? Here's the pros and cons. I just imagine it's like a little notepad they have.
We have to.
They make a little PowerPoint
about that. But look, Jim, the world is changing so rapidly. The way I see it, the world's getting much closer together. Like it or not, we are now, the United States is now the natural leader of the world. All these other countries are looking to us. Now, just because we cannot be involved everywhere and shouldn't be, doesn't mean that we should shy away from going in anywhere. Now, both of us are kind of, I guess, stating the other's position in a, in a maximalist extreme way, but I think there is a difference here. This idea of nation building is a kind of a pejorative phrase, but think about the great conflict of the past century, World War II. During the years between World War I and World War II, a great lesson was learned by our military leaders and the people of the United States. The lesson was that in the aftermath of World War I, we kind of turned our backs and left them to their own devices, and they brewed up a lot of trouble that quickly became World War II. And acting upon that lesson in the aftermath of our great victory in World War II, we laid down the Marshall Plan, President Truman did. We got intimately involved in building NATO and other structures there. We still have lots of troops in Europe. And what did we do in the late 40s and 50s and 60s? We were nation building, and it was economic, but it was also military. And the confidence that those countries recovering from.
We're the only freaking country in the world that has all these military bases in other places, like other borders. It's just crazy that like no one like questions that. Like just how like. I don't know. I just find it just so interesting. Just like, there is no way in hell we would ever allow, like, even like Canada to have like a military base where they send their troops in to just, you know, hang around. You know what I mean? It's just crazy to me.
From the wounds the war had. By having troops there, we had civil administrators come in to.
Like my question is, when will that end? He's talking about how like we built we helped rebuild nations. Okay, is Germany not rebuilt at this point? Is Germany, you know, like are we still like what's the goal? You know. I mean, the answer they would tell me, I already know the answer they would say is like, well, it's to protect against like Russia, you know, especially with the Ukraine war now. You know, I think now all those bases definitely are going to be there a long time. But my question is, when will it be enough? Like, how long do we need to have military bases in other countries? Because we have military bases all over Europe, parts of Asia.
Set up their ways of building their towns back.
You said in the Boston debate, Governor, on this issue of nation building, that the United States military is overextended now. Where is it overextended? Where are there U.S. military that you would bring home if you become president?
Well, first, let me just say one comment about what the Vice President said. I think one of the lessons in between World War I and World War II is we let our military atrophy. And we can't do that. We've got to rebuild our military. But one of the problems we have in the military is we're in a lot of places around the world. And I mentioned one, and that's the Balkans. I'd very much like to get our troops out of there. I recognize we can't do it now, nor do I advocate an immediate withdrawal. I mean, that would be an abrogation of our agreement with NATO. No one is suggesting that, but I think it ought to be one of our priorities.
So here's the thing. It's like, oh, it's part of our agreement of NATO. But we're the ones that helped create NATO. So we're the ones that made the rules.
To work with our European friends to convince them to put troops on the ground. And there is an example. Haiti is another example. Now, there are some places where I think, I supported the administration in Colombia. I think it's important for us to be training Colombians in that part of the world. Our hemisphere is in our interests to have a peaceful Colombia. But, sorry.
I was just going to, the use of the military. There's some people are now suggesting that if you don't want to use the military to maintain the peace, to do the civil thing, is it time to consider a civil force of some kind that comes in after the military that builds nations or all of that? Is that on your
I don't think so.
radar screen?
I think what we need to do is convince people who live in the lands they live in to build the nations. Maybe I'm missing something here. I mean, we're going to have kind of a nation-building corps from America? Absolutely not. Our military is meant to fight and win war. That's what it's meant to do. And when it gets overextended, morale drops. And I strongly believe we need to have a military presence in the Korea Peninsula, not only to keep the peace on the peninsula,
it's an occupation.
Yeah,
like that's what it would be.
Stability. And I strongly believe we need to keep a presence in NATO.
Bryn's in chat, watch out.
How to use the military. It needs to be in our vital interest, the mission needs to be clear, and the exit strategy obvious.
Well, I don't disagree with that. I certainly don't disagree that we ought to get our troops home from places like the Balkans as soon as we can, as soon as the mission is complete. That's what we did in Haiti.
Let's see if there's any U.S.
of American military personnel in Haiti now, and
in the Balkans. Let's see if there's any U.S. forces in the Balkans.
We gave them a chance to restore democracy, and that's really about all we can do. But if you have a situation like that right in our backyard...
Oh, there is one. Camp Bondsteel, which was made in 1999 and is still in use to this day.
To come across the water and all kinds of violence there, right in one of our neighboring countries there, then I think
supported by Greece, Italy, Finland, Hungary, Poland, Slovenia, Switzerland, and Turkey.
This idea of nation building, the phrase sounds grandiose, and we can't allow ourselves to get overextended. I certainly agree with that, and that's why I've supported building up our capacity. I've devoted in the budget I've proposed. As I said last week,
yeah, they're both in their early 50s.
As the governor has proposed. I think that it's in better shape now than he generally does. We've had.
They both are in the age where they both look like they could just be dads.
Not ready for duty, and that's not what the Joint Chiefs say. But there's no doubt that we have to continue building up readiness and military strength, and we have to also be very cautious in the way we use our military.
In the non-military area of influencing events around the world, the financial and economic area, World Bank President Wolfensohn said recently, Governor, that U.S. contributions to overseas development assistance is lower now almost than it has ever been. Is that a problem for you? Do you think, what is your idea about what the United States obligations are? I'm talking about financial assistance and that sort of thing to other countries, the poor countries.
Well, I mentioned third world debt. That's a place where we can use our generosity to influence, in a positive way, influence nations. I believe we ought to have foreign aid, but I don't think we ought to just have foreign aid for the sake of foreign aid. I think foreign aid needs to be used to encourage markets and reform.
Don't worry, y'all. Here's all your capitalism talk right here. Don't worry. We need to, there's a huge interest in having countries owe us money.
I think a lot of times we just spend aid and say we feel better about it, and it ends up being spent the
Yeah, this is
wrong
the
way.
first time we've seen a debate do it where they're at a round table. And then the third debate, which is what I'm looking forward to the most, is the town hall style, which they started doing under the first Clinton debate.
Just examples recently, one being Russia, where we had IMF loans that ended up in the pockets of a lot of powerful people and didn't help the nation. I think the IMF has got a role in the world, but I don't want to see the IMF out there as a way to say to world bankers, if you make a bad loan, we'll bail you out. It needs to be available for emergency situations. I thought
How about all the U.S. banks, huh? How about them?
the president did the right thing with
Yeah,
Mexico.
this is a date style. This is date style. Then we have town hall style. Then we have traditional. Those are the three we've had so far.
Ought to be a stop loss for people who ought to be able to evaluate risk themselves. And so I look at every place where we're investing money. I just want to make sure the return is good.
Do you think we're meeting our obligations properly?
No, I would make some changes. I think there need to be reforms.
Extra
in the
crispy
IMF.
style.
I've generally
Extra baked
supported
like
it, but
the
I've seen
Cheez-Its.
them make some calls that I thought were highly questionable. And I think that there's a general agreement in many parts of the world now that there ought to be changes in the IMF. The World Bank, I think, is generally doing a better job. But I think one of the big issues
He's from
get
Tennessee.
nearly enough attention is the issue of corruption. The governor mentioned it earlier.
Didn't know he was born in D.C. though, but yet
I've worked on this issue. It's an enormous problem.
He was mostly in
and
Tennessee,
corruption
though,
in
I think.
official agencies like militaries and police departments around the world, customs officials. That's one of the worst forms of it. And we have got to, again, lead by example and help these other countries that are trying to straighten out their situations, find the tools in order to do it. I just think, Jim, that this is an absolutely unique period in world history. The world's coming together, as I said. They're looking to us. And we have a fundamental choice to make. Are we going to step up to the plate as a nation, the way we did after World War II? The way that generation of heroes said, okay, the United States is going to be the leader. And the world benefited tremendously from the courage that they showed in those post-war years. I think that in the aftermath of the Cold War, it's time for us to do something very similar, to step up to the plate, to provide the leadership on the environment, leadership to make sure the world economy keeps moving in the right direction. Again, that means not running big deficits here and not squandering our surplus. It means having intelligent decisions that keep our prosperity going and shepherds that economic strength so that we can provide that leadership role.
Let me comment on that. I'm not so sure the role of the United States is to go around the world and say this is the way it's got to be.
I'm going to say I'm agreeing with Bush here. I'm all about, like, America should just be hands off.
It can help. And maybe it's just...
I mean, besides the fact that Bush is like, well, I'm only hands on when it comes to war and bloodshed, but you know what I mean. Like, okay, let countries do their thing.
It's our difference in government, the way we view government. I mean, I want to empower people. I want to help people help themselves, not have
people power, baby.
Government tell people what to do.
Comrade Bush.
I just don't think it's the role of the United States to walk into a country and say, we do it this way, so should you. And I think we can help. And I know we got to encourage democracy in the marketplaces. But take Russia, for example. We went into Russia. We said, here's some IMF money. It ended up in Viktor Chernomyrdin's pocket and others. And yet we played like there was reform. The only people who are going to reform Russia are Russia. They're going to have to make the decision themselves. Mr. Putin is going to have to make the decision as to whether or not he wants to adhere to rule of law and normal accounting practices so that if countries and/or entities invest capital, there's a reasonable rate of return, a way to get the money out of the economy. But Russia has to make the decision. We can work with them on security matters, for example, but it's their call to make. So I'm not exactly sure where the Vice President is coming from, but I think one way for us to end up being viewed as the ugly American is for us to go around the world saying, we do it this way, so should you. Now, we trust freedom. We know freedom is a powerful force, much bigger than the United States of America, as we saw recently in the Balkans. But maybe I misunderstand where you're coming from, Mr. Vice President, but I think the United States must be humble and must be proud and confident of our values, but humble in how we treat nations that are figuring out how to chart their own course.
I feel like this, this take here is what, like, a lot of Americans are now. Like, a lot of them don't want any sort of conflict or whatnot. And maybe, this is like I said, before 9/11 and all that, that maybe some people thought that way then. I don't know. And maybe that's why one of the reasons Bush got some votes was they didn't want any sort of investment into other countries.
Let's move on. All right, no, let's move on.
Far be it from me to suggest otherwise.
Oh, yeah. First, a couple of
Bush's laugh is like so goofy to me.
follow-ups from the vice presidential debate last week. Vice President Gore, would you support or sign as president a federal law banning racial profiling by police and other authorities at all levels of government?
All right, what's it gonna be, folks? Is he gonna say yes? Is he gonna be based with the racial profiling, being anti-racial profiling, or will he kind of like half this out? Like I said, Gore has been up there in terms of like the in terms of quote being like more progressive than like Joe Biden. Like we said, Carter's been the most progressive in terms of at least what he says rhetoric wise. So I'm curious what he says here.
Yes, I would.
Oh.
The only thing an executive order can accomplish is to ban it in federal law enforcement agencies. But I would also support a law in the Congress that would have the effect of doing the same thing. I think that racial profiling is a serious problem. I remember when the stories first came out about the stops in New Jersey by the Highway Patrol there. And I know it's been going on a long time. In some ways, this is just a new label for something that's been going on for years. But I have to confess that it was the first time that I really focused on it.
I think he's talking about stop and frisk.
And I was surprised at the extent of it. And I think we've now got so many examples around the country that we really have to find ways to end this. Because imagine what it is like for someone to be singled out unfairly, unjustly, and feel the unfair force of law simply because of race or ethnicity. Now that runs counter to what the United States of America is all about at our core. And it's not an easy problem to solve, but if I am entrusted with the presidency, it will be the first civil rights act of the 21st century.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it'd be like to be singled out because of race and stopped and harassed. That's just flat wrong, and that's not what America's all about. And so we ought to do everything we can to end racial profiling.
Can someone just that should be a clip right there and be like shown to every like Republican voter now, who would probably say like racial profiling is anti-wokeness. We gotta you know what I mean? Like this, where did this go? Not saying like like I said, Bush is great by any means, but it's just like he is the conservative. Like he hasn't said anything that is just,
One of my,
I mean, he obviously was hateful towards women with his anti-abortion stuff, but like so far he hasn't said anything like explicitly. Yeah, they want a president to say that, but not do that. But yeah, what I'm saying is like we had people like Reagan and even Clinton and a lot of other candidates be like, no, we need to be tough on crime and whatnot. Like this is 2000 still. Like the war on drugs, wasn't that far from this. Do you have a guy on the Republican Party saying like we need to end racial profiling? That's crazy to me.
my concerns, though, is I don't want to federalize the local police forces. I want to, obviously in the egregious cases, we need to enforce civil rights law, but we need to make sure that internal affairs divisions at the local level do their job. and be given a chance to do their job. I believe in local control of governments, and obviously if they don't, there needs to be a consequence at the federal level. But it's very important that we not overstep our bounds, and I think most people, most police officers...
So he's not going to do it. So he's not saying he would support any sort of federal, like, racial profiling thing, but at the very least he's not saying explicitly, oh no, yeah, we need to keep doing that. Because I feel like nowadays, like, Trump would 100% would be like, no, if anything, we need more of it.
Officers are good, dedicated, honorable citizens who...
Trump literally said, like, the other day of, like, we need more policing of, like, not race or anything, but like people's politics. Like, he was saying, like, we need to do something about people who are communists and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, that, it's just crazy.
Doing their job, putting their lives at risk, who aren't bigoted or aren't prejudiced. I don't think they ought to be held guilty.
Obviously, Bush is anti-gay marriage.
But I do think we need to find out where racial profiling occurs and do something about it, and say to the local folks, get it done, and if you can't, there will be a federal consequence.
And that could be a federal law?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still tough on crime. I mean, it's more like with, like, the racial issue of it that I'm surprised he, like, just didn't completely dodge it.
And you would agree?
I would agree, and I also agree that most police officers, of course, are doing a good job and
boo
and hate this practice also. I talked to an African-American police officer in Springfield, Massachusetts not long ago who raised this question and said that in his opinion one of the biggest solutions is in the training, and not only the training in...
This is the lived up approach. This is a lived up approach. Guys, if we just give the police more money to do better training, you know, everything will be fixed, okay? Let's all ignore the fact that the New York Police Department has a bigger budget than other countries' military forces, but somehow they keep, you know, killing people. Somehow they always are running into issues. Or they're sometimes just sitting in subways, not doing anything.
Police procedures, but human relations.
And under Biden, actually, there's been more money invested in cops than under Trump.
And I think that racial profiling is part of a larger issue of how we deal with race in America.
That's the liberal response to the George Floyd protests. It's been like, well, all right, fine. Cops do shoot people sometimes, okay? Finally, we admit it. But hey, well, we're gonna not invest, or we're gonna invest all this money into them, and that'll help. Because what they need is more guns.
And as for singling people out because of race,
oh, I did not see the French police union statement today. The whole French thing is crazy too, because like I saw the BBC, you know, doing what they do, which is try to. You know, they also support the status quo over there, and I saw that they did like an article today where it was like, grandmother of the person who was killed says that they didn't want all this rioting. But then like I saw another post on Twitter, so maybe this isn't real, but like then there's like, well, the mother of the person who was killed was actually out in the riots. So it's like, just because one family member says don't do this doesn't make it everyone else incorrect. But yeah, I don't. Yeah, French police unions are. Sounds like
James
they're crazy.
Byrd was singled out because of his race in Texas, and other Americans have been singled out because of their race or ethnicity, and that's why I think that.
Yeah, I hope France they burn down every goddamn police station in France.
I think these
and they are capable of it. We know the French are capable of burning shit to the ground.
They're based on prejudice and hatred, which gives rise to crimes.
The mother isn't doing her part to calm the violence down,
but they're intended to to stigmatize.
And the violence is always the violence is just like them burning down a Target or looting a Target, right? Or whatever the French equivalent of a Target is. Les Target. I don't know how you say it. You know, like that's violence. It's always property damage. That's quote unquote violence.
Stigmatize and dehumanize a whole group of people.
You have a different view of that.
No, I don't really.
On hate crimes laws?
No, we got one in Texas, and guess what? The 3 men who murdered James Byrd, guess what's going to happen to them? They're going to be put to death.
Oh my fucking God. Do you see the spotlight? Him and his fucking father love the death penalty, dude. They are obsessed with it.
A jury found him guilty. And it's going to be hard to punish them any worse after they get put to death.
He had a little smirk on his
and it's
face.
It's the right cause. It's the right decision. Secondly, there is other forms of...
I don't know what case he's talking about. I mean, I'm still anti-death penalty, though. Unless it's like a Adolf Hitler scenario. You know? And maybe in times of war, you know, obviously that changes. But
that goes on in America. Arab Americans are racially profiled in what's called secret evidence. People are stopped, and we got...
Oh, I love hearing Bush talk about Arab people being stopped, unrightfully so.
Do something about that. My friend Senator Spencer Abraham of Michigan is pushing a law to make sure that, you know, Arab Americans are treated with respect. So racial profiling isn't...
He can't be saying this. He can't be saying that. Oh, 100 yards to they dragged a black man 100 yards to his death, James Boyd. Okay. So the people who killed the black man were sent to the death penalty. Okay.
Just an issue with local police forces. It's an issue throughout our society.
You posted a smirk of Bush in general? Okay. Maybe that'll be an emo in the Discord.
I believe, sure as I'm sitting here, that most Americans really care.
That's pretty good.
They're good, tolerant people. It's the very few that create most of the crises, and we just have to find them and deal with them.
What, if you become president, Governor, are there other areas, racial problem areas, that you would deal with as president involving discrimination? Again,
sure.
You said Arab Americans, but also Hispanics, Asians, as well as blacks in this country.
Let me tell you where the biggest discrimination comes.
All right, folks. We have a question here. Who's gonna say is the most discriminated against? Do we have any guesses? Can we make any questions? Because he listed off like every... Bush is gonna say the church. You think that's it? My hot take is gonna be he's gonna say unborn babies or something to that effect, because they're being killed. Veterans? Oh, that's a good call. That might be a good one too. Veterans? He could tie it to like homelessness. He'll be like, there's, you know, huge veteran homelessness. The oil tycoons, they're struggling, man. They're not hitting their $1 million quotas, you know. All right, let's see.
In public education, when we just move children through the schools. My friend Phyllis Hunter's here.
Okay, I was closest with the unborn babies, but he's talking about children.
She had one of the greatest lines of all lines. She said, "Reading is the new civil right." And she's right. And to make sure our society is as hopeful as it possibly can be.
What was the U.S. literacy
literacy
rate? Jesus Christ.
I mean, every child.
In 2000,
let's see. Making
see.
sure every child learns to read. K through 2 diagnostic testing, so we know whether or not there's a deficiency. Curriculum that works, and phonics needs to be an integral part of our reading curriculum. Intensive reading laboratories, teacher retraining. I mean, there needs to be a wholesale effort against racial profiling, which is illiterate children.
All right, I just looked up. There's like a literacy in the United States Wikipedia, you know, piece here, right? And according to a 2020 report by the U.S. Department of Education, 54% of adults in the United States have prose literacy below the 6th grade level.
We can do better in our public.
I thought it was going to be better in 2000. I mean, I know this is 2020, but like 54%.
We can close an achievement gap, and it starts with making sure we have strong accountability, Jim. One of the cornerstones of reform.
But 92% of American adults have at least level 1 literacy in 2019. I'm trying to find 2,000.
Do they know? Is anybody being profiled? Is anybody being discriminated against? It becomes a tool, a corrective tool. And I believe the federal government must say that if you receive any money from the federal government for disadvantaged children, for example, you must show us whether or not the children are learning. And if they are, fine, and if they're not, there has to be a consequence. And so to make sure we end up getting rid of a basic structural prejudice is education. There's nothing more prejudiced than not educating a child.
Vice President Gore, what would be on your racial discrimination elimination list as president?
Well, I think we need tough enforcement of the civil rights laws. I think we still need affirmative action. I would pass a hate crimes law, as I said, and
yeah, I can't find anything from like 2000
the
specifically.
The Byrd family may have a misunderstanding of it in Texas also. But I'd like to...
But speaking of things I Google normally on here, I haven't had to Google the unemployment rate or the inflation rate in 2000. If you notice, Bush has not commented anything about the economy, really. At least in those talking points.
I could to the big issue of education.
What is the misunderstanding? Let's clear this up.
Well, I had thought that there was a controversy at the end of the legislative session where the hate crimes law in Texas was failed, and that the Byrd family, among others, asked you to support it, Governor.
Yeah, I can't find like an exact thing for
it died
2000 specifically.
Am I wrong about that?
Well, you don't realize we have a hate crimes statute?
I'm talking about the one that was proposed to deal.
Well, what the Vice President must not understand is we've got hate crimes bill in Texas. And secondly, the people that murdered Mr. Byrd got the ultimate punishment,
but they were
the death penalty.
They were prosecuted under murder laws, were they not?
Well,
in Texas, yeah.
In this case, when you murder somebody, it's hate, Jim.
Mm-hmm. No, but
crime is hate. And they got the ultimate punishment. I'm not exactly sure how you enhance the penalty any more than the death penalty. But we happen to have a statute on the books that's a hate crime statute in Texas.
Well, may I respond?
Sure.
I don't want to jump in.
By the way, like Gore this time has not been like jumping and like interrupting. I kind of wish he went back to that.
I may have been misled by all the news reports about this matter.
I think they do like
the law that was proposed in Texas that had the support of the Byrd family.
I think what they do is they probably just go through a set of questions.
Did in fact die in committee.
They probably practiced it. I would imagine 2 to 3 times. Do like a simulated debate.
The advocates of the hate crimes law felt that
have them memorize certain talking points.
And it's important, Jim.
Have some general strategy.
Not just because of Texas, but because this mirrors the national controversy.
They get the local debate club to come in and help them.
A national hate crimes law because of James Byrd, because of Matthew Shepard, who was crucified on a split rail fence by bigots, because of others. And that law has died in committee also because of the same kind of opposition.
And you would support that
Absolutely.
bill? Would you support a national hate crimes law?
I would support the Orrin Hatch version of it, not the Senator Kennedy version. But let me say to you, Mr. Vice President, we're happy with our laws on our books. That bill there was another bill that did die in committee. But I want to repeat, if you have a state that fully supports the law, like we do in Texas, we're going to go after all crime. And we're going to make sure people get punished for the crime.
We're going to murder all of them.
And in this case, we can't enhance the penalty any more than putting those 3 thugs to death. And that's what's going to happen in the state of Texas.
New subject, new question, another vice presidential debate follow-up. Governor, both Senator Lieberman and Secretary Cheney said they were sympathetically rethinking their views on same-sex relationships.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Well, I know this one's for my mom. I don't know if she remembers this. But this was during the Bush versus Kerry. Once again, spoilers. Sorry, Bush wins. Bush versus Kerry election. I remember after Bush won the second time, there was I found like on the internet like a video, like a cartoon, like a drawn cartoon of like what Bush was gonna do in his first 100 days or whatever. And like in it, there was like a part where there was like a bill, like a piece of paper that gets on his desk, and he writes in a big red Sharpie, "No gay marriage," and I just remember that so vividly and being like, not understanding it so much, you know. But I remember showing it to my mom. I'm like, I found this, and I think my if I remember correctly, you were like, you don't remember that? You were like, oh, that's funny. I'm like, yeah, it's Bush.
On that.
I'm not for gay marriage. I think marriage is a sacred institution.
That was my
between
first
a man
like
and a
political
woman.
cartoon.
And I appreciated the way the administration signed the Defense of Marriage Act. I presume the Vice President supported it when the President signed that bill and supports it now.
Is Gore going to lose some points for me here?
Institution. I'm going to be respectful for people who may disagree with me. I've had a record of doing so in the state of Texas. I've been a person that would have been called a uniter, not a divider, because I accept other people's points of view. But I feel strongly that marriage should be between a man and a woman.
Vice President Gore?
I agree with that.
No.
And, I did support that law. But I think that we should find a way to allow some kind of civic unions. And I basically agree with Dick Cheney and Joe Lieberman.
You should never, ever say that. This is why I agree with Dick Cheney. No.
And I think the three of us have one view, and the governor has.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, Obama being... well, was Obama pro-gay marriage at the start? I thought he switched that. I know Hillary wasn't. I don't remember, though. But we'll get to it when we get to it. Yeah, not at the start, if I remember correctly. I mean, that's the one thing I will, obviously give credit to the administration of pushing that, at least.
Has another view.
Is that right?
I'm not sure what kind of view he's describing to me. I can just tell you I'm a person who respects other people. I respect their... one hand he says he agrees with me, then he says he doesn't. I'm not sure where he's coming from. But I will be a tolerant person. I've been a tolerant person all my life. I just happen to believe strongly.
I don't like the word tolerant. Like the word tolerant to me can be like if I'm sitting in an airport and a kid's screaming on the top of his lungs for 45 minutes. I'm tolerating that from not saying anything. It's passive aggressive. Like, it should be, the word you should be saying if you want to get away with this statement would be like, I accept them.
That marriage is between a man and a woman.
Do you believe in general terms that gays and lesbians should have the same rights as other Americans?
Yes, I don't think they ought to have special rights, but I think they ought to have
There it is again. We heard this in the other debate, or in the Clinton, the second Clinton debates there, where like the word special privilege or special rights was used.
Well, there's a law pending called the Employment Non-Discrimination Act. I strongly support it. What it says is that gays and lesbians can't be fired from their job because they're gay or lesbian. And it would be a federal law preventing that. Now, I wonder if it's been blocked by the opponents in the majority in the Congress. I wonder if the governor would lend his support to that law.
Governor?
There's a question coming around here.
Well, but it's a logical response.
Well, I have no idea. I mean, you can throw out all kinds. I don't know the particulars of this law. I will tell you, I'm the kind of person, I don't hire or fire somebody based upon their sexual orientation. As a matter of fact, I'd like to take the issue a little farther. I don't really think it's any of my concerns how you conduct your sex life, and I think that's a private matter, and I think that's the way it ought to be. But I'm going to be respectful.
Well, did you say that to our boy Clinton? Huh? Did anyone accept that? Huh?
People, I'll tolerate people, and I support equal rights, but not special rights for people.
And so special rights. How does that affect gays and lesbians?
Well, if they're given special protected status, and that doesn't mean we shouldn't fully enforce laws and fully protect people and fully honor people, which I.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Don't Ask, Don't Tell. I think that was 2004 though.
Subject, new question.
I think I was more in his second term.
How do you see the connection between controlling gun sales in this country and the incidence of death by accidental or intentional use of guns?
Jim, I hope that we can come back to the subject of education because the governor made an extensive statement on it, and I have a very different view than the one he than the one he expressed.
I always go back to this. I always say stick to the question. Don't try to fit in answers to other questions or because you didn't get to say something. I don't think this ever helps. I say always stick with the question. Answer
that having been said, I believe that, well, first of all, let me say that the governor and I agree on some things where this subject is concerned. I will not do anything to affect the rights of hunters or sportsmen. I think that homeowners have to be respected and their right to have a gun if they wish to. The problem I see is that there are too many guns getting into the hands of children and criminals and people who, for whatever reason, some kind of history of stalking or domestic abuse, really should not be able to get guns. I think these assault weapons are a problem. So I favor closing the gun show loophole. In fact, I cast the tie-breaking vote to close it, but then the majority in the House...
I'm pretty sure they've been trying to... I'm pretty sure they're still trying to... Like, that's been that's been talked about doing forever, is the gun show loophole. Which, if I understand correctly, is where people can just buy guns and there's no, like, paperwork or, you know... There's not like a paperwork trail. There's no background checks or anything like that.
Representatives went the other way. That's still pending. If we could get agreement on that, maybe they could pass that in the final days of this Congress. I think we ought to restore the 3-day waiting period under...
Yeah, or like win it in an auction or something like that, right?
Under the Brady law. I think we should...
It's like if we go to like an art festival and I buy art with $100 cash, but it's guns, you know?
Toughen the enforcement of gun laws. So that
yeah, can I have one AK, please? Thank you.
Ones that are already on the books can be enforced much more effectively. Some of the restrictions that have been placed by the Congress in the last couple of years, I think, in the last few years, I think have been unfortunate. I think that we ought to make all schools gun-free, have a gun-free zone around every school in this country. I think that measures like these are important. Child safety trigger locks on a mandatory basis and others.
Governor?
Well, it starts with enforcing law. We need to say loud and clear to somebody, if you're going to carry a gun illegally, we're going to arrest you. If you're going to sell a gun illegally, you need to be arrested. If you commit a crime with a gun, there needs to be absolute certainty in the law. And,
death penalty for all those,
and that
too.
Needs the local law enforcement officials need help at the federal level. Need programs like Project Exile, where the federal government intensifies arresting people who illegally use guns. And we haven't done a very good job of that at the federal level recently. And I'm going to make it a priority. Secondly, I don't think we ought to be selling guns to people who shouldn't have them. That's why I support instant background checks at gun shows. One of the reasons we have an instant background check is so that we instantly know whether or not somebody should have a gun or not. In Texas, I try to do something innovatively, which is that, you know, there's a lot of talk about trigger locks being on guns sold in the future. I support that. But I said, listen, if you want a trigger lock to make your gun safe, come and get one for free. And so we're distributing in our state of Texas for free. And
sounds woke. Bush sounds too woke for Texas, in my opinion.
I think we ought to raise the age at which a juvenile can carry a handgun from 18 to 21. I disagree with the Vice President on this issue. He's for registration of guns. I think the only people who are going to show up to register or get a licensing, I guess licensing like a driver's license of a gun, the only people who are going to show up are law-abiding citizens. The criminal's not going to show up and say, hey, give me my ID card. It's the law-abiding citizens who'll do that. And I don't think that's going to be an effective tool to keep our society safe.
But at the very least, it might reduce some things. I don't know. I just go back to it's like I think they would just this idea that there needs to have like some sort of bill that needs to be passed that needs to be 100% like fixes the issue. It's like, okay, well maybe we can reduce shootings by 20%. Wouldn't that be good?
All right. So on guns, somebody wants to cast a vote based on your differences. Where are the differences?
Well, I'm not for registration. I am for licensing by states of new handgun purchases.
What does what's that mean?
A photo license ID, like a driver's license for new handguns. And you know, the Los Angeles.
You would have to get the license, a photo ID to go in, and before you could buy the gun.
Correct.
All right. And who would issue?
The state. The state. I think states should do that for new handguns because too many criminals are getting guns. There was a recent investigation of the number in Texas who were given concealed weapons permits in spite of the fact that they had records, and the Los Angeles Times spent a lot of ink going into that. But I am not for doing anything that would affect hunters or sportsmen, rifles, shotguns, existing handguns. I do think that sensible gun safety measures are warranted now. Look, this is in the aftermath of Columbine and Paducah and all of the places around our country where the nation has been shocked by these weapons in the hands of the wrong people. The woman who bought the guns for the two boys who did that killing at Columbine said that if she had to give her name and fill out a form there, she would not have bought those guns. That conceivably could have prevented that tragedy.
Back to the question about the differences on guns.
So it's crazy too, like living in Colorado, like forgetting that Columbine's like here and Aurora as well, the theater shooting.
Gun control. What are they, Governor, from your point of view? Between you and
I think that theater is still open. I think I found it one day on Google Maps or whatever, like when looking at other theaters in our area.
Listen, we got gun laws. He says we ought to have gun-free schools. Everybody believes that, and I'm sure every state in the union's got them. You can't carry a gun into a school, and there ought to be a consequence when you do carry a gun into a school.
Well, in Texas, George, 20 years from now, yeah, the guy just walked right in. So.
But Columbine spoke to.
And then the cops did nothing.
Issue, and it's really a matter of culture. It's a culture that somewhere along the line we've begun to disrespect life. Where a child can walk in and kind of have their heart turned dark as a result of being on the internet and walk in and decide to take somebody else's life. And so gun laws are important, no question about it. But so is loving children and character education classes and faith-based programs being a part of after-school programs. Some desperate child, it needs to have somebody put their arm around and say, we love you. And so there's a society that of ours that's got to do a better job of teaching children right from wrong. And we can enforce law, but there seems to be a lot of preoccupation on, not necessarily in this debate, but just in general on law. But there's a larger law, love your neighbor like you'd like to be loved yourself, and that's where our society must head if we're going to be a...
Well, maybe if you stop being tolerant and start being accepting, Bush, maybe that would help.
Peaceful and prosperous society.
I also believe in the Golden Rule, and I agree with a lot of the other things that the governor has said. We do have a serious problem in our culture.
Dumbest president ever.
Tipper and I have worked on the problem of violence and entertainment.
Definitely up there.
Children. She's worked on it longer than I have, but I feel very strongly.
Definitely one of the worst presidents.
And if I'm elected president, I will do something about that. But I think that
in the trash can of presidents, he's definitely towards the bottom.
I don't think that we can ignore the role played by guns. I mean, the fact is that even though no state wants them, there are guns in some schools, and the reason it's so difficult for schools to control that is because in recent years there has been a flood of cheap handguns that are so widely available that kids are finding ways to get a hold of them. And I think that if you look at the situation as it exists here in the United States compared to any other country in the world, it seems to me pretty obvious that while we respect the rights of hunters and sportsmen, we do need some common sense gun safety steps to stem this flood of guns that are getting into the wrong hands.
Yeah, no question about that, but there's also needs to be strong and...
Ethan, ever since you said the date thing, like this conversation feels too much like just a boys sitting around at an Applebee's or something and be like, the guns, dude. My God, but no, we need to do this. But it's like, Just like the vibes are just giving me like
who feels like they,
three
no matter where
dudes
the
at
gun
Applebee's
comes from,
now.
It could be a cheap gun, expensive gun. What matters is something in this person's head says there's not going to be a consequence. So in my
Who do I think is going to be the next president? Right now, if like we voted right now, probably Trump. There's still a year left though. I mean, like if you're talking about right now, yeah, I'd say Trump because I think all the indictment stuff has probably galvanized his base pretty much, and Biden's approval rating isn't very good right now. And then you have all the Supreme Court decisions, which, you know, isn't fully on Biden, but it's under his administration, and that's how people's brains operate. So, and then the student loan thing, I think, is the biggest one that would help Trump. So, I don't know. I mean, sometimes everyone thought the big red wave was going to happen in 2022, and that didn't happen. So maybe I'd be wrong. Maybe it'd be close, but I think Trump would win.
state, we toughened up the juvenile justice laws. We added beds. We're tough. We believe in tough love. We say if you get caught carrying a gun, you're automatically detained. And that's what needs to happen. And we've got laws. If laws need to be strengthened, like instant background checks, that's important.
New question.
Okay.
New question.
As
new
I was
subject.
saying.
Both of you.
Yeah, Trump. I mean, Trump's been killing it despite the, his base galvanizes over the witch hunt stuff. Like he'll just say it's a witch hunt, and it's how he wins. He's how he does it. Whoever wins, we lose. It's AVP, right?
Governor,
the
both
Predator,
of you
I think,
talked
will win
much about Medicare
this year's
and healthcare
election.
for seniors. What about the more than 40 million younger Americans who do not have health insurance right now? What would you do about that?
Well, I've got a plan to do something about that. It's to make health care affordable and available this way. First, there's some who should be buying health care who choose not to. There's some healthy,
some of the 40 million.
Some of the healthy folks,
right.
Healthy young kids say, I'll never get sick, therefore I'm not going to don't need health care right now. And for those, what I think we need to do is to develop an investment type vehicle that would be an incentive for.
Thanks for the follow. By the way, I think we hit 420 followers. By the way, I think that either was 420 or 421. So we've hit the meme number, and now I can, at the very least, hang my hat on that.
For them to invest, like medical.
I can say I did it. I got to 420.
Capacity. In other words, you say to a youngster, it'll be in your financial interest to start saving for future illness. But for the working folks that do want to have health
smoke
care,
one, yeah.
Can't afford it, a couple of things we need to do. One, we need more community health centers. I've put out money in my budget to expand community health centers all around the country. These are places where people can get primary care. Secondly, and they're good. They're very important parts of the safety net of health care. Secondly, that you get a $2,000 rebate from the government if you're a family, $30,000 or less. It scales down as it gets higher, that you can use to purchase health care in the private markets. It'll be a huge down payment for a pretty darn good system.
Sounds like a bunch of nothing.
Also convince states to allow states to allow the mother to match some of the children's health insurance money with it, to pool purchasing power. And to make health care more affordable, allow business associations like the National Federation of Independent Business or the Chamber of Commerce or the National Restaurant Association to write association plans across jurisdictional lines so that small businesses have got the capacity to have national pooling to drive the cost of insurance down. I think that's the very best way to go. It empowers people, it trusts people, it makes and it's a practical way to encourage people to purchase health care insurance.
Vice President Gore?
It's one of my top priorities, Jim, to give every single child in the United States affordable health care within the next 4 years. I'd like to see eventually in this country some form
I don't want affordable. I want free.
Universal health care, but I'm not for a government system. In fact, I'm for shrinking the size of government. I want a smaller and smarter government. I have been in charge of this Reinventing Government streamlining project that's reduce
The thing with Obamacare, though, is that Obama really when he had the supermajority, he still catered too much to, like, the right-wing healthcare. I get it that, like, not all Democrats are exactly the same, but Obamacare could have been so much better. And I think it not being good enough hurt things like Medicare for All. Like, I think it hurt that push for a better healthcare system. It had to be good. Yeah. And it's still not good.
More than 300,000 people.
What we should have did, obviously, was get Romney Care. Oh, come on, you know.
In the last several years, and the budget plan that I put out, according to the Los Angeles Times, again, the way these things are typically measured as a percentage of the GDP, will bring government spending down to the lowest level in 50 years. So I want to proceed carefully to cover more people. But I think that we should start by greatly expanding the so-called child health insurance or CHIP program.
Oh yeah, Bolsonaro, Trump, yeah, and they're
to give health insurance to
from
every
the same
single
coin for
child
sure
in this country. I think it's intolerable that we have so many millions of children without any.
Yeah, you get a binder full of invoices.
It's one of my top priorities. Now, I know that we have some disagreements on this, and I'm sorry to tell you that there is a.
I can't wait for the Romney debates because that was the first like debates that I really like watched when I was younger. And dude, I was so lived up then, and I used to debate people on Twitter all the time, being like, "Obama's amazing, Romney's dumb." I can't wait to revisit it. And I low key like Romney. He's just such a goober.
Here. And Texas ranks 49th out of the 50 states in health care.
He's the most Utah man ever.
With health care. 49th for women with health care. And 50th for families with health care. So it is a priority for me, I guarantee you. I'm not aware of any program. Well, I'll just leave it at that. I think it ought to be a top priority.
Governor, did the Vice President, are the Vice President's figures correct about Texas?
Well, first of all, let me say he's not for a government-run healthcare system. I thought that's exactly what he and Mrs. Clinton and them fought for in 1993, was a government-run healthcare system.
That's right. Wasn't Clinton like trying to push for something like Medicare for All, and then she quickly switched during the Democrat primaries against Bernie?
Up in his tracks. Secondly, we spend $4.7 billion a year.
Even though it's not true, during 2016, Hillary would have landslided Trump, I think, if all she said was like, yeah, I'll do Medicare for All. Just take one of Bernie's policies. That's all she had to do, I think. But most stubbornly run campaign ever. But yeah, it's already not true that like Bernie bros, voted for Trump. Most of them did vote for Hillary. If anything, how Trump won was because Trump won a lot of the districts that Obama won in both his campaigns. They just assumed that they had the same spots that Obama did. That's what went wrong. And of course, Electoral College is broken. Hillary did get over how many million more votes, but Electoral College is broken. So,
on the uninsured.
So anytime the liberals tell you they'd like to blame you for being critical of Biden in any capacity, and they say, "See, this is why it all comes back to 2016." Blah blah blah. Just be like, "Listen, it's Electoral College," and they don't have a response to it. Be like, "Yeah, I mean, voting in like let's say California, whether or not you vote for Hillary doesn't really matter. If you were in like Kansas, then it does."
State of Texas. Our rate of uninsured, the percentage of uninsured in Texas has gone down, while the percentage of uninsured in America has gone up. Our CHIPS program got a late start because our government meets only 4 months out of every 2 years, Mr. Vice President. It may come for a shock for somebody who's been in Washington for so long, but actually limited government can work in the second largest state in the union, and therefore Congress passes the bill after our session in 1997 ended. We passed the enabling legislation in '99. We've signed up over 110,000 children to the CHIPS program. For comparable states our size, we're signing them up fast as any other state. And you can quote all the numbers you want, but I'm telling you, we care about our people in Texas. We spend a lot of money to make sure people get health care in the state of Texas. And we're doing a better job than they are at the national level for reducing uninsured.
Is he right?
Well, I don't know about all these percentages that he throws out, but I do know that I speculate that the reason why he didn't answer your question directly as to whether my numbers were right, the facts were right, about
Al
Texas
Gore is
ranking
reminding me
dead
of
last
the one
in
actor, and I can't
families
remember
with
his
health
name.
insurance, and 49th out of 50 for both children and women, is because
What's the
those
most
facts
Republican?
are
Yeah,
correct.
Texas.
And as for why,
I mean, Texas has a lot of, it isn't as like red in terms of like quote unquote voting, but in terms of like culture, Texas is definitely a Republican in that sense. They're very like freedom there. But yeah, Kansas probably too, because Kansas has like 10 people in it and they're all Republicans.
it happened. I'm no expert on the Texas procedures, but what my friends there tell me is that
I don't say Florida because Florida is a battleground state. It wouldn't be a battleground state if it was so conservative.
the governor opposed a measure put
But Texas, I think, is slowly becoming a battleground state because a lot of younger people have moved to the cities there, and it's cheap to live down there.
forward by Democrats in the legislature.
But in
to
terms of like
expand the
culture,
number of children
yeah, I
that
guess
would be
Florida.
covered.
I make an argument
instead
for it.
Directed the money toward
It's just like golf carts and paradise, you know.
tax cut, a significant part of which went to wealthy interests. He declared the need for a new tax cut for the
And in
oil
terms of
companies in Texas,
most
an
lived up
emergency
state,
need.
most liberal state,
And
I
so
would
the
say
money was
probably
taken away
California.
from the CHIP program. And you don't have to take my word for this. There is now a federal judge's opinion.
Florida is
about
heaven's
the current
waiting room. That is
management of this
toxic
program,
as fuck.
ordering the state of Texas to do something. And you should read
That
that
is
judge's
awful.
language about this. I believe there are 1.4 million children in Texas who do not have health insurance, 600,000 of whom, and maybe some of those
Yeah,
have
'cause
since gotten
California
it,
keeps voting
but
for
as
people
of a
like,
year ago, 600,000 of them were actually eligible for it. But
Dianne
they couldn't
Feinstein
sign
there
up for it because
and
of the
Nancy
barriers
Pelosi.
that they had to
Let's let the governor
surmount.
respond to
Which
that.
is like the pure libs, pure lib.
Are those numbers correct? Are his charges correct?
If he's trying to allege that I'm a hard-hearted person and I don't care about children, he's absolutely wrong. We spend $4.7 billion a year
I
in the
kind of
state
believe
Texas for uninsured people.
I believe Bush
And they
here
get
because
healthcare.
like where was he
Now,
during
it's not the most
9/11?
efficient way to get
He was
people
reading
healthcare,
books to kids.
But I want to remind you, the number of uninsured in America during their watch has increased. And so he can make any excuse he wants, but the facts are that we're reducing the number of uninsured as a percentage of our population, and as a percentage of the population is increasing nationally. But somehow the allegation that we don't care,
McCarthy
we're gonna give
country?
money for this interest or that interest, and
In the
not
desert
for
there?
children in the state of Texas is just totally absurd. And let me just tell you who the jury is. The people of Texas. There's only been one governor ever elected to back-to-back four-year terms.
Vermont's pretty
And that was me. And I was able to do
Democrat
so
heavy
with
too, though. I would say.
a lot of Democrat votes, nearly 50% of the Hispanic vote, about
Miami's the new
27% of the
LA?
African
In what
American
way?
vote, because people know that I'm a conservative person and a compassionate person. So we can throw all the kinds of numbers around.
In terms
I'm
of,
just
like,
telling
the
you,
amount of
Our
cocaine
state comes together
that's
to
available?
do what's right. We come together, both Republicans and Democrats.
Let me put that directly to you, Vice President Gore. The reason you brought this up is that, are you suggesting that those numbers and that record will reflect the way Governor Bush will operate in this area of health insurance as president?
Yes, yes, but it's not a statement about his heart. I don't
Party
claim to know
city?
his
I mean,
heart.
Miami's
think-
always been
I
kinda
think
party
he's a good
city, no?
person. I make no
It's definitely the
allegations
LA of the
about
East Coast.
that. I believe him when he says that he has a good heart. I know enough about your story to admire a lot of the things that you have done as a person. But I think it's about his priorities. And let me tell you exactly why I think that the choice he made to give a tax cut for the oil companies and others before addressing this. I mean, if you were the governor of a state that was dead last in in health care for families, and all of a sudden you found yourself with the biggest surplus your state had ever had in its history, wouldn't you want to maybe use some of it to climb from 50th to, say, 45 or 40 or something, or maybe better? I would. Now, but here's why it's directly relevant, Jim, because
that's a shot right
by
there.
his own budget numbers, his proposals for spending on tax cuts for the wealthiest of the wealthy are more than the new spending proposals that he has made for health care and education and national defense all combined, according to his own numbers. So it's not a question of his heart. It's, as far as I know, it's a question of priorities and values. See, you know,
let me ask.
First of all, that's simply not true, what he just said, of course. And secondly, I repeat
what is not true, Governor?
That we spent, the top 1% received $223 as opposed to $445 billion in new spending. The top, and let's talk about my tax plan. The top 1% will pay 1/3 of all the federal income taxes, and in return, get 1/5 of the benefits because most of the tax reductions go to the people at the bottom end of the economic ladder. That stands in stark contrast, by the way, to a man who's going to leave 50 million Americans out of tax relief. We just have a different point of view. It's a totally different point of view. He believes only the right people ought to get tax relief. I believe everybody who pays taxes ought to get tax relief. Let me go back to Texas, for example, for a minute. We pay $4.7 billion. I can't emphasize to you how much. I signed a bill that puts chips in place. The bill finally came out at the end of the '99 session. We're working hard to sign up children. We're doing it faster than any other state our size, comparable state. We're making really good progress. And our state cares a lot about our children. My priority is going to be the health of our citizens.
Well, once again, I go back to 23 years later.
These folks have had 8 years to get something done in Washington, D.C. on the uninsured. They have not done it. They've had 8 years to get something done on Medicare, and they have not got it done. And my case to the American people is, if you're happy with inactivity, stay with the horse. The horse is up there now, but if you want change, you need to get somebody who knows how to bring Republicans
where are you
and
from,
Democrats together to get positive
Mama
things done
Don?
for America.
Let me know if I'm mispronouncing that, or
Vice
Madan.
President Gore, on the environment. In your 1992 book, you said, quote, "We must make the rescue of our environment the central organizing principle for civilization, and there must be a wrenching transformation to save the planet." Do you still feel that way?
I do. I think that in
Okay,
this
this is
21st century,
this is where Gore might get based here, folks. All right, strap in.
we will soon see the consequences of what's called global warming.
There it is.
There was a study just a few weeks ago suggesting that in summertime, the North Polar ice cap would be completely gone in 50 years. Already, many people see the strange weather conditions that the old-timers say they've never seen before in their lifetimes. And what's happening is the level of pollution is increasing significantly. Now, here's the good news, Jim. If we take the leadership role and build the new technologies, like the new kinds of cars and trucks that Detroit is itching to build, then we can create millions of good new jobs by being first into the market with these new kinds of...
He's like almost there, and I get like the time period. He's, you know, a little, he's talking about like, they're trying to, like, he said in the first debate where he wants to have cars that just basically have better mile per gallon, have better emission rates. Obviously, you know, the idea of electrical cars isn't really a thing yet.
Cars and trucks and other kinds of technologies.
Pronunciation
is
is
breathing down our necks on this.
like Maha,
very
like,
rapidly because they know that it is
from
a
Brazil. Cool.
growing world market. In some of these other countries, particularly in the developing world, their pollution is much worse than anywhere else, and their people want higher standards of living. And so they're looking for ways to satisfy their desire
I read that.
for
I read that
a
wrong.
better
I had it
life.
right the first time. I read it. For some reason, I just read that as like the pronunciation is aha. You said, yeah, good pronunciation. Aha. Okay, my bad.
And still reduce pollution at the same time.
My bad.
I think that holding on to the old ways and the old argument that the environment and the economy are in conflict is really outdated. We have to be bold. We have to provide leadership. Now, it's true that we disagree on this, Governor said
Folks,
that he
I am
doesn't
sweating
think
really
this
bad. We
problem
might
is
have to turn the
necessarily
fan
caused
on.
by people. He's for letting the oil companies into the Arctic
I
National
feel
Wildlife
really gross. My hands are starting to get clammy.
Houston's just become the smoggiest city in the country, and Texas is #1 in industrial pollution.
Shocking.
We have a very different outlook, and I'll tell you this, I will fight for a clean environment in ways that strengthen our economy.
And like I said, I might be misremembering, but no other presidential candidate was talking about this really since. We'll see about Kerry, because I don't really remember Kerry. I don't remember how much Obama was about environmentalism, but we'll see.
Governor?
Well, let me start with Texas. We are a big industrial
Mama
state.
Don?
We
Is that how you pronounce it?
reduced our industrial waste
Mama-
by 11%.
Mama Don?
We cleaned up more brownfields
Mama Dan?
than any other administration in my state's history.
If I had a little bit of
450
southern
of them.
in me, Mama
Our
Dan?
water is cleaner now. We're
Explain what a brownfield is for those who don't
Brownfield is
follow
an
this.
abandoned industrial site that just sits idle in some of our urban centers, and people are willing to invest capital in the brownfields don't want to do so for fear of lawsuit. I think we ought to have federal liability protection, depending upon whether or not standards have been met. Book you mentioned that Vice President Gore wrote, he also called for taxing big energy taxes in order to clean up the environment.
That sounds pretty, yeah. I mean, if we're being real, if you believe in the United States justice system and all that, and you believe in the idea of a country, and if businesses are indeed people, then I think every oil company should be tried for crimes against humanity and the environment, both, and that should be trillions of dollars paid out to every single individual on this planet. Trillions and trillions of dollars, not even enough money to really pay it back. And if you believe in the concept of capitalism still. To me, that's the only way.
And,
I feel like
now
is
that the energy
fair.
prices are high, I guess he's not advocating those big energy taxes right now. I believe we ought to fully
Obviously, I'm all about just abolishing them completely, but
fund the Land and Water Conservation Fund with half the money going to states, so states can make the right decisions for environmental quality. I think we need to have clean coal technologies.
Oh, my
proposed
God.
$2 billion worth.
shut up. Clean
By the way, I
coal.
just found out the other day an interesting fact that there's a national petroleum reserve right next to Prudhoe Bay.
I like how he's bringing all this up during a question of like, do you think the Earth is is potentially might be heating up? And he's talking about
Open up for
petroleum.
exploration in that pristine area. And it was a smart move because there's gas reserves up there. We need gas pipelines to bring the gas down. Gas is a clean fuel that we can burn to.
No, it's not.
We need to make sure that if we deep control our plants, that there's mandatory that the plants are.
Yeah, it was President Ford was the first one to say
standards,
clean coal. We've
plants, that's
learned
what we did in
this. And it
Texas.
wasn't Trump.
No excuses.
It isn't
I mean, you must
Bush.
conform.
It's
Now, there's
President
practical
Ford said
things we
clean
can
coal
do.
back in
But it starts
1960.
with working a collaborative effort with states and local folks. You know, if you own the land, every day is Earth Day. And people care a lot about their land and care about their environment. Not all wisdom is in Washington, D.C. on this issue.
Where do you see the basic difference in very simple terms in 2 or 3 sentences between you and the governor on the environment? If the voter wants to make a choice, what is it?
I'm really strongly committed to clean water and clean air and cleaning up the new kinds of challenges like global warming. He's right that I'm not in favor of energy taxes. I am in favor of tax cuts to encourage and give incentives for the quicker development of these new kinds of technologies. And let me say again, Detroit is raring to go on that. We differ on the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, as I have said. We differ on whether or not pollution controls ought to be voluntary. I don't think you can get results that way. We differ on the kinds of appointments that we would make.
But you say it's a fundamental difference.
I think it's a fundamental difference, and let me give you an example.
Hold on one second.
Okay, sure.
We've talked about this, but I just want to know, for somebody, because we're getting close to the end of our time here. I just want somebody wanted to vote on the environment. How would you draw the differences, Governor?
Well, I don't believe in command and control out of Washington, D.C. I believe Washington ought to set standards, but I think we ought to be collaborative at the local levels, and I think we ought to work with people at the local levels. And by the way, I just want to make sure I can't let him just say something and not correct it. The electric decontrol bill that I fought for and signed in Texas has mandatory emission standards.
I lost my thought because I got sidetracked earlier, but Al Gore looks like this one
for utilities.
Comedian actor, and I can't remember his name.
I think, for example, when they took 40 million acres of land,
and he has like a kind of like a deeper voice,
out of circulation, without consulting local
he talks like this.
I thought that was.
I don't know if that's
out in the West.
Right.
Yeah. And
I'm trying to remember the actor's
on the
name.
logging issue. It's not the way I would have done it. Perhaps some of that land needs.
Oh,
to be
what's
set
he in?
aside, but I certainly would have consulted with governors and elected
Oh
officials.
shit! I can't even tell you a
before
movie
I
they're
would have
in.
acted unilaterally.
Alec Baldwin, maybe?
Would you believe the federal government still has some new rules,
Hold
and
up.
new regulations, and new laws to pass in the environmental area, or do you think?
Sure, absolutely. So long as they're based upon science and they're
No, not
reasonable.
Alec Baldwin.
So long as people have input.
I knew what he looked like. Why
I
did I
think
even
it's
Google?
an issue that we need to take very
I
seriously.
can kinda
but
see
I
it.
don't think we know the solution to global
He's not a
warming
canceled
yet.
celebrity that
I
I'm
don't think
aware
we've
of.
got all the facts before we make decisions. I'll tell you one thing I'm not going to do is I'm not going to let the United States carry
Shit.
the burden for cleaning up the world's air. Like the Kyoto Treaty would have done. China and India were exempted from that treaty.
He's been in like mostly
I think it would be
comedies.
More even-handed as evidently.
But I wouldn't call him
99
like the
senators,
funniest
99
guy in the
senators
movies. You know what I mean? Like
supported
he's
that position.
he's not like he's never been like really a main
Global
character.
warming, the Senate did turn it
Oh
down.
my God, I can't even think of anything he's been in
99 to
now.
nothing.
I think that, well, that vote wasn't exactly,
a
a lot of
resolution.
supporters
He has, like, the same
of,
haircut.
the Kyoto Treaty actually ended up voting for that because of the way it was worded. But there's no doubt there's a lot of opposition to it in the Senate. I'm not for command and control techniques either. I'm for working with the groups, not just with industry, but also with the citizens
I'm
groups
never gonna
and
remember now.
local communities to control sprawl in ways that the local communities themselves come up with. But I disagree that we don't know the cause of global warming.
Jeff
I think
Daniels?
that we do. It's pollution, carbon dioxide, and other chemicals that are even more potent.
No,
but in
no,
small
no, no,
quantities
not
that-
Jeff
that
Daniels.
cause this. Look, the world's temperature is going up, weather patterns are changing, storms
This is
are
gonna
getting
be a
more
weird thing to
violent and
Google.
unpredictable. And what are we going to tell our children? And I'm a grandfather now. I want to be able to tell my grandson when I'm in my later years that I didn't turn away from the evidence that showed that we were doing some serious harm. In my faith tradition, it's written in the book of Matthew, where your heart is, there is your treasure also. And I believe that we ought to recognize the value to our children and grandchildren of taking steps that preserve the
Oh,
environment
these are just
in a way that's good
What am
for
I
them.
doing? These are people are
I
just
agree.
regular
I
lookalikes with
I
the
think there's
people
been
above
some-
him. Okay.
Some of the scientists, I believe,
I'm not
Mr.
gonna
Vice President,
remember.
they've been changing their opinion a little bit on global warming. A profound scientist recently made a different.
Both of you
but
now
the
have
point is-
violated. Excuse me. Both of you have now violated your own rules. Hold that thought.
I've been trying so hard not to.
I know. But you're not under your all's rules. You are not allowed to ask each other a question. I let you do it a moment ago.
Twice.
Now you just twice. Sorry. Okay.
That's an interruption,
That's
by
an
the way.
interruption. Okay. But anyhow, you just did it, so now we're not
I'm sorry.
quite even. That's all right. It's okay.
I apologize, Mr. Vice President, but
No, you're not allowed to do that either. See? No. I mean,
Oh yeah, we were
sorry,
talking
go
about
ahead.
Vice.
Finish your
Yeah, the Dick Cheney movie.
I
Very
People
good movie. I was talking about that
care
earlier.
these things, I've found.
Great
of course
movie.
they care about. Oh, you mean the rules?
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
well,
Right.
If you already don't hate Dick Cheney, you need to
Go
watch
ahead.
that
What
movie.
the heck?
Yeah.
Of course, there's a lot of. I mean, look, global warming needs to be taken very seriously. And I
Yeah.
take
Okay.
it seriously.
No, you didn't. No, you
But
didn't.
science, there's a lot of there's differing opinions, and
Nope. There's literally no different opinions.
before we react, I think it's
Even at
best
this
to have
point, there was no different opinions.
the full accounting, the full understanding of what's taking place. And I think to answer your question, I think both of us care a lot about the environment. We may have different approaches.
The former oil company dude saying, the science isn't all there. I don't know. That should tell you everything you need to know.
We may have different approaches in terms of how we deal with local folks. I mean, I just cited an example of the administration just unilaterally acting without any input. And I remember you gave a very good answer in New Hampshire about the White Mountains, about how it's important to keep that collaborative effort in place. I feel very strongly the same place. It certainly wasn't the attitude that took place out west, however.
New question.
Yes.
Last question for you, Governor, and this flows somewhat out of the Boston debate. You, your running mate, your campaign officials have charged that Vice President Gore exaggerates, embellishes, and stretches the facts, etc. Do you believe these are serious issues? This is a serious issue that the voters should use in deciding which one of you two men to vote for?
Yes, it should be actually the number one issue, I would say. Number one issue. And it's sad that no one treated it as such.
Well, we all make mistakes. I've been known to...
Oh, yeah. Windows Food's always on stream, on podcasts.
But, you know what I mean. I think credibility is important. It's going to be important for the president to be credible with Congress. It's important for the president to be credible with foreign nations. And yes, I think it's something that people need to consider. This isn't something new. I read a report or a memo from somebody in his 1988 campaign, I forgot the fellow's name, warning then Senator Gore to be careful about exaggerating claims. And I thought during his debate with Senator Bradley saying he authored the EITC when it didn't happen, I mentioned the last debate.
EITC?
Earned Income Tax Credit.
Right.
Sorry.
That's all right.
A lot of initials for a guy who's not from Washington, isn't it? Anyway, he co-sponsored McCain-Feingold, and yet he didn't. And so I think this is an issue. I found it to be an issue in trying to defend my tax relief package. I thought there were some exaggerations about the numbers. But the people are going to have to make up their mind on this issue. And I'm going to continue to defend my
the Al Gore actor. He was in the movie about the Atlanta bomber. What was that movie? Hold up.
Exaggerations.
I think he was in that.
Only 5% of seniors receive benefits under my Medicare.
Richard Jewell.
That's what he said the other day.
Yeah. Who's the cast?
And I have every right in the world to defend my record and my positions. That's what debates are about, and that's what campaigns are about.
John Hamm?
I got some of the details
Am I crazy?
wrong last week and some of the examples that I used, Jim, and I'm sorry about that, and I'm going to try to do better.
Am I crazy?
One of the reasons I regret it is that getting a detail wrong interfered several times with the point that I was trying to make. However many days that young girl in Florida stood in her classroom, however long, even if it was only one day, doesn't change the fact that there are a lot of overcrowded classrooms in America, and we need to do something about that. There are seniors who pay more for their prescriptions than a lot of other people, more than
if
their
he wore
pets
sunglasses,
sometimes.
you're telling me?
More sometimes than people in foreign
You're telling me
countries.
no?
And we need to do something about that. Not with a measure that leaves the majority of them without any real basic help until the next president's term of 4 years is over, but right away. And that means doing it under the Medicare program. I can't promise that I will never get another detail wrong. I can promise you that I will try not to, and hard. But I will promise you this with all the confidence in my heart and in the world, that I will do my best.
In my head it worked, okay?
I'll work my heart out to get the big things right.
Like a young Al Gore.
Does that resolve the issue, Governor?
Gore looks rough now. I mean, he's 75.
Does it resolve it for you? I mean,
depends on what he says in the future in the campaign.
But your folks are saying some awful things, and
well, I hope they're not awful things.
Well,
I think they may be using the man's own words.
No, I mean what I mean is you calling him a serial exaggerator.
I don't believe I've used those words.
No, but your campaign has.
Maybe they have.
Your campaign officials have.
Maybe they have.
Your campaign officials, Mr. Vice President, are now calling the governor a bumbler.
Wait a minute.
Al Gore gives me youth pastor vibes. He's definitely like dad vibes for me.
I don't use language like that, and I don't think that
he just looks like you're the dad who'd bring you fishing.
It's in your commercial.
I understand. I haven't seen that in my commercial.
Yeah.
You haven't seen the commercial?
And you're
I think that I think the point of that is that anybody would have a hard time trying to make a tax cut plan that's so large that would put us into such big deficits that gives
well, in the first debate, I think Al Gore had
almost half the benefits to the wealthiest of
he had a lot more
wealthy.
energy, I feel like.
Anybody would have a hard time.
It's a more casual
that
setting, and he's giving me more of the vibe right now, like, I'm just here to have a beer with you, kind of.
That's the kind of exaggeration I was just talking about.
Well, I wasn't the one having trouble explaining it.
Gentlemen, it's time to go to the closing statements, and Vice President Gore, you have 2 minutes.
Jim, one of the issues that I would like to close with in my statement is education, because it's an example of the overall approach that I think is important. This race is about values, it's about change, it's about giving choices to the American people. And education is my #1 priority, because I think that it's the most important, big, major change that we can bring in our country. I agree with Governor Bush that we should have new accountability, testing of students. I think that we should require states to test all students, test schools and school districts, and I think that
because everyone's great at testing.
Require teacher testing for new teachers also. The difference is that while my plan starts with new accountability and maintains local control, it doesn't stop there, because I want to give new choices to parents to send their kids to college with a $10,000 tax deduction for college tuition per child per year. I want to reduce the size of
the Muppet
in this country for one basic reason.
No, no, he doesn't. He does not look like
one time with teachers. And the way to do that is first to recruit more teachers. I have a plan in my budget to recruit 100,000
I think that's
new.
That's why I think I equated him more to John.
And to help local school districts build new schools. I think that we have to put more emphasis on early learning and preschool. Now, here is how that connects with all the rest of what we've been talking about. If you squander the surplus on a huge tax cut that goes mostly to those at the top, then you can't make education the top priority. If the tax cut is your #1, 2, 3, and 4 priority, you can't do education. You can't do both. You have to choose. I choose education and health care, the environment and retirement security, and I ask for your support.
Governor Bush, 2 minutes.
Jim, thank you very much. Vice President, thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the folks here at Wake Forest. I want to thank you all for listening.
See, Bush did the right thing. He thanked everybody.
Some things done for America. There's too many issues left unresolved. There's been too much finger pointing and too much name calling in Washington, D.C. I'd like to unite this country to get an agenda done that will speak to the hopes and aspirations of the future. I want to have an education system that sets high standards, local control of schools, and strong accountability. No child should be left behind in America. I want to make sure we rebuild our military to keep the peace. I worry about morale in today's military. The warning signs are...
Well, the morale will definitely be boosted in a year's time, don't you worry.
Clear. It's time to have a new commander-in-chief who will rebuild the military, to pay our men and women more. And
every time we watch these, like knowing what happens in the
future.
future.
For our military. Once and for all, I want to do something about Medicare.
Oh yeah, that's a famous Bush quote.
Been too long on the table because
fool me once, shame on.
It's time to bring folks together to say that all seniors will get prescription drug coverage.
You can't get fooled again.
I want to do something about Social Security. It's an important priority because now's the time to act, and we're going to say to our seniors, our promises we've made to you will be promises kept. But younger workers, in order to make sure the system exists tomorrow, younger workers ought to be able to take some of your own money and invest it in safe securities to get a better rate of return on that money. And finally, I do believe in tax relief. I believe we can set our priorities. I don't believe like the Vice President does in huge government. I believe in limited government. And by having a limited government and a focused government, we can send some of the money back to the people who pay the bills. I want to have a tax relief for all people who pay the bills.
Direct line to God. God dictates foreign policy.
You can spend your money more wisely than the federal government can.
I was mentioning at the top.
I'm asking for your vote. And God bless.
God bless America. Thank you.
And we will return next Tuesday night,
some people were about to clap.
From Washington University of St. Louis for the third and final debate.
No, I was saying earlier,
President Gore,
I don't remember any of this because I was like 5 years old. I was gonna say, my brain blanked for a second. No, I was gonna say that like the second Bush term I remember a lot more as I got older. So like there was the shoe, there was the mission accomplished, but I didn't hear about the God thing, but yeah, Bush gave us some memes for sure before memes were a thing.
Next week, for now, from Winston-Salem, I'm Jim Lara. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, good night. GG. All right. Who do we think won this debate? And you gotta take politics aside. Who do you think won this debate? I think Bush won this one. I think Bush did. Gore did amazing in his first one, and then this one he was too casual. And he was too afraid to break the rules again. Like, he even made jokes about not breaking any rules. Bush had the Riz, I think, in this one, too. The real winner was all of us, yeah, for watching all of it. Yeah, I feel like Bush won this one. So we'll see who gets the third. So yeah, the third one here is in St. Louis, Missouri, and this one is the town hall, I believe. Yeah, they're all in a circle. Hell yeah, this is my shit right here. This is when Americans, the average American, ask them a question. Okay. If you haven't seen any of these yet, these are the best ones. But before we jump into this, I'm gonna grab food. And I'll be right back. Probably like 2 minutes tops. Just gonna heat up some food. All right, be right back. Don't you leave. We are back. Hello. All right, so this is the third one. Like I said, it is a 90-minute town hall. Thanks for everybody tuning in on this Sunday evening, watching this Bush versus Gore battle for our votes. Hope you're all enjoying it. It's the last one of the Bush versus Gore, and then we'll never see Gore again. But yeah, it's been good so far. It's 1-1, I think. Gore won the first one, Bush won the second. Let's see who wins the third. Where's the thingy? There it is. Okay. All right, we're gonna jump right in. We're not stalling, and I'll try not to pause much. I know I paused a lot in the second one.
Good evening.
He created like a climate change initiative or like program or something.
And I
think him and
third and final campaign 2000 debate between the
I think him and actually like Leonardo DiCaprio like did some stuff together too, like for the environment and stuff.
Let's welcome the candidates.
Like he has like a foundation or something like that. All right, rocking the red tie.
Hey, Jim.
Rocking the red tie again. Okay, both red ties. Interesting.
How you doing?
Governor?
I'm mad they never brought the what's her name back from the Clinton one. She was good.
How are you all?
Is that Barbara Bush? Oh, people are starting to shoot fireworks outside, by the way, so apologies in advance.
We would like to observe a moment of silence in memory of Governor Mel Carnahan of Missouri, who, along with his son and his former chief of staff, died in a private plane crash last night near St. Louis.
Jeez. How funny would it be if Gore was like... I'm sorry, that's kind of funny though. Like this, like such an awkward thing to show. I mean, I know why they're doing it, probably, you know, but to be nice. But
a reminder, as we continue
just like
now, that these debates are sponsored
the
by
shifts
the
of people.
Presidential debates, the formats, and the rules.
Ooh, look at this tie right here! Holy shit!
And the two campaigns.
I like it.
Tonight's questions will
it's like a Charlie Brown,
St. Louis
black and brown one,
who were identified as being uncommitted by the Gallup organization. Earlier today, each of them wrote a question on a small card like this. Those cards were collected and then given to me this afternoon. My job, under the rules of the evening, was to decide the order the questions will be asked and to call on the questioners accordingly. I also had the option of asking follow-ups, which in order to get to more of the panel's questions, for the record, I plan to do sparingly and mostly for clarifications. The audience participants are bound by the following rule. They shall not ask follow-up questions or otherwise participate in the extended discussion, and the questioner's microphone will be turned off after he or she completes asking the question. Those are the rules. As in Winston-Salem last week, no single answer or response from a candidate can exceed 2 minutes. There is an audience here in the hall, and they have promised to remain absolutely quiet, as did their predecessors this year in Boston, Danville, and Winston-Salem.
I miss the crowd cheering, though. I like it.
A correction from last week's debate. I was wrong when I said Vice President Gore's campaign commercials had called Governor Bush a bumbler. That specific charge was made in a press statement by Gore campaign spokesman Mark Fabiani, not in a TV guide.
Oh my, it went from like giving Gore props to like, actually it was still under Gore though.
I'm glad you clarified that. And a TV ad. Now, let's go to the first question.
He fucking voted Bush, you know he did.
130 questions we received from this panel. We will begin with one of the 19 on health issues, and it goes to you, Mr. Vice President, and it will be asked by James Hankins. Mr. Hankins?
How do you feel about HMOs and insurance companies making the critical decisions that affect people's lives instead of the medical professionals? And why are the HMOs and insurance companies not held accountable for their decisions?
Mr. Hankins, I don't feel good about it, and I think we ought to have a patient's Bill of Rights to take the
Oh no, Gore has a little hair loose. We got to help him out.
Give them back to the doctors and the nurses.
Do a little bit of
come back and tell you why, but if you will forgive me, I would like to say something right now at the beginning of this debate, following on the moment of silence for Mel Carnahan and Randy Carnahan and Chris Sifford. Tipper and I were good friends with Mel and Randy, and I know that all of us here want to extend our sympathy and condolences to Gene and the family and to the Sifford family. And I'd just like to say that this debate, in a way, is a living tribute to Mel Carnahan, because he loved the vigorous discussion of ideas in our democracy. He was
the battleground of ideas.
Governor of Missouri. This state became one of the top 5 in the nation for health care.
He's going too long for this.
Under his leadership. One of the best in advancing all kinds of benefits for children to grow up healthy and strong. And of course, this debate also takes place at a time when the tragedy of the USS Cole is on our minds and hearts. And insofar as the memorial services tomorrow, I would like to also extend sympathy to the families of those who have died and those who are still missing, and the injured. Now, Mr. Hankins, I think that the situation that you describe has gotten completely out of hand. Doctors are giving prescriptions, they're recommending treatments, and then their recommendations are being overruled by HMOs and insurance companies. That is unacceptable. I support a strong national patients' Bill of Rights. It is actually a disagreement.
Yeah, I always go back to just sticking to the question. Don't try to fit in another answer or something else.
The Norwood bill, a bipartisan bill, is one that I support and that the governor does not.
2 minutes response, Governor Bush.
I too want to extend my prayers to the and blessings.
But I guess it's a good tactic because now Bush has to.
Whose lives were overturned last night. It was a tragic moment. Actually, Mr. Vice President, it's not true. I do support a National Patients' Bill of Rights. As a matter of fact, I brought Republicans and Democrats together to do just that in the state of Texas, to get a Patients' Bill of Rights through. It requires a different kind of leadership style to do it, though. You see, in order to get something done on behalf of the people, you have to put partisanship aside. And that's what we did in my state. We've got one of the most advanced Patients' Bill of Rights. It says, for example, that a woman doesn't have to go through a gatekeeper to go to her gynecologist. It says that you can't gag a doctor. A doctor can advise you. The HMO, the insurance company, can't gag that doctor from giving you full advice. In this particular bill, it allows patients to choose a doctor, their own doctor if they want to. But we did something else that was interesting. We're one of the first states that said you can sue an HMO for denying you proper coverage. Now, there's what's called an independent review organization that you have.
But can you sue them if you're going to be dead in a year?
You got a complaint with your
like, what if you have like
company? You can take your complaint to an objective body,
like a really bad cancer or something, like terminal cancer, and then the insurance company denies you coverage.
The insurance company doesn't
which
follow
happens.
The findings of the IRO.
You can't. You know how long court cases take usually.
In the court of law. It's
like that's good, but
for our nation.
How many times can you actually get it done?
Come together and do what's right for the people. And I think this is right for the people. You know, I support a national Patients' Bill of Rights, Mr. Vice President. And I want all people covered. I don't want the law to supersede good law like we got in Texas.
Governor,
I think
time is up, sir.
Jim, we have a direct disagreement on this.
Just a minute, Mr. Vice President. I wanted to, you know, the way the rules go here now, 2 minutes, and then I'll decide whether we go on, okay?
Right.
So what I want to make sure is we understand here is before we go on to another question in the health area, would you
he went
agree
from
that
like
you
letting
two
him,
agree
he
on
had like a
the
laissez-faire
Patients' Bill of
attitude with the questioning and stuff.
Absolutely not. I referred to the Dingell-Norwood bill.
And then now he's been so like, nope, you're done.
It is the bipartisan bill that is now pending in the Congress. The HMOs and the insurance companies support the other bill that's pending, the one that the Republican majority has put forward. They like it because it doesn't accomplish what I think really needs to be accomplished, to give the decisions back to the doctors and nurses and to give you a right
that's Jim
of
for you.
appeal to somebody other than the HMO or insurance company, let you go to the nearest emergency room without having to call an HMO before you call 911, to let you see a specialist if you need to. And it has strong bipartisan support. It is being blocked by the Republican leadership in the Congress. And I specifically would like to know whether Governor Bush will support the Dingell-Norwood bill, which is the main one pending.
Governor Bush, you may answer that if you'd like, but also I'd like to know how you see the differences between the two of you, and we need to move on.
Well, the difference is that I can get it done. That I can get something positive done on behalf of the people. That's what the question in this campaign is about. It's not only what's your philosophy and what's your position on issues.
Fight him.
But can you get things done?
Fight him.
I believe I can.
That was great. That was good.
All right.
What about the Dingell-Norwood bill?
All right, we're going to go now.
Gore.
I talked about the principles.
Gore going hard in
and
the paint
issues
right
that I
now.
think are important in a patient's Bill of Rights. You know, there's this kind of Washington, D.C. focus. Well, it's in this committee, or it's got this sponsor. If I'm the president, we're going to have emergency room care. We're going to have gag orders. Women will have direct access to OBGYN. People will be able to take their HMO insurance company to court. That's what I've done in Texas, and that's the kind of leadership style I'll bring to Washington.
All right,
Dude, I loved
next
that
question
shit.
also on-
Gore like
on
stood
health
him up a little
issues
bit right
from-
there.
It will be asked by Marie Payne Clapey. And it goes to Governor Bush.
Oh, her outfit is woo. I don't know.
Are either of you concerned with... I gotta put my glasses on.
Here you go.
I've got...
Okay. Are either of you concerned with finding some feasible way to lower the price of pharmaceutical drugs, such as education on minimizing intake, revamp of the FDA process, or streamline the drug companies' procedures instead of just finding more money to pay for them?
Well, that's a great question. I think one of the problems we have, particularly for seniors, is there's no prescription drug coverage in Medicare. And therefore, when they have to try to purchase drugs, they do so on their own. There's no kind of collective bargaining. There's no power of purchasing among seniors.
That screen grab, Ethan.
So I think step one to make sure prescription drugs is more affordable for seniors, and those are the folks who really rely on
I could see some people being pissed off at Gore about that.
is to reform the Medicare
I think it's
system,
funny as fuck regardless.
is to have
Bush's reaction was
prescription drugs as an
fantastic.
integral part of Medicare once and for all. The problem we have today is that, like the Patients' Bill of Rights, particularly with health care, there's a lot of bickering in Washington, D.C. It's kind of like a political issue as opposed to a people issue. So what I want to do is I want to call upon Republicans and Democrats to forget all the arguing and finger pointing and come together and take care of our seniors with a prescription drug program that says we'll pay for the poor seniors, we'll help all seniors with prescription drugs. In the meantime, I think it's important to have what's called immediate helping hand, which is direct money to states so that seniors, poor seniors, don't have to choose between food and medicine. That's a part of an overall overhaul. But purchasing power is important. I'm against price controls. I think price controls would hurt our ability to continue important research and development. Drug therapies are replacing a lot of medicines as we used to know it. One of the most important things is to continue the research and development component. And so I'm against price controls. Expediting drugs through the FDA makes sense, of course. Allowing the new bill that was passed in the Congress made sense to allow for drugs that were sold overseas to come back in other countries to come back into the United States. That makes sense. But the best thing to do is to reform Medicare.
Vice President Gore, 2 minutes.
All right, here we go again. Now look, if you want someone who will spend a lot of words describing a whole convoluted process and then end up supporting legislation that is supported by the big drug companies, this is your man. If you want someone who will fight for you and who will fight for the middle-class families and working men and women who are sick and tired of having their parents and grandparents pay higher prices for prescription drugs than anybody else, then I want to fight for you. And you asked a great question, because it's not only seniors. Listen, for 24 years, I have never been afraid to take on the big drug companies. They do some great things. They discover great new cures, and that's great. We want them to continue that. But they are now spending more money on advertising and promotion.
Fireworks sounds so close to me.
Than they are on research and development. And they're trying to artificially extend the monopoly patent protection so they can keep charging these very high prices. I want to streamline the approval of the competing generic drugs and the new kinds of treatments that can compete with them so that we bring the price down for everybody. Now, briefly, let me tell you how my prescription drug plan works. The governor talked about Medicare. I propose a real prescription drug benefit under Medicare for all seniors, and here's how it works. You pick your own doctor, and nobody can take that away from you. The doctor chooses the prescription that you need, and nobody can overrule your doctor. You go to your own pharmacy, and then Medicare pays half the price. If you're poor, they pay all of it. If you have extraordinarily high cost, then they pay all over $4,000 out of pocket. And I'll bring new competition to bring the price down. And if you pass the big drug companies bill, nothing will happen.
All right, another health question. It comes from Vicki French, and it's for you, Vice President Gore. Vicki French, where are you?
Vicki.
Oh, there she is. Yes.
We spend billions of dollars every year on taxes, or pay billions of dollars in taxes. Would you be open to the idea of a national health care plan for everybody? And if not, why? If so, is this something you would try to implement if you're elected into office, and what would you do to implement this plan?
I think that we should move step by step toward universal health coverage, but I am not in favor of government doing it all.
Oh,
We've
not really
spent
universal.
65 years now on the development of a hybrid system, partly private, partly public. And 85% of our people have health insurance, 15% don't. That adds up to 44 million people. That is a national outrage. We have got to get health coverage for those who do not have it. And we've got to improve the quality for those who do, with a Patient's Bill of Rights that's real and that works, the Dingell-Norwood bill. And we have got to fill in the gaps in coverage by finally bringing parity for the treatment of mental illness, because that's been left out. We've got to deal with long-term care. Now, here are the steps that I would take first of all. I will make a commitment to bring health care coverage of high quality that is affordable to every single child in America within 4 years. And then we'll fill other gaps by covering the parents of those children when the family is poor, or up to 2.5 times the poverty rate. I want to give a tax credit for the purchase of individual health insurance plans. I want to give small business employers a tax credit, 25%, to encourage the providing of health insurance for the employees in small businesses. I want to give seniors who are, well, the near elderly, I don't like that term because I'm just about in that category. But those 55 to 65 ought to be able to buy into Medicare for premiums that are reasonable and fair.
That's when people can constitute you as a senior. It's 55 to 65?
Now we have a big difference on this.
I thought it was always like 65
and you need to know
and up.
the record here. Under Governor Bush, Texas has sunk to be 50th out of 50 in health insurance for their citizens. Last week he said that they were spending
That means I'm already like close to halfway to being a senior already.
$4.7 billion on this.
Mr. Vice President?
Okay.
Time is up. Governor Bush, 2 minutes.
I'm absolutely opposed to a national health care plan. I don't want the federal government making decisions for consumers or for providers. I remember what the administration tried to do in 1993. They tried to have a national health care plan. And fortunately, it failed. I trust people. I don't trust the federal government. It's going to be one of the themes you hear tonight.
Such a funny,
I don't want
like,
the federal government making decisions on behalf.
It's always funny to me. Like, I don't trust the federal government,
with,
and that's why I'm running for president.
There sure is. And we've got uninsured people in my state. Ours is a big state, fast-growing state. We share a common border with another nation. But we're providing health care for our people. One thing about insurance, that's a Washington term. The question is, are people getting health care? And we've got a strong safety net, and there needs to be a safety net in America. There needs to be more community health clinics where the poor can go get health care. We need a program for the uninsured. They've been talking about it in Washington, D.C. The number of uninsured have now gone up for the past 7 years. We need a $2,000 credit rebate for people, working people who don't have insurance. They can get in the marketplace and start purchasing insurance. We need to have allow small businesses to write insurance across jurisdictional lines so small business can afford health care. Small restaurants can afford health care.
Yeah.
And so health care needs to be affordable and available.
Clinton had the similar strategy because Clinton was a governor too, if I remember correctly.
Reform I talk about, it says if you're a senior, you can
I think that's definitely a strategy. Be like, hey, I'm not part of DC.
And that's fine. But we're going to give you other choices to choose if you want to do so, just like they do the federal employees. The people who work in Washington, D.C. for the U.S. Congress or the United States Senate get a variety of choices to make in their lives. And that's what we ought to do for
I just think it's bullshit because, like,
yes, sir. Sorry.
Governor?
His father was in D.C., you know what I mean?
Not right now. Not right now. Education.
Trying to find my light.
These folks submitted 18 questions on education. And the first one is that we will be asked on education. We'll go to you, Governor, and we'll be asked by Angie Pettig. Angie Pettig, where are you? There she is. Governor, right there.
Oh, thanks.
I said it last stream.
Heard a lot about education.
Where I want to know where these people are now and who they voted for.
And I certainly agree with that. But as an individual with an educational background and
Here
also
come the
a
loud
parent,
fireworks, folks.
I have seen a lot of instances where the parents are unresponsive to the teachers or flat out uninvolved in their child's education. How do you intend to not only hold the teachers in schools accountable, but also hold parents accountable?
Well,
the death penalty. Have you heard of it? That's what we do in Texas.
It's hard to make people love one another. I wish I knew the law, because I'd darn sure sign it. I wish I knew the law that said all of us should be good parents. One of the things the next president must do is to remind people that if we're going to have a responsible period in America, that each of us must love our children with all our heart and all our soul. I happen to believe strong accountability encourages parental involvement, though. I think when you measure and post results on the internet or in the town newspapers, most parents say, wait a minute, my child's school isn't doing what I want it to do, and therefore become involved in education. I recognize there are some who just don't seem to care. But there are a lot of parents who feel like everything is going well in their child's school, and all of a sudden they wake up and realize that, wait a minute, standards aren't being met. That's why I'm so strong for accountability. I believe we ought to measure a lot. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th grade. We do so in my state of Texas. One of the good things we've done in Texas is we've got strong accountability, because you can't cure unless you know. You can't solve a problem unless you diagnose it. I strongly believe that one of the best things to encourage parental involvement also is to know that the classrooms will be safe and secure. That's why I support a Teacher Liability Act at the federal level that says if a teacher or principal upholds reasonable standards of classroom discipline, they can't be sued. They can't be sued. I think parents will be more involved with education when they know their children's classrooms are safe and secure as well. I also believe that we need to say to people that if you cannot meet standards, there has to be a consequence. Instead of just the kind of the soft bigotry of low expectations.
It's not even dark out and they're shooting fireworks.
That there has to be a consequence. We can't continue to shuffle children through school. And one of the consequences is to allow parents to have different choices.
Vice President Gore?
Yeah, we have a huge difference between us on this question. I'd like to start by telling you what my vision is. I see a day in the United States of America where all of our public schools are considered excellent, world class, where there are no failing schools, where the classrooms are small enough in size, number of students, so that the teacher can spend enough one-on-one time with each student. Now that means recruiting new teachers for the public schools. It means, in my plan, hiring bonuses to get 100,000 new teachers in the public schools within the next 4 years. It means also helping local school districts that sometimes find the parents of school-age children outvoted on bond issues, to give them some help with interest-free bonding authority so that we can build new schools and modernize the classrooms. We need to give teachers the training and professional development that they need to, including paid time off to go visit the classroom of a master teacher and pick up some new skills. I want to give every middle-class family a $10,000 a year tax deduction for college tuition so that middle-class families will always be able to send their kids on to college. I want to work for universal free school.
Jesus
because we know
Christ.
from all the studies that the youngsters learn, kids learn more in the first few years of life than anywhere else. Now, I said there was a contrast. Governor Bush is for vouchers. And in his plan, he proposes to drain more money, more taxpayer money out of the public schools for private school vouchers than all of the money that he proposes in his entire budget for public schools themselves. And only 1 in 20 students would be eligible for these vouchers, and they wouldn't even pay the full tuition to private school. I think that's a mistake. I don't think we should give up on the private schools and leave kids trapped in failing schools. I think we should make it the #1 priority to make our schools the best in the world, all of them.
Governor, what is your position on that?
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think anytime we end with one of these attacks, it's appropriate to respond. Here's what I think. First of all, vouchers are up to states. If you want to do a voucher program in Missouri, fine. See, I strongly believe in local control of schools. I'm a governor of a state, and I don't like it when the federal government tells us what to do. I believe in local control of schools, but here's what I've said. I've said to the extent we spend federal money on disadvantaged children, we want the schools to show us whether or not the children are learning. What's unreasonable about that? We expect there to be standards met, and we expect there to be measurement. And if we find success, we'll praise it. But when we find children trapped in schools that will not change and will not teach, instead of saying, oh, this is okay in America just to shuffle poor kids through schools, there has to be a consequence. And the consequence is that federal portion of federal money will go to the parent. So the parent can go to a tutoring program or another public school or another private school. You see, there has to be a consequence. We've got a society that says, hey, the status quo is fine, just move them through. And guess who suffers?
What is the harm on voucher? What's the other side on voucher?
Well, the program that he's proposing is not the one that he just described. Under your plan, Governor Bush, states would be required to pay vouchers
Definitely getting a little
to
intense.
students to match
I mean,
the vouchers that the federal
Gore
government
standing
would put
up during that one question.
And the way it would happen is that under his plan, if a school was designated as failing, the kids would be trapped there for another 3 years, and then some of them would get federal vouchers, and the state would be forced to match that money. Under my plan, if a school is failing, We work with the states to give them the authority and the resources to close down that school and reopen it right away with a new principal, a new faculty, a turnaround team of specialists who know what they're doing.
I just don't know how that could really work.
It's based on the plan of Governor Jim Hunt in North Carolina, and it works great.
So no vouchers in a Gore administration?
If I thought that there was no alternative, then I might feel differently. But I have an obligation to fight to make sure there are no failing schools. We've got to turn around most schools are excellent, but we've got to make sure that all of them are.
Andrew Cosberg has a related question on education that's right on this subject. Mr. Cosberg, where are you? There you are, and it's for Vice President Gore.
Mr. Vice President. In the school district in which
Mr.
I work,
Vice President,
and countless others across the nation, we face crumbling school buildings, increased school violence, student apathy, overcrowding, lack of funding, lawsuits. The list goes on. I could mention low teacher pay, but I won't. What can you tell me?
You should, though.
And my fellow American teachers today about your plans for our immediate future?
Nowadays, you definitely should.
Up. That's a violation of your rule, Vice President Gore.
Oh, come on.
High school.
All right, this is
I mentioned before that the local communities are having a harder time passing bond issues. Traditionally, if you've been involved in a campaign like that, you know that the parents with kids in school are the ones that turn out and vote. It's ironic that there are now
welcome back.
There's now a smaller percentage of the voters made up of parents with children.
Gore's bringing the Riz back
because of the aging of our population. But at the same time, we've got the largest generation of students in public schools ever. More than 90% of America's children go to public schools. And
he missed this guy who asked the question. He was like, he had the microphone too close. He was like, yes, Vice President.
And local,
and it like caught him off guard.
It's not enough to leave it up to the local school districts. They're not able to do it. And our future depends upon it. Look, we're in an information age. Our economic future depends upon whether or not our children are going to get the kind of education that lets them go on to college. And again, I want to make it possible for all middle-class families to send their kids to college, and more Pell Grants for those who are in the lower income groups also. And then I want to make sure that we have job training on top of that and lifelong learning. But it all starts with the public school teachers. My proposal gives $10,000 hiring bonuses for those teachers who get certified to teach in the areas where they're most needed. Now, accountability, we basically agree on accountability. My plan requires testing of all students. It also requires something that Governor Bush's plan doesn't. It requires testing of all new teachers, including in the subjects that they teach. We have to start treating teachers like the professionals that they are and give them the respect and the kind of quality of life that will draw more people into teaching, because we need a lot more teachers.
Governor Bush, 2 minutes.
When you total up all the federal spending he wants to do, it's the largest increase in federal spending in years. And there's just not going to be enough money.
The camera operation's been fantastic, too, in all these debates. Shout out to the production manager or whatever the title is for that.
They ought to say, this is the most important thing we do as a state. The federal government puts about 6% of the money up. They put about, 60% of the strings where you got to fill out paperwork. I don't know if you have to be a paperwork filler-outer, but most of it's because of the federal government. What I want to do is to send flexibility and authority to the local folks so you can choose what to do with the money. One size does not fit all. I'd worry about federalizing education if I were you. I believe strongly that the federal government can help. We need to fund Head Start. We need to have accountability. The Vice President's plan does not have annual accountability. 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade. We need to demand on results. I believe strongly in a Teacher Protection Act, like I mentioned. I hear from teachers all the time about the lawsuits and the threats, respect in the classroom. Part of it's because you can't control the classroom. You can't have a consequence for somebody. without fear of getting sued under federal law. So I'm going to ask the Congress to pass a Teacher Protection Act. So I believe in flexibility. I believe in a national reading initiative for local districts to access with K-2 diagnostic testing, curriculum that works. Phonics works, by the way. It needs to be a part of our curriculum. There needs to be flexibility for teacher training and teacher hiring with federal money. Now, the federal government can be a part, but don't fall prey to all this stuff about money here and money there, because education is really funded at the local level. 94% comes from the local level.
Vice President Gore, is the governor right when he says that you're proposing the largest federal spending in years?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm so glad that I have a chance to knock that down. Look, the problem is that under Governor Bush's plan, $1.6 trillion tax cut, mostly to the wealthy, under his own budget numbers, he proposes spending more money for a tax cut just for the wealthiest 1% than all of the new money that he budgets for education, health care, and national defense combined. Now, under my plan, we will balance the budget every year. I'm not just saying this, I'm not just talking. I have helped to balance the budget for the first time in 30 years, pay down the debt, and under my plan,
yeah, I was saying it earlier how, like, in school, I remember that being an insult of telling people
gross domestic product, federal spending will be the smallest that it has
that, like,
been in 50 years.
Kids would tell each other, like, oh, the only reason you passed into 5th grade was because of Bush's No Child Left Behind.
We keep the good faith and credit of the United States. I will pay down the debt every single year until it is eliminated early in the next decade. That gets rid of the third biggest intrusion of the federal government in our economy. Now, because the governor has all this money for a tax cut mostly to the wealthy, there is no money left over, so schools get testing and lawsuit reform and not much else.
Governor, the Vice President says you're wrong.
Well, he's wrong. Just add up all the numbers. It's 3 times bigger than what President Clinton proposed. The Senate Budget Committee.
3 times
bigger than what President Clinton proposed.
That's in an ad, Jim, that was knocked down by the journalists who analyzed the ad, said it was misleading.
Go ahead.
My turn?
Yes, sir.
Bush is bringing the Riz right back, though, right now. It's a Riz off.
Proposed more than Walter Mondale and Michael Dukakis combined. Now, this is a big spender.
Yeah, Bush is definitely of the more classic conservative, compassionate conservative.
Tax relief. If you pay taxes, you ought to get tax relief. The Vice President believes that only the right people ought to get tax relief. I don't think that's the role of the President to pick. You're right, and you're not right. I think if you're going to have tax relief, everybody ought to get it. And therefore, wealthy people are going to get it. But the top 1% will end up paying 1/3 of the taxes in America, and they get 1/5 of the benefits. And that's because we
He's the most likable war criminal that I know.
So that 6 million additional American families pay no taxes. If you're a family of 4 making $50,000
Thanks, Mom, for watching.
in Missouri, you get a 50%
I'm glad you voted Gore.
in your federal income taxes.
You did the right
what
thing.
I've done is set priorities and funded them, and there's extra money. And I believe the people who pay the bills ought to get some money back. It's a difference of opinion. He wants to grow the government, and I trust you with your own money. Well, I wish we could spend an hour talking about trusting people, because it's the right position to take.
Can we extend the time?
Yeah, well, hold on one sec here, though. But Governor, just to reverse the thing, what do you say specifically to what the Vice President said tonight? He said it many, many times, that your tax cut benefits the top 1% of the wealthiest Americans, and you've heard what he said.
Of course it does. If you pay taxes, you're going to get a benefit. People who pay taxes will get tax relief.
Why shouldn't they?
Well, let me finish, please. Under my plan, if you make the wealthy people pay 62% of the taxes.
Oh yeah, we'll get into the Florida thing after this debate.
This is a fair plan.
Because I was reading up a little bit more on it
the tax code is unfair
at one point.
For people at the bottom end of the economic ladder.
It's been a minute since I've
making
read about it.
$22,000 a year today, and you're trying to raise 2 children, for every additional dollar you earn, you pay a higher marginal rate on that dollar than someone making $200,000, and it's not right. So I want to do something about that.
All right, Vice President Gore.
Look, this isn't about Governor Bush. It's not about me. It is about you. And I want to come back to something I said before. If you want somebody who believes that we were better off 8 years ago than we are now, and that we ought to go back to the kind of policies that we had back then, emphasizing tax cuts mainly for the wealthy. Here is your man. If you want somebody who will fight for you and who will fight to have middle-class tax cuts, then I am your man.
They're being a lot. Like the last couple debates were more fancy talk, but both of them have been really good at being direct. Like Bush just admitted, like, yeah, the wealthy will also get a tax break.
I'm not going to ask. But if everyone here in this audience was dead on in the middle of the middle class, then the tax cuts for
I feel like these are even more direct than, like, let's say the Carter versus Reagan debates. I feel like, well, I guess Reagan was pretty direct at points, but he was very much about trickle down and all that. But there's been some debates we've watched where they're less direct than this.
Quick, and then we're moving on.
Good. 50 million Americans get no tax relief under his plan.
That's not right.
You may not be one of them. You're just not one of the right people. And secondly, we've had enough fighting. It's time to unite.
No, yeah, these debates have been great.
In 8 years, they haven't gotten anything done on Medicare, on Social Security, a patient's Bill of Rights.
All right,
and both of them are goofy and charismatic in different ways, and I like it.
Medicare, I cast the tie-breaking vote to add 26 years to the life of Medicare. It was due to go bankrupt in 1999. And that 50 million figure, again, the newspapers, I said, you said forget the journalists, but they are the keepers of the scorecard and whether or not you're using facts that aren't right. And that fact is just...
Oh, no, yeah, totally fair, Rye. Totally fair.
That's what I'm trying to do here, Mr. Vice President, Governor Bush. We're going to move on.
Totally fair. I mean, earlier I was talking about...
12 questions on foreign and military
I was
matters.
talking about how, like just Bush was, like, touting of, like, how much Texas cares about kids, and I'm like, just Uvalde. The Uvalde shooting last year, just like, you know, like that kind of stuff. And obviously 9/11 being the obvious big one here. Trump started a new type of politics. I mean, yes, and kind of no, though. Because, like, I've noticed some trends with, like, some of them. Like, Reagan was pretty, like, not like the other politicians. You know what I mean? That's why he won. But yeah, but he was different though. Trump was much more, he said the quiet parts out loud. That's, I think, the biggest difference for Trump versus everybody else. Is he's not afraid to say, you know, the fascist thing.
And the first one...
the biggest example for me is, like, you know, Republicans prior to Trump would say, we have a border issue. And then Trump would say, it's the Mexicans. Like, he was very specific and, you know.
That we're going to ask will be directed to you, Governor
Yeah, and
Bush,
then fear-mongering populism, yeah.
Mr. Norwood?
I think Bush and McCain were the last two, like, quote-unquote classic Republican. You know what I mean? Because Reagan was, I feel like, I mean, like, the Republicans dominated all through the after Carter, they dominated, right? And so, like, it was like they wanted to be just like Reagan, you know. And then the Clinton was the first time that was challenged. And then obviously Bush would win, so it extended it. And then Obama winning, I think, just that changed everything in terms of how the Republicans wanted to respond. Because they tried Mitt Romney, right? And, you know, didn't have a shot against Obama. And that's when I think why Trump came.
There you are.
It's like a combination of those things. The classic conservatism is
what would make
dead
you the best candidate
at this
in
point.
office during the Middle East crisis?
I've been a leader. I've been a person who has to set a clear vision.
Yeah, like, yeah, for sure, right? Yeah.
I got a strategy for the Middle East. And first, let me say that our nation now needs to speak with one voice.
Yeah, Chris Christie doesn't have a shot.
And I applaud the president.
No way.
For working hard to diffuse tensions. Our nation needs to be credible and strong.
Mitt Romney was the last of the Republican Republican presidential candidates who's going to be like him.
We'll stand by Israel.
I think at this point.
We need to reach out to modern Arab nations as well, to build coalitions to keep the peace.
And then the Democrats have went back further center with like someone like Biden.
Be patient
because Biden
can't put
can
the
bring
Middle
some of those,
peace
you know,
process on
or
our
at least that's what their idea is, that they'll bring some of
It's got to be on the timetable of
the George Bush
the people
voters.
that we're trying to bring to the peace table. We can't dictate the terms of peace, which means that you have to be steady. You can't worry about polls or focus groups. You've got to have a clear vision. That's what a leader does. A leader also understands that the United States must be strong to keep the peace.
But like for me, I'm watching this, and Bush is just a direct correlation from Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan's been the Republican champion up until Trump.
Sanctions are loosened.
Even though Trump only had the 4 years, he dramatically shifted the Republican Party.
So to answer your question, requires a clear vision, a willingness to stand by.
Yeah,
our
totally,
friends,
totally fair,
and the
BCZ.
credibility for people, both friend and foe, to understand when America says something, we mean it.
Vice President Gore?
Like, there's really no culture war like shit. You know what I mean?
I see a future
That's another like reason,
when the
like way I
world
can
is
point
at
to like
peace
how the conservatism
with
has
the United
changed.
States of America, promoting the values of democracy and human rights.
I mean, I'm sure there was
freedom
culture war shit,
all around
but
the
not
world.
at the national level, not during
Even
the
in
debates
Iran,
and all that.
They have had an election.
Yeah, don't ask,
that
don't tell.
began to bring
Yeah.
about some change. We stand for those values, and we have to be willing to assert them.
Yeah, War on
Right
Christmas,
now, our
which no
military
one
is the
really took
strongest in
seriously.
the
You know what I
entire
mean?
history of the world.
But then there's actually people out there who
I
like.
pledge to you, I will do whatever is necessary.
I feel like there's a lot more people out
Make
there who
sure
like
that it
really
stays
believe like the Bud Light shit. You know what I mean?
Now, what can I bring to that challenge? When I was a young man, my father was a senator opposed to the Vietnam War. When I graduated from college, there were plenty of fancy ways to get out of
Jesus, sorry y'all. Loud
going and being a
fireworks.
part of that. I went and I volunteered. And I
Celebrating
went
our
to
great
Vietnam.
nation.
I didn't do the most or run the gravest risk by a long shot. But I learned what it was like to be an enlisted man in the United States Army.
It's not that bad on stream. Okay, good.
In the Congress,
It's really loud.
In the House of Representatives, I
Like for
served
me.
on the House Intelligence
I
Committee.
mean, it's a couple blocks down.
And I worked
but
hard to learn the subject of nuclear arms control and how we can defuse these tensions and deal with
But in that, like in our,
non-proliferation,
because where I'm in,
deal with the problems
where
of
I am
terrorism
in
and these new
Colorado,
weapons of mass destruction.
like,
Look,
things
we're gonna
just
face some
echo.
serious new challenges in the next 4 years.
things aren't absorbed really here.
I've worked on that long and hard. When I went to the United States Senate, I asked for an
It's like
assignment
thunder
to
and
the
lightning's
Armed
also like
Services
just
Committee.
really loud here.
And
Just
while I was there, I worked
miles
on a
away, a lightning
bipartisan
strike, and it's like
basis. As I
sounds
did
like
in
it's
the
right
House,
on top of you.
Worked with former President Reagan to
And I'll go outside,
on the
it's fucking sunny.
modernization of our strategic weaponry. In the Senate, I was one of only 10 Democrats, along with Senator Joe Lieberman, to support Governor Bush's dad in the Persian Gulf War resolution. And for the last 8 years, I've served on the National Security Council. Could I say just one other thing here?
No, sir. We'll get back. I'm going to. The next question is to you. And
Fine, I'll wait.
It's a related question. It's going to be asked by Kenneth Allen. Mr.
right.
Allen.
I think that he gets oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Go ahead.
Mr. Allen, right there.
Gore was trying to give Bush a
Today
chance.
our military forces are
Ooh, I loved
stretched
it.
thinner and doing
This sweater is so 90s in all the right ways. This goes hard. This would go hard now. I like this one.
more than they've ever
I like
done
this
before
fit.
during peacetime. I'd like to know I think we would all like to know what you, as president, would do to ensure proper resourcing for the current mission and/or more selective.
Bill Cosby? Oh, fuck. Now that you say that, god damn it.
Thank you, sir. Just to finish briefly, I started to say that in the last
I respect a man who wears his grandma's sweater like a badge, yes.
last week, I suspended campaigning for 2 days or parts of 2 days to go
I mean, yeah,
back
Trump
and
is old, so this
participate
probably
in the
is his
meetings
last
that
election
charted the
regardless, but who
president's,
fucking knows
summit
anymore,
meeting
dude.
that he just returned from earlier today, and our country's team over there did a
I think that's why DeSantis is running, is because, like, okay, if I don't win this primary, I'll get the next
to
one.
make sure that we can help promote peace and security and stability. And that means keeping our
But
military
DeSantis
strong.
is like,
Now, I
he's
said
trying to do the
earlier that we are
anti-woke
the
thing, but
strongest
not even a way
military,
that
but we
conservatives
need
dig it. You know what I mean?
Continue improving
DeSantis' campaign
and
so far
making
has been
sure that
awfully run for him.
Our military personnel are adequately paid, and that the combination of their pay and their benefits and their retirement as veterans is comparable to the stiff
Wait, someone tried to
that's coming in this
assassinate
strong
Obama
economy
yesterday?
from
What?
the private sector.
I did not hear that.
And I have supported the largest pay raise in many a year, and I support another one now. I also support modernization.
Yeah, feel free to
of
link
our
it.
strategic,
You might. I don't know if you need a
and
permit or not. I don't
tactical
remember.
weapons. The governor's proposed skipping a generation of technology. I think that would be a mistake, because I think one of the ways we've been able to be so successful in Kosovo and Bosnia and Haiti and in other places is by having the technological edge. You know, we won that conflict in Kosovo without losing a single human life in combat, a single American life in combat. Now, readiness.
Oh no, I did hear about this.
Before I
yeah, he was
got
near
my
the
current
home, right?
job,
And he
were
tweeted about
on
it.
the
That's how he got
decline.
caught.
The number of divisions
That's
were
what, if
reduced.
I remember that.
I argued that we should reverse that trend and take it back up.
And he was at the January
I'm happy
6th.
to tell
Yeah,
you that
yeah.
we have. Now, in my budget for the next 10 years, I propose $100 billion for this purpose. The governor proposes $45 billion. I propose more than twice as much because I think it's needed.
Governor Bush, 2 minutes.
If this were a spending contest, I'd come in second. I readily admit I'm not going to grow the size of the federal government like he is. Your question was deployment. It must be in the national interests, it must be in our vital interests whether we ever send troops. The mission must be clear. Soldiers must understand why we're going. The force must be strong enough so that the mission can be accomplished, and the exit strategy needs to be well defined. I'm concerned that we're over-deployed around the world. See, I think the mission has somewhat become fuzzy. Should I be fortunate enough to earn your confidence? The mission of the United States military will be to be prepared and ready to fight and win war, and therefore prevent war from happening in the first place. There may be some moments when we use our troops as peacekeepers, but not often. The Vice President mentioned my view of the long term for the military. I want to make sure the equipment for our military is the best it can possibly be, of course. But we have an opportunity. We have an opportunity to use our research and development capacities, the great technology of the United States, to make our military lighter, harder to find, more lethal. We have an opportunity, really, if you think about it, if we're smart and have got a strategic vision and a leader who understands strategic planning, to make sure that we change the terms of the battlefield of the future so we can keep the peace. This is a peaceful nation, and I intend to keep the peace.
1 year later, would not keep the peace.
But spending money without a strategic plan can oftentimes be wasted.
All right, I'm muting myself a
First
bunch
thing
just
I'm
because
gonna
there's
do
like
is
been
ask the
multiple
Secretary of
fireworks
Defense.
at this point, so I'll
Let's
just probably be
develop a
muting
plan.
myself in and out.
So we're making sure we're not spending our money on political projects, but on projects to make sure our soldiers are well paid, well housed, and have the best equipment in the world.
Governor Bush, another kind of gun question.
It's because I try to be like an audio.
Lutz.
I don't know. I'm just obsessed with my audio sometimes. So I'm just like,
Governor
no,
Bush,
no outside noises.
Yes, sir.
we'd just like to know what is your opposition to the Brady handgun bill?
Oh,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
We'd like to know why you object to the Brady handgun bill, if you do object to it. Because on a recent TV ad, it showed that the National Rifle Association says if you are elected, that they will be working out of your office.
Well,
I can just see.
I don't think the National Rifle Association ran that ad, but let me just tell you my position on guns in general, sir, if you don't mind.
Excuse me, I'm not sure he's finished with his question,
I'm sorry.
Governor. I'm sorry.
Well, that kind of bothers me, you know, when I
I know
see that
Ethan
ad
was
like
saying
that.
the other
I want you
night
to explain that ad to me.
that when we were
Well,
recording,
I don't think I ran the ad. I think
or we were
somebody
playing
that
Rust or
want me to be
whatever.
president might have run that ad.
The fireworks, he thought it
It's,
sounded like someone
that
dropping a
wasn't my
book
ad, and,
in the
it
background or
might have been
something.
one of my opponent's ads. Here's what I believe, sir. I believe law-abiding citizens ought to be allowed to protect themselves and their families. I believe that we ought to keep guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them. That's why I'm for instant background checks at gun shows. I'm for trigger locks. I think that makes sense. Matter of fact, we distributed free trigger locks in the state of Texas so that people can get them and put them on their guns to make their guns more safe. I think we ought to raise the age at which juveniles can have a gun. But I also believe strongly that we need to enforce laws on the books.
Oh yeah, he is.
The
Yeah,
best
his
way to
gun.
make sure
Bush
that
somehow has
our
more. Being from Texas is pretty shocking. How much he's like, yeah, background checks. Yeah, duh.
Pretty safe and secure is to hold people accountable for breaking the law. If we catch somebody illegally selling a
Oof,
gun, there needs to be a
that was
consequence.
a loud one.
If we keep somebody, you know, illegally using a gun, there needs to be a consequence.
Yeah, that just shows how much, like, how right we've gone in the last.
There's a great program called Project Exile in Richmond,
in the last
Virginia.
20
We
years.
Focused federal taxpayers' money and federal prosecutors, and went after people who were illegally using guns. To me, that's how you make society the safest it can be. And so, yeah, sometimes I agree with some of these groups in Washington, and sometimes I don't. I'm a pretty independent thinker. But one thing I'm for is a safe society. And I'm for enforcing laws on the books, and that's what's going to happen should I earn your confidence.
Vice President Gore?
Well, it was not one of my ads either, Governor. But I am familiar with the statement, and it was made by one of the top-ranking officials of that organization. Let me tell you my position. I think that some common-sense gun safety measures are certainly needed with the flood of cheap handguns that have sometimes been working their way into the hands of the wrong people. But all of my proposals are focused.
Gore wants to get rid of
gun safety.
He wants to get rid of eco rounds in
None
Counter-Strike.
of my proposals would have any
No
effect
pistols.
on hunters or sportsmen or people who use rifles.
Make the guns more expensive.
They are aimed at the real problem. Let's make our schools safe. Let's make our neighborhoods safe. Let's have a 3-day waiting period, cooling off, so we can have a background.
Here's my stance on guns, or at least in gun restrictions or whatever. I think at this point it's too far gone. Like not saying we shouldn't, but like you pass any of the stuff that they're saying here, let's say, like, yeah, it would help reduce it maybe a little bit, but at this point I feel like there's so much guns out there at this point that it doesn't matter, and there's no way to get them off the streets. And I shouldn't say streets because that's people use that for implying that to target black people. I meant more just like the average American, you know, can find a gun pretty easily. So like, I mean, I'm not saying like that's not me saying that they shouldn't try to pass gun restrictions and all that stuff, like ban assault rifles. Yeah. But like I'm saying is that there's already so many guns in the population that like I don't know when that's gonna change. You know what I mean? Like there's people out there who own, you know, 100 guns. Who's stopping them from just giving them a gun to Joe Schmo? You know what I mean? That's why they're talking about like the gun fairs and stuff like that too.
Check to make sure that criminals and people who really shouldn't have guns don't get them. But I'd like to use my remaining time on this exchange, Jim.
And people's response are mostly going to be like, well, that's why we need to give cops more guns, and it just escalates it further and further. It's like the Cold War in a way, you know. Well, that now they have nukes, so now I need to have nukes, and then they're just who can make the biggest amount of nukes. You know what I mean?
To respond to an exchange that took place just a moment ago, because a couple of times the governor has said that I am for a bigger.
But yeah, there's some people who treat guns as like they're part of their identity. Yeah.
Government. Governor, I'm not. And let me tell you what the record shows. For the last 8 years, I have had the challenge of running the streamlining program called Reinventing Government. And
but I'll say this, and this is my hot take that gets liberals upset, is that, and this is me as a you know, an anarchist, communist, whatever fucking label, is that with the amount of, you know, we're talking about like the further to the right America has become, culture war shit, all that, you know, there's been a lot of anti-trans laws in a lot of states as well being pushed, that I don't blame like trans folk or people of color for having guns, for wanting to protect themselves from, you know, crazy people like we see with, you know, like Kyle Rittenhouse or whatnot. Protect you from cops who are shooting, you know, people as well. So I don't blame people for that. So I'm not going to be opposed to that, because that's the thing. A lot of these gun laws, like stop and frisk, was originally a way to get rid of guns off the street, and they mostly targeted black people. Even though most of the guns, if they did find any, they rarely did with stop and frisk, but if they did find any, it was actually white people that tended to have them and not black people.
There aren't any federal employees in this group. You know what that means.
So like that's the other thing with these gun laws is they usually just target minority populations, which are already
the federal government has been reduced in
targeted
size
by, you know,
more
police
than
and stuff.
300,000 people.
Jesus Christ. Okay, they're getting super loud.
Now
Hold
the
up.
smallest number that we have had since the smallest in size since John Kennedy's administration. During the last 5 years, Texas's government has gone up in size. Federal government has gone down. Texas's government has gone up. Now, my plan for the future, I see a time when we have smaller, smarter government where you don't have to wait in line because you can get services online. Cheaper, better, faster. We can do that.
Steve Luker has a question, and it is for Vice President Gore. Mr. Luker? There you are.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. Like, you'd have to go after manufacturers more than anything.
Are disappearing and having a hard time, even in the current positive economic environment. What steps would you or your administration take on agriculture policy developments to protect the family farms for this multifunctional service they perform?
We've got a bumper crop this year. But that's the good news. You know what the bad news is that follows on that. The prices are low. In the last several years, the so-called freedom to farm law has, in my view, been mostly a failure. I want to change.
I feel like no one gives a shit about farmers anymore.
Now, many here who are not involved in farming won't follow this, so just forgive me, because the 2% of the country that is involved in farming is important because the rest of us wouldn't eat except for them. And you guys have been having a hard time, and I want to fight for you. I want to.
Yeah, they virtue signal it, but like.
I want to restore a meaningful safety net. And
but like they don't go after, especially Democrats don't go after farmers anymore because like
things accomplished by farmers,
they're not a big part of the voting base, so they don't really focus on it. And Republicans usually get farmers, but I don't think they actively try to like. You know,
that is vulnerable to
advertise them. I think everyone just forgets about
them.
them.
That may cost them a little money, but it helps the environment. I think that we ought to have an expanded conservation reserve program. And I think that the environmental benefits that come from
we also import so much,
land ought to represent a new way for farmers to get some income that will enable you to make sensible choices in crop rotation and when you leave the land fallow and the rest. Now, I'll go beyond that.
That is true too. Yeah,
much more focused
with like the migrant
economic development program.
Workers.
I see a time when the internet-based activities are more available in the rural areas and where the extra source of income that farm families used to have from shoe factories is replaced by an extra source of income from working in the information economy. So we need to do a lot.
I mean, I was saying earlier too with like climate change is that in the United States we'll probably be mostly fine because we'll have the money to get food imported. It's all the like global South that's going to get absolutely fucked. They're already getting absolutely fucked, but they're going to get more fucked by climate change in food and stuff, especially. But you're gonna have mass migration, immigration. It's going to create more xenophobia, in my opinion, and there's going to be food shortages and all that kind of stuff. But it most likely won't be in the United States as often. But there's going to be a lot of people who are going to die.
Safety net.
Governor Bush, 2 minutes.
I'd like our farmers feeding the world. We're the best. We're the best producers in the world.
Oh yeah, if the climate, the only thing that might hurt the United States is like the climate, or not climate change, the forest fires and stuff. Yeah.
Down, it hurts.
As they're shooting fucking fireworks in one of the driest states here. Granted, it's been super wet here. I was talking about that earlier. Some of that earlier. I'm like, actually, this is actually showing climate change here in Colorado, where we've already hit the average rainfall of the year, and it's only July. So it's been raining like every other week. We've had crazy hail and stuff. We've had tornadoes. not too far from where I'm at. Yeah, it's been pretty crazy. But in the year prior, we had like it rained like once all year. I felt like. So we get most of our rain precipitation during winter when it snows. But yeah, people shoot fireworks here. We actually had someone caught we have like some brush near us, and someone fucking set it on fire with a firework last year.
I don't want to use food
and it
as
got
a
pretty
diplomatic
big.
weapon from this point forward.
And I almost thought about we were thinking about packing up the pets, and
it hurts the farmers. It's not the right thing to do. I'm for value-added processing.
Yeah, that's my hot take. One of my hot takes is abolish fireworks. Abolish fireworks, abolish and golf. Those are my two big ones.
Value-added processing is important. I'm for research and development, spending research and development money so that we can use our
Roman candles are the worst.
Technological base to figure out new uses for farm products. I'm for getting rid of the death tax. Completely getting rid of
the only
death
cool
tax.
use of fireworks was in V for
Family
Vendetta.
Farmers are forced to sell early is because of the death tax. This is a bad tax. The president shouldn't have vetoed that bill. It's a tax that taxes people twice. It penalizes the family farmer. So should I be fortunate enough to earn your vote? I also understand that I'm going to open up markets, but I also understand that farming is a part of
the
our
drone
national
shows are pretty
security.
interesting.
I'm from a big farm state with the second biggest state, farming state in the country, and I hear from my farmers friends all the time. Vice President's right. By the way, every day's Earth Day if you own the land, and I like the policies that will encourage farmers to set aside land as well for conservation purposes. Thank you.
A quick thing on the inheritance tax is there is a difference between the two of you on this. Vice President Gore?
Yeah, I'm for a massive reform of the estate tax or the death tax. And under the plan that I've proposed, 80%
they're
of
talking
all
about the tax thing that Trump. Remember when Trump did? It was a couple months ago where Trump was like talking about the death tax and how like he instituted it or like was part of it in some way, and he was like. He's like, you don't have to do it though. You know, if you don't like your sons or your family. It was this one.
Completely exempt from the estate tax, and the vast majority.
If someone
of
could find
all
that clip,
family
that'd be
businesses would be completely
awesome.
exempt, and all of the others would have sharply reduced. So 80%. Now the problem with completely eliminating it goes back to the wealthiest 1%. The amount of money that has to be raised in taxes from middle-class families to make up for completely eliminating that on the very wealthiest, the billionaires, that would be an extra heavy burden on middle-class families. And so let's do it for most all, but not completely eliminate
What's up,
it from the very
Ryro?
top.
What's the case for doing that, Kevin?
Ryro, so someone in chat's name's Rye87, and Ryro, I saw someone else, like when I saw Rye87, I thought it was you for a half second, because your usernames are so close together.
If you're from Washington, you want to pick and choose winners. I don't think that's the role of the president. I think if you're going to have tax relief, everybody benefits. Secondly, I think your plan, there are a lot of fine plans.
And same color, yeah. Are y'all twins?
I'm not so sure 80% of people get the death tax. I know this, 100% will get it.
He's 77, you're 87.
I don't think it's fair to tax people's assets twice, regardless of your status. It's a fairness issue. It's an issue of principle, not politics.
New issue, and the question will be asked by Joyce Kleemer of Governor Bush. Joyce Kleemer, there you are.
Hi, Joyce.
Yes, hi, Governor. I'm very concerned about the morality of our country now. TV, movies, the music.
Trump is live right now in a speech. Damn it.
Are barraged.
If I did
with
streaming
every day.
politics full time,
I
we'd
wanna know
watch
if there's
every Trump
anything
speech, but
that
go
can
crazy.
be worked out with the Hollywood or whoever to help get rid of some of this bad language and the whatever.
Right, but
it's just
as I was being
bringing
introduced,
the
they were
country
saying
down.
things that were so bad. I said, this is going to be a
important to
war.
us, and we're concerned about their education at school. We should be concerned about their education at home also. Thank you.
I just love that 15
Proud parents
seconds.
of teenage girls, twin daughters, and
going to
I know
war.
what you're saying. Government ought to stand on the side of parents.
We're going to war.
Parents are teaching their children right from wrong, and the message oftentimes gets undermined by the popular culture. You bet there's things the government can do. We can work with the entertainment industry to provide family hour. We can have filters on internets where public money is spent. There ought to be filters in public libraries and filters in public schools so that if kids get on the internet, there's not going to be pornography or violence coming in. I think we ought to have character education in our
Elon
schools.
Musk would disagree.
No, that doesn't directly talk about Hollywood, but it does reinforce the values you're teaching. I greatly expand character education funding so that public schools will teach children values, values which have
There's
stood
too
the
much
test
porn
of
in the
time.
libraries, folks.
There's after-school money available. I think that after-school money ought to be available for faith-based programs and charitable programs that exist.
It's just funny hearing him talking about like
has heard the
restricting
call to
this and
love a
then
neighbor
like
you'd like to be loved yourself.
I don't know.
That'll
It's just
help
funny with like the
reinforce
Elon Musk
values
stuff.
that parents teach at
Everything
home
going
as
on
well.
with Twitter.
Oh,
I'm sure. Yeah, people have been jerking off in all random
And
places.
one of the reasons why is because we're free, and so I don't support
You found it?
censorship.
Okay. All right. This is the last sidetrack, and then we gotta power through the last 30 minutes. We're already 30 minutes longer than I thought this stream would be. So hold up. All right, here we go.
Nobody in history did more for the farmers of our country than I did. I got them $28 billion with a B, $28 billion from China, based on how they were unfairly treated before me by the Chinese government. They were treated very, very badly. People couldn't believe it. Nobody's going to win with the farmers, but Donald J. Trump. I got him $28 billion. I saved ethanol, and I made farmers happy and rich again. And they're doing a fantastic job. And you know what? Someday it'll become time for them to leave this beautiful earth, and they'll be able to leave their farm without taxes to their children. I got rid of the death tax on farms so that when you do pass away, on the assumption that you love your children, you can leave it to them and they won't have to pay tax. But if you don't love your children so much, and there are some people that don't, and maybe deservedly so, it won't matter, because frankly, you don't have to leave them anything. Thank you very much. Have fun.
Just peak Trump. Just peak Trump. He's talking about the Inheritance Act that they're talking about in this debate. Sorry that was so quiet, but you don't have to leave him anything. I feel like he's definitely talking about one of his sons. Oops, wrong. Let me close that one.
But I do believe that we ought to talk
this is where we've come from,
plainly
folks.
to the
Top 3 speeches?
Hollywood
Yeah, it's definitely
moguls
up there.
And people who produce this stuff.
Oh, we should
and
do a
explain
Trump. We
the
should do a
concept.
Trump power rankings, like Trump moment power rankings at some point. I still think Ruth Bader Ginsburg dying is the best one, easily top 1 for me.
I think we need to have rating systems that are clear. And I happen to
top
like the
1.
idea of having
It's so-
technology for the TV.
It's a lot of
for
research,
parents to
yeah.
use, so you can tune out
But it
these
might be worth
programs
it.
that you don't want in your house. But
She
I'm gonna
died?
remind mothers and dads, the best weapon is the off-on
I'm sorry to
button.
hear that.
And paying attention to your children, and eating dinner with them, and being. I'm sorry.
That's right.
It's on my peroration.
Yeah.
My turn.
Vice President Gore.
I care a lot about this. It's not just movies. Television, video games, music, the internet. Parents now feel like you have to compete with the mass culture in order to raise your kids with the values that you want them to have.
True, all these kids
Tipper and I have
fucking play
4
Fortnite now,
children.
you know what I mean?
And God bless them, every one of them decided on their own to come here this evening. I don't want to embarrass our
Yeah, this is
oldest
definitely
daughter. Her
the
husband made us
Columbine.
grandparents almost a year and a half ago.
Yeah, with like Doom and everything.
And yet, if she'll forgive me, when she was little, she brought a record home that had some awful lyrics in it. And Tipper hit the ceiling. And that launched a campaign to try to get the record companies to put ratings that warning labels for parents. And I'm so proud of what she accomplished in getting them on there. I've been involved myself in negotiating and in helping to move along the negotiations with the internet service providers to get a...
See, that's the thing with my kids. My kids, I'm going to let them listen to whatever the fuck they want. You know what I mean? Like, you know.
Parents protection page every time 95%.
My parents were cool with letting me watch like Predator when I was like 13.
Allows
so.
parents to automatically check with one click what sites your kids have visited lately. You know, some parents are worried about those filters that you'll have to ask your kids how to put them on there. But if you can check up on them, then
yeah, I mean, like, I wasn't
real
allowed
power.
to see nudity or sex though.
And recently,
till
the
like
Federal Trade
till I was like
Commission
16,
pointed out that
17.
Some of these entertainment companies have warned parents that the material is inappropriate.
But like, yeah, I grew up on
They've
like
turned
Motley
around behind
Crue
the
and
backs of the parents and advertised that
Ozzy,
same
so I heard all the
material
swear
directly
words,
to
like
children.
all that
That
shit,
is an outrage.
pretty early.
Joe Lieberman and I gave them 6 months to clean up their act.
Yeah, it really was
and
that.
If they don't do it, we're going to ask for tougher authority in the hands of the FTC on the false and deceptive advertising. I'll tell you this.
That's great, Ethan.
I want to do something about this. Respect the First Amendment, but I will do something to help you raise your kids without that garbage.
All right. Vice President Gore, the next question is for you, and it will be asked by Stephen Koosman. Mr. Koosman, where are you, sir? Right behind me as well. There we go.
Right next to the last.
Yeah, got it.
No, if anything, I hope my kid swears, but it's just all about teaching them how to like know your audience, you know?
Or prescription drugs.
Like, don't tell your teacher to fuck off.
As a college professor,
you know?
I hear a lot of apathy amongst young people who feel that there are no issues directed to them.
Yeah.
And they don't plan to vote.
Yeah.
How do you address that?
We've got to change it. I spend a good deal of time talking to young people, and in my standard speech,
right?
Out there
If the situation occurs, right?
End my
but you know what I mean.
by saying, I want to ask you for something, and I want to direct it especially to the young people in the audience. And I want to tell you what I tell them. Sometimes people who are very idealistic and have great dreams, as young people
just
do,
shut the fuck up. It is John Hamm, I'm
apt
talking.
to stay at arm's length from the political process because they think their good hearts might be brittle. And if they invest their hopes and allow themselves to believe, then they're going to be let down and disappointed. But thank goodness we've always had enough people who have been willing in every generation to push past the fear of a broken heart and become deeply involved in forming a more perfect union. We're America, and we believe in our future, and we know we have the ability to shape our future. Now, we've got to address one of the biggest threats to our democracy, and that is the current campaign financing system. And I know they say it doesn't rank anywhere on the polls. I don't believe that's a fair measure. I'm telling you, I will make the McCain-Feingold campaign finance reform bill the very first measure that I send to the Congress as president. Governor Bush opposes it. I wish that he would consider changing
Al Gore
his mind
as like
on that, because I think
as a poet
special
would be kind
interests
of
have
cool.
too much
Like
power,
him standing
and we
up
need to
on
give our
stage during
democracy
like
back to the American people. Let me tell you why.
during
Those
slam
issues
poetry
you
or something.
mentioned, Social Security, prescription drugs. The big drug companies are against the prescription drug proposal that I've made. The HMOs are against the patients' rights bill, the Dingell-Norwood bill that I support and that Governor Bush does not support.
The Dingleberry bill.
The big oil companies are against the measures to get more energy independence and renewable fuels. They ought to have their voices heard, but they shouldn't have a big megaphone that drowns out the American people. We need campaign finance reform, and we need to shoot straight with young and old alike and tell them what the real choices are. And we can renew and rekindle the American spirit and make our future what our founders dreamed
The
of.
people want communists. That's what we need.
Governor Bush, 2 minutes.
I'll tell you what I hear.
Just kidding. Selfishly, yes.
A lot of people are sick and tired of the bitterness in Washington, D.C., and therefore they don't want any part of politics. They look at Washington and see people pointing fingers and casting blame and saying one thing and doing another. There's a lot of young folks saying, you know, why do I want to be involved with this mess? And what I think needs to happen in order to encourage the young to become involved is
9/11. Oh, wait.
Is to set aside the partisan differences and set an agenda that will make sense Medicare, I know you talked about it, but Medicare is relevant for all of us, young and old alike. We better get it right now. Tax reform is relevant for old and young alike.
The question was...
I don't think it's the issues that turn kids off. I think
the
it's
question
the tone.
is, like, how do we get people back to, like,
it's the
voting?
attitude.
Because they said that
I think
there's
it's
low
a
energy.
cynicism in Washington, and it doesn't have to be that way. Before I decided to run, I had to resolve two issues in my mind. One, could our family endure all this business? And I came to the conclusion that our love was strong enough to be able to do it. And the other was, could an administration change the tone in Washington, D.C.? And I believe the answer is yes. Otherwise, I wouldn't be
Won't be
asking
yours,
for your
though.
vote.
It'll be
That's what happened in
Donald
Texas.
Trump.
We worked together.
Donald J. Trump.
There's a man here in this audience named Hugo Berlanga. He's the chairman of the Health Committee. He came here for a reason, to tout our record on health in Texas. He's a Democrat. I didn't care whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. What I cared about is, could we work together? That's what Washington, D.C. needs. And finally, sir, to answer your question, it needs somebody in office who'll tell the truth. That's the best way to get people back in the system.
Governor Bush, Norma Kirby has the next question, and it's for you. Norma Kirby, where are you?
Hi, Norma.
Hi. How will your administration
reaching across the aisle is dead. It's been dead.
Inclusiveness, and what
The only
role
time it's not dead is when it's for war. And anything that will help the capitalist machine.
will affirmative action play in your overall plan?
I've had a record of bringing people from all walks of life into my administration, and my administration is better off for it in Texas. I'm going to find people that
got to visibly see
wanna
the
serve their
side this
country.
time.
But I want a diverse administration. I think it's important. I've worked hard in the state of Texas to make sure our institutions reflect the state with good, smart policy. Policy that rejects quotas. I don't like quotas. Quotas tend to pit one group of people against another. Quotas are bad for America. It's not the way America is all about. But policies that give people a helping hand so they can help themselves. For example, in our state of Texas, I worked with the legislature,
there's no need to
both
compromise with
Republicans and
fascism.
Democrats, to pass a law that said if you come in the top 10%
Even if
of
you're
your high
like
school class,
not as far left as me, that's a
you
pretty like
automatically
normal
admit
take.
to one of our higher institutions of learning, college. And as a result, our universities are now more diverse. It was a smart thing to do. Is what I called it. I labeled it affirmative access. I think the contracting business in government can help, not with quotas, but help meet a goal of ownership.
Yeah, Ryer, it was actually
small
about Ukraine.
businesses, for
He said
example.
Iraq instead of Ukraine.
Contracts need to be smaller.
Like recently,
the
yeah.
agencies need to be, need to recruit and to work hard to find people to bid on the state contracts. I think we can do that in a way that that represents what America is all about, which is equal opportunity and an opportunity for people to realize their potential.
He doesn't need to
To
care
answer your
because
question,
he doesn't
I
get punished
support-
for it.
I guess the way to put it is affirmative access.
Because they showed a picture
I'll
of
have an
him hugging
administration
Michelle
that'll make it
Obama, and everyone loves Bush now.
Vice President Gore.
I believe in this goal and this effort with all my heart. I believe that our future as a nation depends upon whether or not we can break down these barriers that have been used to pit.
There's a
group
lot of
against
liberals who
group and-
love Bush
and
now.
bring our
It's
people
because a lot of
together.
liberals have just
How do you
became
do it?
like,
well,
I'm just anti-Trump.
Establish respect for differences. You don't ignore differences.
Yeah, they
It's
love
all too
his
easy for
paintings in the
somebody
bathtub.
in the majority in the population to say, "Oh, we're just all the same."
Bush went on
without
like
an
Ellen
understanding
or
of the
whatever a
different
couple
life
years ago.
experience that you've had,
People
that
fucking
others
ate
have
that
had.
shit up. They're like,
Once
wow.
you have that understanding and mutual respect, then we can transcend the differences and embrace the highest common
Just a
denominator
silly old
of
man.
the American spirit. I don't know what affirmative access means. I do know what affirmative action means. I know the governor's against it, and I know that I'm for it. I know what a hate crime statute pending at the national level is all about in the aftermath of James Byrd's
Yeah,
death.
it was like a box seat.
I'm
I remember
for
like there was a
that
picture of
proposed
them
law.
like
The governor is
kind of
against
like,
it.
embracing.
I know what it means
or whatever.
to have a commitment to diversity. I am part of an administration that has the finest record on diversity.
They're probably talking about how
and incidentally, an excellent
how much money they've made
I
off
think
of
our success over the last 8 years has not been in spite
the
of
frickin'
diversity, but
military-industrial
because of it,
complex.
because we're able to draw on the wisdom and experience from different parts of the society that hadn't been tapped in the same way before. And incidentally, Mel Carnahan in Missouri had the finest record on diversity of any governor in the entire history of the state of Missouri. And I want to honor that among his other achievements here.
Well, now affirmative
I
action's
just
gone,
believe
so.
that what we have to do is enforce the civil rights laws. I'm against quotas. This is, with all due respect to Governor, that's a red herring. Affirmative action isn't quotas. I'm against quotas. They're illegal. They're against the American way. Affirmative action means that you take extra steps to acknowledge the history of discrimination and
They have a
injustice
mini
and
AR-15?
prejudice and bring all
Wouldn't that just be an
people into
SMG?
the American dream, because it helps everybody.
Like, it's not even a
just
rifle
those
anymore.
Who are directly benefited.
Governor, are you opposed to affirmative action?
No, if affirmative action means quotas, I'm against it. If affirmative action means what I just described, what I'm for,
Oh, I agree.
then I'm for it.
I agree,
You heard
Rye.
what I was
Yeah.
for. Vice President keeps saying I'm against things.
Bush just doesn't
You
get
heard what I was for.
any sympathy from
And that's
me.
what I support.
What about, Mr. Vice President, you heard what he said.
He said if affirmative action means quotas, he's against it. Affirmative action doesn't mean quotas. Are you for it without quotas?
Well, I may not be for your version, Mr. Vice President, but I'm for what I just described to the lady. She
Are
heard
you
my
for
answer.
what the Supreme Court says is a constitutional way of having affirmative action?
Jim, just
let's go on to another.
Boo! He won't answer it.
Let's
God
go.
damn it! Because it's against the rules. So dumb.
It's a question.
No.
Yeah, Gore did get
Speak
up
for
there.
yourself, Mr. Vice President.
And it's just sad that, like, what was it? A couple days ago, affirmative action's gone.
It speaks for the fact that there are certain rules in this that we all agree to, but evidently rules don't mean anything.
The question is for you, Vice President Gore, and Lisa Key will ask.
Oh yeah, when we were doing the Carter debates, because Carter or during the Carter debates, I think it was Mondale or whatever mentioned Henry Kissinger. Now that's when I realized I'm like, fucking Carter and Henry Kissinger are from the same fucking decade of politics, and yeah, my joke was who will survive the longest? Will it be Carter or Kissinger? Who will go first? And so far, it looks like Kissinger might do it. Yeah.
Lisa Key, where are you? There we go. Sorry.
Fucking Henry
How will
fucking
your
Kissinger.
tax proposals
Rotten
affect
hell.
me
I know
as
he's
a
not there yet, but he
middle-class,
will be.
34-year-old single person with no dependents?
If you make less than $60,000 a year and you decide to invest $1,000 in a savings account, you'll get a tax credit, which means in essence that the federal government will match your $1,000 with another $1,000. If you make less than $30,000 a year and you put $500 in a savings account, the federal government will match it with $1,500. If you make more than $60,000 up to $100,000, you'll still get a match, but not as generous. You will get access to lifelong learning and education, help with tuition if you want to get a new skill or training. If you want to purchase health insurance, you will get help with that. If you want to participate in some of the dynamic changes that are going on in our country, you will get specific help in doing that. If you are part of the bottom 20% or so of wage earners, then you will get an expanded earned income tax credit. Now, the tax relief that I propose is directed specifically at middle income individuals and families. And if you have a
Thanks for popping in, Rye.
elderly parent,
Have a good rest of your evening or morning, wherever you are in the world.
then you will get help.
Thanks for
with
popping in.
that
Appreciate it.
$3,000 tax credit to help your expenses in taking care of a loved one who needs long-term care.
I mean, yeah, I think you should always be learning and
Right.
whatnot,
Let me
just
just say,
generally
first,
speaking.
This business about kind of the entitlement he tried to describe about
See ya, brother.
savings.
See ya,
matching
twin.
savings here and matching savings there, if fully funded, is going to cost a whole lot of money, a lot more than we have. You're going to get tax relief under my plan. You're not going to be targeted in or targeted out. Everybody who pays taxes is going to get tax relief. If you take care of an elderly in your home, you're going to get the personal exemption increased. I think also what you need to think about is not the immediate, but what about Medicare? you get a plan that will include prescription drugs, a plan that will give you options. Now, I hope people understand that Medicare today is important, but it doesn't keep up with the new medicines. If you're a Medicare person, on Medicare, you don't
Yeah, I figured it was
new
like
procedures.
federally funded. Yeah.
Stuck in a time warp in many ways.
I meant
So
more.
it'll be a
I meant
modern
more just
Medicare
like,
system that trusts you to make a variety of options for you.
you know, I guess just
We're
generally
gonna live in a
speaking,
peaceful
I
world.
think people should always try to
It'll be a world
learn
of
something
peace
or
because we're gonna have a
keep an
clear,
open mind, generally
clear-sighted
speaking.
foreign policy based upon a strong military and a mission. That
I mean, yeah,
stands by
I'll
our
take $100
friends.
from the government
A mission
to keep
that doesn't try to be
doing
all
my
things to
communist
all
ratings.
people.
I'll take it.
A judicious use of the military, which will help keep the peace. You'll be in a world, hopefully, that's more educated, so it's less likely you'll be harmed in your neighborhood. See, an educated child is one much more likely to be hopeful and optimistic. You'll be in a world in which fits into my philosophy. You know, the harder you work, the more you can keep. It's the American way. Government shouldn't be a heavy hand.
Pretty much
does to you. It should be a helping
anarchist,
hand.
communist,
Tax relief and the proposals I just
anti-capitalist at
described
the very least.
should be a good helping hand.
Governor, next question is for you, and Leo Anderson will ask it.
I've been trying to say that, like, I don't like labels, so, but best way to describe my politics.
In one of the last debates held, the subject of capital punishment came up.
Oh, here we go.
In your response to the question, you seem overly enjoyed, as a matter of fact, proud that Texas led the nation in execution of prisoners. Sir, did I misread your response?
That's good question. That's how we literally have the screen grab in the Discord. If you're in the Discord channel, he took another one of the dude's sweater. Where Trump, Jesus Christ, George Bush smiled, like when he was talking about the people getting executed. And granted, the people who got executed are shitty, awful people, but still, the way he just was like so like, ooh, about it. And his fucking father was the same way.
And are you really, really proud of the fact that Texas is #1 in executions?
No, I'm not proud of that. Death penalty is very serious business, Leo. It's an issue that good people obviously disagree on.
It's so it sounds nicer.
I take my job seriously.
Gleeful, yeah, it's the best way to describe
I think I was
it.
proud of it. I think you misread me. I do. I was sworn to uphold the laws of my state.
I love killing people.
Campaign in 1994,
Trust me.
I was asked, "Do you support the death penalty?" I said I did, if administered fairly and justly, because I believe it saves lives. Leo, I do. I think if it's administered swiftly, justly, and fairly, it saves lives. One of the things that happens when you're a governor, at least oftentimes you have to make tough decisions. And you can't let public persuasion sway you because the job is to enforce the law. And that's what I did, sir. There have been some tough cases come across my desk. Some of the hardest moments since I've been the governor of the state of Texas is to deal with those cases. But my job is to ask two questions, sir. Is the person guilty of the crime? And did the person have full access to the courts of law? And I can tell you, looking at you right now,
Jesus Christ.
What are you talking
in all
about?
cases, those answers were affirmative.
Oh,
I'm not
that
proud
got
of
me.
the record.
I should
I'm
have been
proud of
aware.
the fact that violent crime is down in the
I
state
should have been
of
used to
Texas.
it with all the fucking fireworks outside.
I'm proud
God
of the
fucking
fact
damn it.
that
Thanks, David, for
that
the
we hold
39
people
months.
accountable.
Fucking asshole.
But I'm not proud of any records, sir.
Vice President Gore?
I support the death penalty.
Kill them
I think
all.
that it has to be administered not only fairly with attention to things like DNA.
That was such a
evidence,
somber
which I
moment,
think
too, to
should be
fucking
used
drop
in all capital cases.
that fucking subscription.
But also with very careful attention. If, for example, somebody confesses to the crime and somebody's waiting on death row, there has to be alertness to say, wait a minute, have we got the wrong guy? If the wrong guy is put to death, then that's a double tragedy. Not only
Which
has
has
an
happened.
innocent person been executed, but the real perpetrator of the crime has not been held accountable for it, and in some cases may be still.
Yeah, every
at
time I'm
large.
on the Gore train, he
But
takes
I
me off
support
it,
the death
unfortunately.
penalty in the most heinous cases.
Do both of you believe that
I said earlier that I'm pretty strict on like no death penalty. I think it's pretty it can be barbaric. But if it's like Adolf Hitler, like him being a put to death that's completely different. You know what I mean?
The death penalty actually
Christopher Columbus,
Governor?
I think that's the only reason to be for it. Let me finish there.
Sure.
I don't think you should support
and
the
also
death
like
penalty
war
to
is
seek
different
revenge.
too, like
I
conflicts.
don't think that's right. I think the reason to support the death penalty is because it saves other people's lives.
And and then the real question is, do you trust the
I think
state
it
to
is a
do it
deterrence.
properly
I know that's a
when there's been
controversial
people who've
view,
been
but I do believe it's a
executed
deterrence.
who've come out to actually be innocent?
Next question is for you.
Whether it's through DNA
Vice
testing
President
or
Gore and
just
Thomas
bad
Fisher
trials.
will ask it. Mr. Fisher?
Yeah, no one wants Hitler's kidney.
Yes,
You know what I mean?
my sixth grade class at St. Clair School wanted to ask, of all these promises you guys are making and all the pledges, will you keep them when you're in office?
Yes.
Yeah, how are you supposed to respond to that? Like, you caught me, all right? Like 75%.
I am a person who keeps promises. And you know, we've heard a lot from the governor about not much being
He's a
done
new
in the
teacher
last
for sure.
8 years,
He's
as
young.
if the promises that I made 8 years ago have not been kept.
There's a good
I
but
think the
long video
record
essay
shows
about why there are no
otherwise.
benefits to death penalty. Yeah,
We have gone from the biggest deficits 8 years
It's-
ago to the biggest surplus.
especially when it's state functioned. Yeah.
Instead of high unemployment, we now have the lowest African American unemployment, the lowest Latino unemployment ever measured, 22 million new jobs, very low unemployment nationally. Instead of ballooning the debt and multiplying it 4 times over, we have seen the debt actually begun to be paid down. Here are some promises that I'll make to you now. I will balance the budget every year. I will pay down the debt every year.
I've said it before. I don't give a shit about the
middle-class
debt.
Americans tax cuts, meaningful
Money
ones.
is meaningless.
And
Money
I
is
will
fake.
invest
So
in
spend it.
education, health care,
Give me all the money.
protecting the environment, and retirement security. We both made promises in this campaign. I promise you I will keep mine. Let me tell you about one of the governors. He has promised $1 trillion out of the Social Security Trust Fund for young working adults to invest and save on their own. But he's promised seniors that their Social Security benefits will not be cut, and he's promised the same $1 trillion
Yeah, just increase
to
the
them.
ceiling to like
So
a ridiculous
this is
number,
the
and we
show
never have
me
to worry
state.
about it again.
Reminds me of the line from the movie, "Show me the money." Which one of those promises will you keep and which will you break, Governor?
Damn.
Thank you for your question.
Okay, that was a good response by Bush.
I
I do like
there's
Gore
an
on the
old high
offensive,
school
though. I
debating
really
trick,
do.
Which is to answer something.
This is the most I've seen Bush
and then
be
attack your
challenged
opponent
on
at the end.
shit in my lifetime.
You asked about promises. You were promised.
See you later, David.
that
Have a
Medicare would
good
be
night.
reformed,
Mwah, mwah, mwah.
and that Social Security be reformed. You were promised a middle-class tax cut in 1992. It didn't happen. There's too much bitterness in Washington. There's too much wrangling. It's time to have a fresh start. One of the reasons I was successful as the governor of Texas is because I didn't try to be all things to all people. When I campaigned in a race, a lot of folks didn't think I could win, including, by the way, my mother. I said I'd do 4 things.
Wow, toxic.
Tort reform, education reform, welfare reform, and juvenile justice reform. And I won, and I had the will of the people in my state behind me. And then I brought folks together to get it done. And that's what we need, I think, in this election. To me, that's what it's all about. I know, listen, I'm sure your 6th grade kids are listening. These guys will say anything to
That's
get
all he
elected.
has, though, is Texas, yeah.
But there's a record. And that's what I hope people look at. And one of my promises is going to be Social Security reform. And you bet we need to take $1 trillion out of that $2.4 trillion surplus. And remember, Social Security revenue exceeds expenses up until 2015. People are going to get paid. But if you're a younger worker, if you're younger, you better hope this country thinks differently. Otherwise, you're going to be faced with huge payroll taxes or reduced benefits. And you bet we're going to take $1 trillion out of your own money and lets you invest it under safe guidelines so you get a better rate of return on the money than the paltry 2% that the federal government gets for you today. That's one of my promises. But it's going to require people to bring both Republicans and Democrats together to get it done. That's what it requires. There was a chance to get this done. There was bipartisan approach, but it's been rejected. I'm going to bring them together.
Both of you on this subject. There are other questions that also go to
Could you say Bush brought them together for
you,
like the invasion of Iraq?
Politics. Why is that?
In Afghanistan?
Well, first of all, Jim, I'd like to respond to what the governor just said, because the $1 trillion that has been promised to young people has also been promised to older people, and you cannot keep both promises. If you're in your mid-40s, under the governor's plan, Social Security will be bankrupt by the time you retire if he takes it out of the Social Security Trust Fund. Under my plan, its solvency will be extended until you're 100. Now, that is the difference. And the governor may not want to answer that question. He may want to call it a high school debating trick. But let me tell you this. This election is not about debating tricks. It is about your future. The reason Social Security, he says it gets 2%. You know, it's not a bank account that just pays back money that's invested. It is also used to give your mothers and fathers the Social Security checks that they live on. If you take $1 trillion out of that Social Security Trust Fund, how are the checks going to be, how are you going to keep faith with the seniors? Now, let me come directly to your question.
I think we have to go to the closing statements. And
well, can I answer that? One reason people are skeptical is because people don't answer the questions they've been asked. The $1 trillion comes out of the surplus so that you can invest some of your own money. There's just a difference of opinion. I want workers to have their own assets. So who you trust, government or people?
Right. Now we're going to go to closing statements.
Right.
Vice President Gore, you're first.
Thank you very much, Jim, and I'll begin by answering your questions. Your last question. I believe that a lot of people are skeptical about people in politics today because we have seen a time of great challenge for our country since the assassination of our best leaders in the 60s, since the Vietnam War, since Watergate, and because we need campaign finance reform. I'd like to tell you something about me. I keep my word. I have kept the faith. I've kept the faith with my country. I volunteered for the Army. I served in Vietnam. I kept the faith with my family. Tipper and I have been married for 30 years.
I didn't know you served in Vietnam.
We have devoted ourselves to our children and now our nearly 1.5-year-old grandson. I have kept the faith with our country. 9 times I have raised my hand to take an oath to the Constitution, and I have never violated that oath. I have not spent the last quarter century in pursuit of personal wealth. I have spent the last quarter century fighting for middle-class working men and women in the United States of America. I believe very deeply that you have to be willing to stand up and fight no matter what powerful forces might be on the other side. If you want somebody who is willing to fight for you, I am asking for your support and your vote, and yes, your confidence and your willingness to believe that we can do the right thing in America and be the better for it. We've made some progress during the last 8 years. We have seen the strongest economy in the history of the United States, lower crime rates for 8 years in a row, highest private home ownership ever. But I'll make you one promise here. You ain't seen nothing yet, and I will keep that promise.
Governor Bush, 2 minutes.
Well, Jim, I want to thank you and thank the folks here at Washington University and the Vice President. Appreciate the chance to have a good, honest dialogue about our differences of opinion. And I think after the 3 debates, good people of this country understand there is a difference of opinion. It's the difference between big federal government and somebody who's coming from outside of Washington who will trust individuals. I've got an agenda that I want to get done for the country. It's an agenda that says we're going to reform Medicare to make sure seniors have got prescription drugs and to give seniors different options from which they can choose. It's an agenda that says we're going to listen to the young voices in Social Security and say we're going to think differently about making sure we have a system, but also fulfill the promise to the seniors in America, a promise made will be a promise kept should I be fortunate enough to become your president. I want to rebuild the military to keep the peace. I want to make sure the public school system in America fulfills its promise so that no child, not one child, is left behind. And after setting priorities, I want to give some of your money back. See, I don't think the surplus is the government's money. I think it's the people's money. I don't think the surplus exists because of the ingenuity and hard work of the federal government. I think it exists because of the ingenuity and hard work of the American people. And you ought to have some of this surplus so you can save and dream and build. I look forward to the final weeks of this campaign. I'm asking for your vote. For those of you for me, thanks for your help. For those of you for my opponent, please only vote once. But for those who've not made up their mind...
You couldn't even make that joke anymore. You can't make that joke. People would take that seriously.
And I'd like to conclude by this promise.
Trump would say something like that, but like in an actual like malicious way. You know what I mean?
Should I be fortunate enough to become your president, when I put my hand on the Bible, I will swear to not only uphold the laws of the land, but I will also swear to uphold the honor and the dignity of the office to which I have been elected. So help me God. Thank you very much.
A closing piece of business before we go. The Debate Commission wants reaction to the three kinds of formats used in the debates this year, and you may register an opinion at their website, www.debates.org.
Hold up. What was it? www.debates.org. Okay. Oh no. Wait. Their website's still like this? Yo, I kind of dig this, though. This is so, like... They're like, yeah, we haven't upgraded this shit since 2000. Debate history. They got it all. Damn, we could watch a video reenactment. Oh, so... Fuck, is this against the rule? Is this against, like, did I break the actual, does a reenactment count? Alright, I said televised. You know, I should have put that in it's in the fine print, okay? But I guess they, 20-minute debate from 1948. Oh, this Republican primary. Okay, interesting. Oh, are these all the ones that they maybe, like, hosted, maybe? I love this photo. Hell yeah. Can I vote? Dude, I would love if they still had, like, a voting thing from it. Oh, cool. It has all the stats, though. 46.6 million people. And then it was around 37.7 for the last two. Cool. All right, so that was the last debate. Last time we'll see Gore. And surprisingly, the memes of him being like a climate activist and all this stuff at least didn't show in the debates. I do know... I do know that he, like, where would I see it? Yeah, he did the Climate Reality Project. I know he did a movie, too. An Inconvenient Truth. Yeah, in 2009. That, like, won a bunch of awards. So that's what he would do after the election. But yeah, let's go to the election. So the big thing that, you know, is from this... these campaigns here was obviously with Florida, the big controversy in Florida. They didn't know who was president until December of 2000, like a couple of weeks before someone has to take office. So the United States Supreme Court on December 12, 2000 settled a recount dispute in Florida's 2000 presidential election between George W. Bush and Al Gore. On December 8th, the Florida Supreme Court ordered a statewide recount of all undervotes, over 61,000 ballots that the vote tabulation machines had missed. Yeah, because if I remember correctly, there was like, so like there were like paper ballots that like were hole punched, but some of them weren't fully punched, so they didn't count those. If I remember correctly, we can maybe look into it more here. The Bush campaign immediately asked the U.S. Supreme Court to state a decision and halt the recount. Justice Antonin Scalia convinced that all the manual recounts being performed in Florida counties were illegitimate and urged his colleagues to grant the stay immediately. On December 9th, the 5 conservative justices on the court granted the stay for Bush, with Scalia citing irreparable harm that could befall Bush as the recounts would cast a needless and unjustified cloud over Bush's legitimacy. Almost said Biden's legitimacy. Yeah, hanging chads. Yeah. That's what they were called. Yeah, thanks for that, because like I said, I was like 5 at this time, so I'm going off of what I've read in the past and what we're reading right now. Justice John Paul Stevens wrote that the counting every legally cast vote cannot constitute irreparable harm. But yeah, they ruled 5-4. The Supreme Court decision allowed the previous vote certification by Florida Secretary of State Katherine Harris to stand for Bush, who thereby won Florida's 25 electoral votes. Florida's votes gave Bush, the Republican candidate, 271, one more than the 270 required to win the Electoral College. This meant the defeat of Democratic candidate Al Gore, who won 267 electoral votes but received 266 as a faithless elector from the District of Columbia abstained from voting. This is also so stupid to me that like someone from like that the electors don't have to listen to the people, and then they can just say like, no, I'm giving the electoral votes to this person instead. You just don't do it, but like this person did it. Media organizations later analyzed the ballots and found that under specific criteria, the originally pursued recount of undervotes of several large counties would have confirmed a Bush victory, whereas a statewide recount would have revealed a Gore victory. Florida later retired the punch voting machines that produced the ballots disputed in the case. So yeah, I mean, like it's one of those things that I wouldn't call it rigged, but it'd be just really shit machines, and that we don't really know if it was accurate. You know, I know a lot of people say Gore won, and based off what it says here, it sounds like probably Gore won. But with the hanging chads, who knows? But yeah, definitely one of the closest elections in history. Let's go. I want to go to the actual electoral. Yeah, you can see how close it is here. I mean, Gore got the big ones. Freaking Colorado voted Bush. God damn it. Yeah, he didn't do really well though here. Like usually, let's look at the last one, for example. Yeah, like look how well Clinton did in both his terms. He got the whole like Rust Belt. The Rust Belt is where you can get a lot of electoral points. And that's what really hurt him here. That's why it came down to Florida. All it took was Gore to get maybe like he didn't get his own state of Tennessee. You know what I mean? Like you got to get your home state. Gore should demand a recount. Yeah. But yeah, so Bush and Cheney would win, obviously, and then we would have 9/11, and then that's when America really changed, at least in terms of patriotism and whatnot. How many people voted in this one? We had, yeah, look, Gore actually won the popular vote too. Once again, so the last It's the last three Republican. Because I don't know about 2004. Did he have? He got it in 2004. I was gonna say Trump and Bush were the ones who won despite not getting all the popular vote. He's too nice to be president. Yeah. Yeah, I think Gore should just demanded a whole statewide recount, especially if it sounds like he would have won. I mean, obviously hindsight, but Gore seems like the kind of guy who like trusts the Supreme Court and all that. It's just crazy that we had this close election decided by some controversy, and then then you have Trump who, made up all the shit about the election being stolen and all that. And it's easy for people to believe that when you had an election like this, But yeah, that is what happens. I wanted to double check again. I know we read it earlier, but I wanted to see if there was anything more about the primaries. Yeah, compassionate conservative, implying he was more centrist than the Republicans. Yeah. It was between him and John McCain, really. Bush won the Iowa caucuses, and then won. He lost New Hampshire, but then he won South Carolina, and it was pretty much it. I guess his campaign strategy was super negative towards McCain. Interesting. Cheney was actually serving as Bush's vice presidential search committee. So he wound up picking him? Did he just nominate himself? Yeah, Bush was the first person to win a U.S. presidential election with fewer popular votes than any other candidate since Benjamin Harrison. Yeah, but everyone loves him now. Yeah, 9/11, all that. So you know the rest. You know the rest. We're not going to dive in too much into this. Many people thought Cheney was pulling Bush's string. I mean, I think both are equally at fault for everything that, with the Iraq War and everything. All right, y'all. My head's starting to hurt. I've been sweating, and I feel really, really gross because it's been hot in here. But we powered through. 6-hour stream. I think it's the longest one we've did. I don't know how we added an extra hour to this. Because it was should only been around 5. So we added almost an hour and 18 minutes to it, but had fun regardless. It was a good turnout tonight. Really, really appreciate it. So the next one I want to do is this Tuesday for 4th of July. It'll probably be during the day, though.